Part 1, Chapter 1 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. This book begins with a quotation from Proverbs chapter 30, verses 18 and 19. There be 3 things which are too wonderful for me, yea, 4 things which I know not: the way of an eagle in the air, the way of a serpent upon a rock, the way of a ship in the midst of the sea, and the way of a man with a maid. Part 1, Chapter 1, The Trust. The long clatter of an irregular volley of musketry rattled warningly from the naked mountain ridges. Over a great gray shoulder of rock the sun sank in a splendid opal glow. From very near at hand came the clatter of tin cups and the sound of a subdued British laugh. And in the room of the Brigadier General, a man lifted his head from his hands and stared upwards with unseeing, fixed eyes. There was an impotent, crushed look about him as of one nearing the end of his strength. The lips under the heavy gray mustache moved a little as though they formed soundless words. He drew his breath once or twice sharply through his teeth. Finally, with a curious, groping movement, he reached out and struck a small hand gong on the table in front of him. The door slid open instantly, and an Indian soldier stood in the opening. The brigadier stared full at him for several seconds, as if he saw nothing, his lips still moving secretly, silently. Then suddenly, with a stiff gesture, he spoke. "Ask the Major Sahib and the 2 Captain Sahibs to come to me here." The Indian saluted and vanished like a swift-moving shadow. The brigadier sank back into his chair. His head drooped forward, his hands clenched. There was tragedy, hopeless and absolute, in every line of him. There came the careless clatter of spurred heels and loosely slung swords in the passage outside of the half-closed door, the sound of a stumble, a short ejaculation, and again a smothered laugh. "Confound you, Grange! Why can't you keep your feet to yourself, you ungainly Triton, and give us poor minnows a chance?" The brigadier sat upright with a jerk. It was growing rapidly dark. "Come in, all of you," he said. "I have something to say, as well as to shut the door, Ratcliffe, though it is not a council of war." "There being nothing left to discuss, sir," returned the voice that had laughed, "it is just a simple case of sitting tight now till Bassett comes round the corner." The brigadier glanced up at the speaker and caught the last glow of the fading sunset reflected on his face. It was a clean-shaven face that should have possessed a fair skin, but by reason of unfavorable circumstances it was burnt to a deep yellow-brown. The features were pinched and wrinkled. They might have belonged to a very old man. But the eyes that smiled down into the brigadier's were shrewd, bright, monkey-like. They expressed a cheeriness almost grotesque. The 2 men whom he had followed into the room stood silent among the shadows. The gloom was such as could be felt. Suddenly, in short, painful tones, the brigadier began to speak. "Sit down," he said. "I have sent for you to ask one among you to undertake for me a certain service which must be accomplished, but which I—" He paused and again audibly caught his breath between his teeth. "Which I am unable to execute for myself." An instant's silence followed the halting speech. Then the young officer who stood against the door stepped briskly forward. "What's the job, sir? I'll wager my evening skilly I can carry it through." One of the men in the shadows moved and spoke in a repressive tone. "Shut up, Nick. This is no mess room joke." Nick made a sharp, half-contemptuous gesture. "A joke only ceases to be a joke when there is no one left to laugh, sir," he said. "We haven't come to that at present." He stood in front of the brigadier for a moment, an insignificant figure, but for the perpetual suggestion of simmering activity that pervaded him, then stepped behind the commanding officer's chair, and there took up his stand without further words. The brigadier paid no attention to him. His mind was fixed upon one subject only. Moreover, no one ever took Nick Ratcliffe seriously. It seemed a moral impossibility. "It is quite plain to me," he said heavily at length, "that the time has come to face the situation. I do not speak for the discouragement of you brave fellows. I know I can rely upon each one of you to do your duty to the utmost. But we are bound to look at things as they are, and so prepare for the inevitable. I, for one, am firmly convinced that General Bassett cannot possibly reach us in time." He paused, but no one spoke. The man behind him was leaning forward, listening intently. He went on with an effort. "We are a mere handful. We have dwindled to 4 white men amongst a host of dark. Relief is not even within a remote distance of us, and we are already bordering upon starvation. We may hold out for 3 days more, and then—" His breath suddenly became short, but he forced himself to continue. "I have to think of my child. She will be in your hands. I know you will all defend her to the last ounce of your strength. But which of you—" A terrible gasping checked his utterance for many laboring seconds. He put his hand over his eyes. "Which of you," he whispered at last, his words barely audible, "will have the strength to shoot her before your own last moment comes?" The question quivered through the quiet room as if wrung from the twitching lips by sheer torture. It went out in silence, a dreadful, lasting silence in which the souls of men, stripped naked of human convention, stood confronting the first primeval instinct of human chivalry. It continued through many terrible seconds, that silence, and through it no one moved, no one seemed to breathe. It was as if a spell had been cast upon the handful of Englishmen gathered there in the deepening darkness. The brigadier sat bowed and motionless at the table, his head sunk in his hands. Suddenly there was a quiet movement behind him, and the spell was broken. Ratcliffe stepped deliberately forward and spoke. "General," he said quietly, "if you will put your daughter in my care, I swear to you, so help me God, that no harm of any sort shall touch her." There was no hint of emotion in his voice, albeit the words were strong. But it had a curious effect upon those who heard it. The brigadier raised his head sharply and peered at him, and the other 2 officers started as men suddenly stumbling at an unexpected obstacle in a familiar road. One of them, Major Marshall, spoke briefly and irritably, with a touch of contempt. His nerves were on edge in that atmosphere of despair. "You, Nick," he said, "you're about the least a reliable man in the garrison. You can't be trusted to take even reasonable care of yourself. Heaven only knows how it is you weren't killed long ago. It was thanks to no discretion on your part. You don't know the meaning of the word." Nick did not answer, did not so much as seem to hear. He was standing before the brigadier. His eyes gleamed in his alert face, two weird pinpoints of light. "She will be safe with me," he said in a tone that held not the smallest shade of uncertainty. But the brigadier did not speak. He still searched young Ratcliffe's face as a man who views through field-glasses a region distant and unexplored. After a moment the officer, who had remained silent throughout, came forward a step and spoke. He was a magnificent man with the physique of a Hercules. He had remained on his feet, impassive but observant, from the moment of his entrance. His voice had that soft quality peculiar to some big men. "I am ready to sell my life for Miss Roscoe's safety, sir," he said. Nick Ratcliffe jerked his shoulders expressively, but said nothing. He was waiting for the general to speak. As the latter rose slowly, with evident effort, from his chair, he thrust out a hand as if almost instinctively offering help to one in sore need. General Roscoe grasped it and spoke at last. He had regained his self-command. "Let me understand you, Ratcliffe," he said. "You suggest that I should place my daughter in your charge. But I must know first how far you are prepared to go to ensure her safety." He was answered instantly, with an unflinching promptitude he had scarcely expected. "I am prepared to go to the uttermost limit, sir," said Nicholas Ratcliffe, his fingers closing like springs upon the hand that gripped his. "If there is a limit, that is to say, I am ready to go through hell for her. I am a straight shot, a cool shot, a dead shot. Will you trust me?" His voice throbbed with sudden feeling. General Roscoe was watching him closely. "Can I trust you, Nick?" he said. There was an instant's silence, and the two men in the background were aware that something passed between them, a look or a rapid sign which they did not witness. Then reckless and debonair came Nick's voice. "I don't know, sir, but if I am untrustworthy, may I die tonight." General Roscoe laid his free hand upon the young man's shoulder. "Is it so, Nick?" he said, and uttered a heavy sigh. "Well, so be it then. I trust you." "That settles it, sir," Nick said cheerily. "The job is mine." He turned round with a certain arrogance of bearing and walked to the door. But there he stopped, looking back through the darkness at the dim figures he had left. "Perhaps you will tell Miss Roscoe that you have appointed me deputy governor," he said, "and tell her not to be frightened, sir. Say I am not such a bogey as I look, and that she will be perfectly safe with me." His tone was half serious, half jocular. He wrenched open the door, not waiting for a reply. "I must go back to the guns," he said, and the next moment was gone, striding carelessly down the passage and whistling a music-hall ballad as he went. End of Part 1, Chapter 1.
Part 1, Chapter 2 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry, Johnson City, Tennessee. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. A Soldier's Daughter. In the center of the little frontier fort there was a room which one and all of its defenders regarded as sacred. It was an insignificant chamber, narrow as a prison cell, and almost as bare, but it was the safest place in the fort. In it, General Roscoe's daughter, the only white woman in the garrison, had dwelt safely since the beginning of that dreadful siege. Strictly forbidden by her father to stir from her refuge without his express permission, she had dragged out the long days in close captivity living in the midst of a nerve-shattering tumult, but taking no part therein. She was little more than a child, and accustomed to render implicit obedience to the father she idolized, or she had scarcely been persuaded to submit to this rigorous seclusion. It would perhaps have been better for her physically and even mentally to have gone out and seen the horrors which were being daily enacted all around her. She had at first pleaded for at least a limited freedom, urging that she might take her part in caring for the wounded. But her father had refused this request with such decision that she had never repeated it. And so she had seen nothing, while hearing much, lying through many sleepless nights, with nerves strung to a pitch of torture far more terrible than any bodily exhaustion, and vivid imagination ever at work upon pictures more ghastly than even the ghastly reality which she was not allowed to see. The strain was such as no human frame could have endured for long. Her strength was beginning to break down under it. The long sleepless nights were more than she could bear, and there came a time when Muriel Roscoe, driven to extremity, sought relief in a remedy from which in her normal senses she would have turned in disgust. It helped her, but it left its mark upon her, a mark which her father must have noted, had he not been almost wholly occupied with the burden that weighed him down. Morning and evening he visited her, yet failed to read that in her haunted eyes which could not have escaped a clearer vision. Entering her room 2 hours after his interview with his officers regarding her, he looked to her searchingly, indeed, but without understanding. She lay among cushions on a charpoy of bamboo, in the light of a shaded lamp, young and slight and angular, with a pale little face of utter weariness, with great dark eyes that gazed heavily out of the black shadows that ringed them round. Such was Muriel Roscoe. Her black hair was simply plaited and gathered up at the neck. It lay in cloudy masses about her temples. Wonderful hair, quite lustreless, so abundant that it seemed almost too much for the little head that bore it. She did not rise at her father's entrance. She scarcely raised her eyes. "So glad you've come, Daddy," she said in a soft, low voice. "I've been wanting you. It's nearly bedtime, isn't it?" He went to her, treading lightly. His thoughts had been all of her for the past few hours, and in consequence he looked at her more critically than usual. For the first time he was struck by her pallor, her look of deathly weariness. On the table near her lay a plate of boiled rice, piled high in a snowy pyramid. He saw that it had not been touched. "Why, child," he said, a sudden new anxiety at his heart, "you have had nothing to eat. You're not ill?" She roused herself a little, and a very faint color crept into her white cheeks. "No, dear, only tired." "Too tired to be hungry," she told him. "That rice is for you." He sat down beside her with a sound that was almost a groan. "You must eat something, child," he said. "Being penned up here takes away your appetite. But all the same, you must eat." She sat up slowly and pushed back the heavy hair from her forehead with a sigh. "Very well, Daddy," she said submissively. "But you must have some too, dear. I couldn't possibly eat it all." Something in his attitude or expression seemed to strike her at this point, and she made a determined effort to shake off her lethargy. A spoon and a fork lay by the plate. She handed him the former and kept the latter for herself. "We'll have a picnic, Daddy," she said with a wistful little smile. "I told Aya always to bring 2 plates, but she has forgotten. We don't mind, though, do we?" It was childishly spoken, but the pathos of it went straight to the man's heart. He tasted the rice under her watching eyes and pronounced it very good, then waited for her to follow his example, which she did with a slight shudder. "Delicious, Daddy, isn't it?" she said. And even he did not guess what courage underlay the words. They kept up the farce until the pyramid was somewhat reduced. Then by mutual consent they suffered their ardor to flag. There was a faint color in the girl's thin face as she leaned back again. Her eyes were brighter, the lids drooped less. "I had a dream last night, Daddy," she said. "Such a curious dream, and so vivid. I thought I was out on the mountains with someone. I don't know who it was, but it was someone very nice. It seemed to be very near the sunrise, for it was quite bright up above, though it was almost dark where we stood. And do you know, don't laugh, Daddy, I know it was only a silly dream. When I looked up, I saw that everywhere the mountains were full of horses and chariots of fire. I felt so safe, Daddy, and so happy I could have cried when I woke up." She paused. It was rather difficult for her to make conversation for the silent man who sat beside her so gloomy and preoccupied, save that she loved her father as she loved no one else on earth. She might have felt awed in his presence. As it was, receiving no response, she turned to look, and the next instant was on her knees beside him, her thin young arms clinging to his neck. "Daddy, darling, darling," she whispered, and hid her face against him in sudden, nameless terror. He clasped her to him, holding her close, that she might not again see his face and the look it wore. She began to tremble, and he tried to soothe her with his hand, but for many seconds he could find no words. "What is it, Daddy?" she whispered at last, unable to endure the silence longer. "Won't you tell me? I can be very brave. You said so yourself." "Yes," he said. "You will be a brave girl, I know." His voice quivered and he paused to steady it. "Muriel," he said then, "I don't know if you have ever thought of the end of all this. There will be an end, you know. I have had to face it tonight." She looked up at him quickly, but he was ready for her. He had banished from his face the awful despair that he carried in his soul. "When Sir Reginald Bassett comes," she began uncertainly. He put his hand on her shoulder. "You will try not to be afraid," he said. "I am going to treat you as I have treated my officers, with absolute candor. We shall not hold out more than 3 days more. Sir Reginald Bassett will not be here in time." He stopped. Muriel uttered not a word. Her face was still upturned. Her eyes had suddenly grown intensely bright, but he had read no shrinking in them. With an effort he forced himself to go on. "I may not be able to protect you when the end comes. I may not even be with you, but there is one man upon whom you can safely rely, whatever happens, who will give himself up to securing your safety alone. He has sworn to me that you shall not be taken. I know that he will keep his word. You will be safe with him, Muriel. You may trust him as long as you live. He will not fail you. Perhaps you can guess his name? He asked the question with a touch of curiosity in the midst of his tragedy. That upturned, listening face, it had so little of a woman's understanding, so much of the deep wonder of a child. Her answer was prompt and confident, and albeit her very lips were white, there was a faint hint of satisfaction in her voice as she made it. "Captain Grange? Of course, Daddy." He started and looked at her narrowly. "No, no," he said, "not Grange. What should make you think of him?" He saw a look of swift disappointment, almost of consternation, darken her eyes. For the first time her lips quivered uncertainly. "Who then, Daddy? Not Mr. Ratcliffe?" He bent his head. "Yes, Nick Ratcliffe. I have placed you in his charge. He will take care of you." "Young Nick Ratcliffe?" she said slowly. "Why, Daddy, he can't even take care of himself yet. Everyone says so. Besides," a curiously womanly touch crept into her speech, "I don't like him. Only the other day I heard him laugh at something that was terrible, something it makes me sick to think of. Indeed, Daddy, I would far rather have Captain Grange to take care of me. Don't you think he would if you asked him? He is so much bigger and stronger and kinder." "I know," her father said. "He seems so to you, but it is nerve that your protector will need, child, and Ratcliffe possesses more nerve than all the rest of the garrison put together. No, it must be Ratcliffe, Muriel, and remember to give him all your trust, all your confidence, for whatever he does will be with my authority and with my full approval." His voice failed suddenly. He rose up, turning sharply away from the light. She clung to his arm, silently in a passion of tenderness, though she was far from understanding the suffering those last words revealed. She had never seen him thus moved before. After a few seconds he turned back to her, and bending kissed her piteous face. She clung closely to him, with an agonizing longing to keep him with her, but he put her gently from him at last. "Lie down again, dear," he said, "and get what rest you can. Try not to be frightened at the noise. There is sure to be an assault, but the fort will hold tonight." He stood a moment, looking down at her. Then again he stooped and kissed her. "Goodbye, my darling," he said huskily, "till we meet again," and so hurriedly, as if not trusting himself to remain longer, he left her. End of chapter 2.
Part 1, Chapter 3 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 3. The Victim of Treachery. There came again the running rattle of rifle firing from the valley below the fort, and Muriel Roscoe, lying on her couch, pressed both hands to her eyes and shivered. It seemed impossible that the end could be so near. She felt as if she had existed for years in this living nightmare of many horrors, had lain down and had slept with that dreadful sound in her ears from the very beginning of things. The life she had led before these ghastly happenings had become so vague a memory that it almost seemed to belong to a previous existence, to an earlier and a happier era. As in a dream, she now recalled the vision of her English school life. It lay not a year behind her, but she felt herself to have changed so fundamentally since those sunny, peaceful days that she seemed to be a different person altogether. The Muriel Roscoe of those days had been a merry, light-hearted personality. She had revelled in games and all outdoor amusements. Moreover, she had been quick to learn, and her lessons had never caused her any trouble. A daring sprite she had been, with a most fertile imagination and a longing for adventure that had never been fully satisfied, possessing withal so tender and loving a heart that the very bees in the garden had been among her cherished friends. She remembered all the sunny ideals of that golden time and marvelled at herself, forgetting utterly the eager, even passionate craving that had then been hers for the wider life, the broader knowledge that lay beyond her reach, forgetting the feverish impatience with which she had longed for the day of her emancipation, when she might join her father in the wonderful glowing East which she so often pictured in her dreams. Of her mother she had no memory. She had died at her birth. Her father was all the world to her, and when at last he had travelled home on a brief leave and taken her from her quiet English life to the strange, swift existence of the land of his exile, her soul had overflowed with happiness. Nevertheless, she had not been carried away by the gaieties of this new world. The fascinations of dance and gymkhana had not caught her. The joy of being with her father was too sacred and too precious to be foregone for these lesser pleasures, and she very speedily decided to sacrifice all social entertainments to which he could not accompany her. She rode with him, camped with him, and became his inseparable companion. Undeveloped in many ways, shy in the presence of strangers, she soon forgot her earlier ambition to see the world and all that it contained. Her father's society was to her all sufficing, and it was no sacrifice to her to withdraw herself from the gay crowd and dwell apart with him. He had no wish to monopolize her, but it was a relief to him that the constant whirl of pleasure about her attracted her so little. He liked to have her with him, and it soon became a matter of course that she should accompany him on all his expeditions. She revelled in his tours of inspection. They were so many picnics to her, and she enjoyed them with the zest of a child. And so it came to pass that she was with him among the hills of the frontier, when, like a pent flood suddenly escaping, the storm of rebellion broke and seethed about them, threatening them with total annihilation. No serious trouble had been anticipated. A certain tract of country had been reported unquiet, and General Roscoe had been ordered to proceed thither on a tour of inspection, and also, to a very mild degree, of intimidation. Marching through the district from fort to fort, he had encountered no shadow of opposition. All had gone well, and then, his work over, and all he set out to do satisfactorily accomplished, his face towards India and his back to the mountains, the unexpected had come upon him like a thunderbolt. Hordes of tribesmen, gathered heaven knew how or whence, had suddenly burst upon him from the south, had cut off his advance by sheer immensity of numbers, and hemming him in, had forced him gradually back into the mountain fastnesses through which he had just passed unmolested. It was a stroke so wholly new, so subtly executed, that it had won success almost before the general had realized the weight of the disaster that had come upon him. He had believed himself at first to be involved in a mere fray with border thieves, but before he reached the fort upon which he found himself obliged to fall back, he knew that he had to cope with a general rising of the tribes, and that the means at his disposal were as inadequate to stem the rising flood of rebellion as a pebble thrown into a mountain stream to check its flow. The men under his command, with the exception of a few officers, were all native soldiers, and he soon began to have a strong suspicion that among these he numbered traitors. Nevertheless, he established himself at the fort, determined there to make his stand till relief should arrive. The telegraph wires were cut, and for a time it seemed that all communication with the outside world was an impossibility. Several runners were sent out, but failed to break through the besieging forces. But at last, after many desperate days, there came a message from without, a scrap of paper attached to a stone and flung over the wall of the fort at night. News of the disaster had reached Peshawar, and Sir Reginald Bassett, with a hastily collected force, was moving to their assistance. The news put heart into the garrison, and for a time it seemed that the worst would be averted. But it became gradually evident to General Roscoe that the relieving force could not reach them in time. The water supply had run very low, and the men were already subsisting upon rations that were scarcely sufficient for the maintenance of life. There was sickness among them, and there were also many wounded. The white men were reduced to 4, including himself. The native soldiers had begun to desert, and he had been forced at last to face the fact that the end was very near. All this had Muriel Roscoe come through, physically scathless, mentally torn and battered, and she could not bring herself to realize that the long drawn-out misery of the siege could ever be over. Lying there, tense and motionless, she listened to the shots and yells in the distance with a shuddering sense that it was all a part of her life, of her very being even. The torture and the misery had so eaten into her soul. Now and then she heard the quick thunder of one of the small guns that armed the fort, and at the sound her pulses leaped and quivered. She knew that the ammunition was running very low. These guns did not often speak now. Then, during a lull, there came to her the careless humming of a British voice, the free, confident tread of British feet approaching her door. She caught her breath as a hand rapped smartly upon the panel. She knew who the visitor was, but she could not bring herself to bid him enter. A sudden, awful fear was upon her. She could neither speak nor move. She lay listening intently, hoping against hope that he would believe her to be sleeping and go away. The knock was not repeated. Dead silence reigned. And then quickly and decidedly the door opened, and Nick Ratcliffe stood upon the threshold. The light struck full upon his face as he halted, a clever, whimsical face that might mask almost any quality, good or bad. "May I come in, Miss Roscoe?" he asked. For she had not moved at his appearance. She lay as one dead. But as he spoke she uncovered her face, and terror incarnate stared wildly at him from her starting eyes. He entered without further ceremony and closed the door behind him. In the shaded lamplight his features seemed to twitch as if he wanted to smile. So at least it seemed to her wrought-up fancy. He gazed greedily at the plate of rice on the table as he came forward. "Great Jupiter!" he said. "What a sumptuous repast!" The total freedom from all anxiety or restraint with which he made this simple observation served to restore to some degree the girl's tottering self-control. She sat up, sufficiently recovered to remember that she did not like this man. "Pray have some if you want it," she said coldly. He turned his back on it abruptly. "No, don't tempt me," he said. "It's a fast day for me. I'm acquiring virtue, being conspicuously destitute of all other forms of comfort. Why don't you eat it yourself? Are you acquiring virtue too?" He stood looking down at her quizzically under rapidly flickering eyelids. She sat silent, wishing with all her heart that he would go away. Nothing, however, was apparently further from his thoughts. After a moment he sat down in the chair that her father had occupied an hour before. It was very close to her, and she drew herself slightly away with a small instinctive movement of repugnance. But Nick was sublimely impervious to hints. "I say, you know," he said abruptly, "you shouldn't take opium. Your donkey of an eye ought to know better than to let you have it." Muriel gave a great start. "I don't," she faltered. I... He shook his head at her as though reproving a child. "Pussy's out," he observed. "It's no good giving chase, but really, you know, you mustn't do it. You used to be a brave girl once, and now your nerves are all to pieces." There was a species of paternal reproach in his tone. Looking at him, she marveled that she had ever thought him young and headlong. Almost in spite of herself, she began to murmur excuses. "I can't help it. I must have something. I don't sleep. I lie for hours listening to the fighting. It's more than I can bear." Her voice quivered and she turned her face aside, unable to hide her emotion, but furious with herself for displaying it. Nick said nothing at all to comfort her, and she bitterly resented his silence. After a pause he spoke again, as if he had banished the matter entirely from his mind. "Look here," he said. "I want you to tell me something. I don't know what sort of a fellow you think I am, though I fancy you don't like me much. But you're not afraid of me, are you? You know I'm to be trusted." It was her single chance of revenge, and she took it. "I have my father's word for it," she said. He nodded thoughtfully, as if unaware of the thrust. "Yes, your father knows me. And so," he smiled at her suddenly, "you are ready to trust me on his recommendation? You are ready to follow me blindfold through danger if I give you my hand to hold?" She felt a sharp chill strike her heart. What was it he was asking of her? What did those words of his portend? "I don't know," she said. "I don't see that it makes much difference how I feel." "Well, it does," he assured her, "and that is exactly what I have come to talk about. Miss Roscoe, will you leave the fort with me and escape in disguise? I have thought it all out, and it can be done without much difficulty. I do not need to tell you that the idea has your father's full approval." They were her father's own words, but at the sound of them she shrank and shivered, in sheer horror at the coolness with which they were uttered. He might have been asking her to stroll with him in the leafy quiet of some English lane. Could it be, she asked herself incredulously, could it be that her father had ever sanctioned and approved so ghastly a risk for her? She put her hand to her temples. Her brain was reeling. How could she do this thing? How could she have permitted it to be even suggested to her? And then, swift through her tortured mind, flashed his words. "There will be an end. I have had to face it tonight." Was it this that he had meant? Was it for this that he had been preparing her? With a muffled exclamation she rose, trembling in every limb. "I can't!" she cried piteously. "Oh, I can't. Please go away." It might have been the frightened prayer of a child, so beseeching was it, so full of weakness. But Nick Ratcliffe heard it unmoved. He waited a few seconds till she came to a stand by the table, her back towards him. Then, with a sudden quiet movement, he rose and followed her. "I beg your pardon," he said, "but you can't afford to shirk things at this stage. I am offering you deliverance, though you don't realize it." He spoke with force, and if his aim had been to rouse her to a more practical activity, he gained his end. She turned upon him in swift and desperate indignation. Her voice rang almost harsh. "How can you call it deliverance? It is at best a choice of two horrible evils. You know perfectly well that we could never get through. You must be mad to suggest such a thing. We should be made prisoners and massacred under the very guns of the fort." "I beg your pardon," he said again, and his eyelids quivered a little as if under the pressure of some controlled emotion. "We shall not be made prisoners. I know what I am saying. It is deliverance that I am offering you. Of course, you can refuse, and I shall still do my utmost to save you. But the chances are not equal. I hope you will not refuse." The moderation of this speech calmed her somewhat. In her first wild panic she had almost imagined that he could take her against her will. She saw that she had been unreasonable, but she was too shaken to tell him so. Moreover, there was still that about him, notwithstanding his words, that made her afraid to yield a single inch of ground, lest by some hidden means he should sweep her altogether from her precarious foothold. Even in the silence she felt that he was doing battle with her, and she did not dare to face him. With a childish gesture of abandonment, she dropped into a chair and laid her head upon her arms. "Oh, please go away," she besought him weakly. "I am so tired, so tired." But Ratcliffe did not move. He stood looking down at her, at the black hair that clustered about her neck, at the bowed, despairing figure, the piteous, clenched hands. A little clock in the room began to strike in silvery tones, and he glanced up. The next instant he bent and laid a bony hand upon her two clasped ones. "Can't you decide?" he said. "Will you let me decide for you? Don't let yourself get scared. You have kept so strong till now." Firmly as he spoke, there was somehow a note of soothing in his voice, and almost insensibly the girl was moved by it. She remained silent and motionless, but the strong grip of his fingers comforted her subtly notwithstanding. "Come," he said. "Listen a moment and let me tell you my plan of campaign. It is very simple, and for that reason it is going to succeed. You are listening now?" His tone was vigorous and insistent. Muriel sat slowly up in response to it. She looked down at the thin hand that grasped hers and wondered at its strength. But she lacked the spirit at that moment to resent its touch. He leaned down upon the table, his face close to hers, and began to unfold his plan. "We shall leave the fort directly the moon is down. I have a disguise for you that will conceal your face and hair, and I shall fake as a tribesman so that my dearest friend would never recognize me. They will be collecting the wounded in the dark, and I will carry you through on my shoulder as if I had got a dead relation. You won't object to playing a dead relation of mine?" He broke into a sudden laugh, but sobered instantly when he saw her shrink at the sound. "That's about all the plan," he resumed. "There's nothing very alarming about it, for they will never spot us in the dark. I'm as yellow as a Chinaman already.
We shall be miles away by morning, and I know how to find my way afterwards."
He paused, but Muriel made no comment. She was staring straight before her.
"Can you suggest any amendments?" he asked.
She turned her head and looked at him with newly roused aversion in her eyes. She had summoned all her strength to the combat, realizing that now was the moment for resistance if she meant to resist. "No, Mr. Ratcliffe," she said, with a species of desperate firmness very different from his own. "I have nothing to suggest. If you wish to escape, you must go alone. It is quite useless to try to persuade me any further. Nothing will induce me to leave my father." Whether or not he had expected this opposition was not apparent on Nick's face. It betrayed neither impatience nor disappointment.
"There would be some reason in that," he gravely rejoined, "if you could do any good to your father by remaining. Of course, I see your point, but it seems to me that it would be harder for him to see you starve with the rest of the garrison than to know that you had escaped with me. A woman in your position is bound to be a continual burden and anxiety to those who protect her. The dearer she is to them, so much the heavier is the burden. Miss Roscoe, you must see this. You are not an utter child. You must realize that to leave your father is about the greatest sacrifice you can make for him at the present moment. He is worn out with anxiety on your behalf, literally bowed down by it. For his sake, you are going to do this thing, it being the only thing left that you can do for him."
There was more than persuasion in his voice. It held authority. But Muriel heard it without awe. She had passed that stage. The matter was too momentous to allow of weakness. She had strung herself to the highest pitch of resistance as a hunted creature at bay. She threw back her head, a look of obstinacy about her lips, her slight figure straightened to the rigidity of defiance. "I will not be forced," she said in sharp, uneven tones. "Mr. Ratcliffe, you may go on persuading and arguing till doomsday. I will not leave my father." Ratcliffe stood up abruptly. A curious glitter shone in his eyes, and the light eyebrows twitched a little. She felt that he had suddenly ceased to do battle with her, yet the victory was not hers, and for a second she was horribly frightened, as though an iron trap had closed upon her and held her at his mercy. He walked to the door without speaking and opened it. She expected him to go, sat waiting breathlessly for his departure. But instead he stood motionless, looking into the dark passage. She wondered, with nerves on edge, what he was waiting for. Suddenly she heard a step without, a few murmured words, and Nick stood on one side. Her father's Sikh orderly passed him, carrying a tray on which was a glass full of some dark liquid. He set it down on the table before her with a deep salaam. "The General Sahib wishes Missy Sahib to have a good night," he said. "He cannot come to her himself, but he sends her this by his servant, and he bids her drink it and sleep." Muriel looked up at the man in surprise. Her father had never done such a thing before, and the message astonished her not a little. Then, remembering that he had shown some anxiety regarding her appearance that evening, she fancied she began to understand. Yet it was strange, it was utterly unlike him to desire her to take an opiate. She looked at the glass with hesitation. "Give him my love, Perdue," she said finally to the waiting orderly. "Tell him I will take it if I cannot sleep without." The man bowed himself again and withdrew. To her disgust, however, Nick remained. He was looking at her oddly. "Miss Roscoe," he said abruptly, "I beg you don't drink that stuff. Your father must be mad to offer it to you. Let me take the beastliness away." She faced him indignantly. "My father knows what is good for me better than you do," she said. He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't profess to be a sage, but anyone will tell you that it is madness to take opium in this reckless fashion. For heaven's sake, be reasonable. Don't take it." He came back to the table, but at his approach she laid her hand upon the glass. She was quivering with angry excitement. "I will not endure your interference any longer," she declared, goaded to headlong nervous fury by his persistence. "My father's wishes are enough for me. He desires me to take it, and so I will." She took up the glass in a sudden frenzy of defiance. He had frightened her. Yes, he had frightened her. But he should see how little he had gained by that. She took a taste of the liquid, then paused, again assailed by a curious hesitancy. Had her father really meant her to take it all? Nick had stopped short at her first movement, but as she began to lower the glass in response to that disquieting doubt, he swooped suddenly forward like a man possessed. For a fleeting instant she thought he was going to wrest it from her, but in the next she understood the man's deep treachery and with what devilish ingenuity he had worked upon her. Holding her with an arm that felt like iron, he forced the glass back between her teeth and tilted the contents down her throat. She strove to resist him, strove wildly, frantically, not to swallow the draught, but he held her pitilessly. He compelled her, gripping her right hand with the glass and pinning the other to her side. When it was over, when he had worked his will and the hateful draught was swallowed, he set her free and turned himself sharply from her. She sprang up, trembling and hysterical. She could have slain him in that instant had she possessed the means to her hand, but her strength was more nearly exhausted than she knew. Her limbs doubled up under her weight, and as she tottered, seeking for support, she realized that she was vanquished utterly at last. She saw him wheel quickly and start to support her, sought to evade him, failed, and as she felt his arms lift her, she cried aloud in anguished helplessness. What followed dwelt ever after in her memory as a hideous dream, vivid yet not wholly tangible. He laid her down upon the couch and bent over her, his hands upon her, holding her still. For every muscle, every nerve twitched spasmodically, convulsively, in the instinctive effort of the powerless body to be free. She had a confused impression also that he spoke to her, but what he said she was never able to recall. In the end her horror faded, and she saw him as through a mist bending above her, grim and tense and silent, controlling her as it were from an immense distance. And even while she yet dimly wondered, he passed like a shadow from her sight, and wonder itself ceased. Half an hour later, Nicholas Ratcliffe, the wit and clown of his regiment, regarded by many as harebrained or wantonly reckless, carried away from the beleaguered fort among the hostile mountains the slight, impassive figure of an English girl. The night was dark, populated by terrors alive and ghastly, but he went through it as one unaware of its many dangers. Light-footed and fearless, he passed through the midst of his enemies, marching with the sublime audacity of the dominant race, despising caution, yea, grinning triumphant in the very face of death. End of chapter 3. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon.
Part 1, Chapter 4 of The Way of an Eagle, read by Sirena Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell, Part 1, Chapter 4, Desolation. Out of a deep abyss of darkness in which she seemed to have wandered ceaselessly, uncomfortlessly, for many days, Muriel Roscoe came haltingly back to the surface of things. She was very weak, so weak that to open her eyes was an exertion requiring all her resolution, and to keep them open during those first hours of returning life a physical impossibility. She knew that she was not alone, for gentle hands ministered to her, and she was constantly aware of someone who watched her tirelessly, with never-failing attention. But she felt not the smallest interest regarding this faithful companion, being too wary to care whether she lived or fell away forever down those unending steeps up which some unseen influence seemed magnetically to draw her. It was a stage of returning consciousness that seemed to last even longer than the period of her wandering, but this also began to pass at length. The light grew stronger all about her. The mist rolled slowly away from her clogged brain, leaving only a drowsing languor that was infinitely restful to her tired senses. And then, while she lay half dreaming and wholly content, a remorseless hand began to bathe her face and head with ice-cold water. She awoke reluctantly, even resentfully. "Don't," she entreated like a child. "I am so tired. Let me sleep." "My poor dear, I know all about it," a motherly voice made answer. "But it's time for you to wake." She did not grasp the words, only, very vaguely, their meaning, and this she made a determined, but quite fruitless, effort to defy. In the end, being roused in spite of herself, she opened her eyes and gazed upwards. And all his life long, Nick Radcliffe remembered the reproach that those eyes held for him. It was as if he had laid violent hands upon a spirit that yearned towards freedom, and had dragged it back into the sordid captivity from which it had so nearly escaped. But it was only for a moment that she looked at him so. The reproach faded swiftly from the dark eyes, and he saw a startled horror dawn behind it. Suddenly she raised herself with a faint cry. "Where am I?" she gasped. What have you done with me?" She stared around her wildly, with unreasoning, nightmare terror. She was lying on a bed of fern in a narrow, dark ravine. The place was full of shadow, though far overhead she saw the light of day. At one end, only a few yards from her, a stream rushed and gurgled among great boulders, and its insistent murmur filled the air. Behind her rose a great wall of gray rock, clothed here and there with some dark growth. Its rugged face was dented with hollows that looked like the homes of wild animals. There was a constant trickle of water on all sides, an eerie whispering, remote but incessant. As she sat there in growing panic, a great bat-like creature, immense and shadowy, swooped soundlessly by her. She shrank back with another cry and found Nick Radcliffe's arm thrust protectingly about her. "It's all right," he said, in a matter-of-fact tone. "You're not frightened at flying foxes, are you?" Recalled to the fact of his presence, she turned sharply and flung his arm away as though it had been a snake. "Don't touch me," she gasped, passionate loathing in voice and gesture. "Sorry," said Nick imperturbably. "I meant well." He began to busy himself with a small bundle that lay upon the ground, whistling softly between his teeth, and for a few seconds Muriel sat and watched him. He was dressed in a flowing native garment that covered him from head to foot. Out of the heavy enveloping folds his smooth yellow face looked forth, sinister and terrible to her fevered vision. He looked like some evil bird, she thought to herself. Glancing down, she saw that she was likewise attired, save that her head was bare. The hair hung wet on her forehead, and the water dripped down her face. She put up her hand half mechanically to wipe the drops away. Her fear was mounting rapidly higher. She knew now what had happened. He had drugged her forcibly. She shivered at the remembrance, and had borne her away to this dreadful place during her unconsciousness. Her father was left behind in the fort. He had sanctioned her removal. He had given her, a helpless captive, into this man's keeping. But no! Her whole soul rose up in sudden fierce denial of this. He had never done this thing. He had never given his consent to an act so cowardly and so brutal. He was incapable of parting with her thus. He could never have permitted so base a trick, so cruel, so outrageous, a deed of treachery. Strength came suddenly to her, the strength of frenzy. She leaped to her feet. She would escape. She would go back to him through all the hordes of the enemy. She would face anything in the world, rather than remain at the mercy of this man. But he had not been looking at her, and he did not look at her. His arm shot out as she moved, and his hand fastened claw-like upon her dress. "Sorry," he said again, in the same practical tone, "but you'll have something to eat before you go." She stooped and strove wildly, frantically, to shake off the detaining hand, but it held her like a vice, with awful skeleton fingers that she could not, dared not, touch. "Let me go," she cried impotently. "How dare you? How dare you?" Still he did not raise his head. He was on his knees, and he would not even trouble himself to rise. "I can't help myself," he told her coolly. "It's not my fault, it's yours." She made a final, violent effort to wrest herself free, and then it was as if all power were suddenly taken from her. Her strained nerves gave way completely, and she dropped down upon the ground again in a quivering agony of helplessness. Nick's hand fell away from her. "You shouldn't," he said gently. "It's no good, you know." He returned to his former occupation while she sat with her face hidden in a stupor of fear, afraid to move lest he should touch her again. "Now," said Nick, after a brief pause, "let me have the pleasure of seeing you break your fast. There is some of that excellent boiled rice of yours here. You will feel better when you have had some." She trembled at the sound of his voice. Could he make her eat also against her will, she wondered. "Come," said Nick again, in a tone of soft wheedling that he might have employed to a fractious child. "It'll do you good, you know, Muriel. Won't you try? Just a mouthful, to please me." Reluctantly, she uncovered her face and looked at him. He was kneeling in front of her, the chita pushed back from his face, humbly offering her an oatmeal biscuit with a small heap of rice piled upon it. She drew back, shuddering. "I couldn't eat anything, possibly," she said, and even her voice seemed to shrink. "You can. You take it. I would rather die." Nick did not withdraw his hand. "Take it, Muriel," he said quietly. "It is going to do you good." She flashed him a desperate glance in which anger, fear, abhorrence were strongly mingled. He advanced the biscuit a little nearer. There was a queer look on his yellow face, almost a bullying look. "Take it," he said again, and against her will, almost without conscious movement, she obeyed him. The untempting morsel passed from his hand to hers, and under the compulsion of his insistence she began to eat. She felt as if every mouthful would choke her, but she persevered, urged by the dread certainty that he would somehow have his way. Not until the last fragment was gone did she feel his vigilance relax, but he ate nothing himself, though there remained several biscuits and a very little of the rice. "You are feeling better?" he asked her then. A curious suspicion that he was waiting to tell her something made her answer almost feverishly in the affirmative. It amounted to a premonition of evil tidings, and instinctively her thoughts flew to her father. "What is it?" she questioned nervously. "You have something to say." Nick's face was turned from her. He seemed to be gazing across the ravine. "Yes," he said after a moment. "Oh, what?" she broke in. "Tell me quickly, quickly. It is my father. I know. He has been hurt, wounded." She stopped. Nick had lifted one hand as if to silence her. "My dear," he said, his voice very low, "your father died last night, before we left the fort." At her cry of agony he started up, and in a second he was on his knees by her side, and had gathered her to him as though she had been a little child in need of comfort. She did not shrink from him in her extremity. The blow had been too sudden, too overwhelming. It blotted out all lesser sensibilities. In those first terrible moments she did not think of Nick at all, was scarcely conscious of his presence, though she vaguely felt the comfort of his arms. And he, holding her fast against his breast, found no consolation, no word of any sort wherewith to soothe her. He only rocked her gently, pressing her head to his shoulder, while his face, bent above her, quivered all over as the face of a man in torture. Muriel spoke at last, breaking her stricken silence with a strangely effortless composure. "Tell me more," she said. She stirred in his arms as if to free herself from some oppression, and finally drew herself away from him, though not as if she wished to escape his touch. She still seemed to be hardly aware of him. He was the medium of her information, that was all. Nick dropped back into his former attitude, his hands clasped firmly round his knees, his eyes, keen as a bird's and extremely bright, gazing across the ravine. His lips still quivered a little, but his voice was perfectly even and quiet. "It happened very soon after the firing began. It must have been directly after he left you. He was hit in the breast, just over the heart. We couldn't do anything for him. He knew himself that it was mortal. In fact, I think he had almost expected it. We took him into the guard room and made him as easy as possible. He lost consciousness before he died. He was lying unconscious when I came to you." Muriel made a sharp movement. "And you never told me," she said in a dry whisper. "I thought it best," he answered with great gentleness. "You could not have gone to him. He didn't wish it." "Why not?" she demanded, and suddenly her voice rang harsh again. "Why could I not have gone to him? Why didn't he wish it?" Nick hesitated for a single instant. Then, "It was for your own sake," he said, not looking at her. "You mean he suffered?" "While he remained conscious, yes." Nick spoke reluctantly. "It didn't last long," he said. She scarcely seemed to hear him. "And so you tricked me," she said. "You tricked me while my father was lying, dying. I was not to see him, either then or after, for my own sake? And do you think," her voice rising, "do you think that you were in any way justified in treating me so? Do you think it was merciful to blind me and to take from me all I should ever have of comfort to look back upon? Do you think I couldn't have borne it all 10,000 times easier if I could have seen and known the very worst? It was my right. It was my right. How dared you take it from me? I will never forgive you. Never." She was on her feet as the passionate protest burst from her, but she swayed as she stood and flung out her arms with a groping gesture. "I could have borne it," she cried again, wildly, piteously. "I could have borne anything, if I had only known." She broke into a sudden terrible sobbing and threw herself down headlong upon the earth, clutching at the moss with shaking, convulsive fingers and crying between her sobs for "Daddy, Daddy," as though her agony could pierce the dividing barrier and bring him back to her. Nick made no further attempt to help her. He sat gazing stonily out before him in a sphinx-like stillness that never varied while the storm of her anguish spent itself at his side. Even after her sobs had ceased from sheer exhaustion, he made no movement, no sign that he was so much as thinking of her. Only when at last she raised herself with difficulty and put the heavy hair back from her disfigured face did he turn slightly and hold out to her a small tin cup. "It's only water," he said gently. "Have some." She took it almost mechanically and drank, then lay back with closed eyes and burning head, sick and blinded by her paroxysm of weeping. A little later she felt his hands moving about her again, but she was too spent to open her eyes. He bathed her face with a care equal to any woman's, smoothed back her hair, and improvised a pillow for her head. And afterwards she knew that he sat down by her, out of sight but close at hand, a silent presence watching over her, till at last, worn out with grief and the bitter strain of the past weeks, she sank into natural dreamless slumber and slept for hours. End of Part 1, Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording by Lysa Ali. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 5. The Devil in the Wilderness. It was dark when Muriel awoke, so dark that she lay for a while dreamily fancying herself in bed. But this illusion passed very quickly as her brain, refreshed and active, resumed its work. The cry of a jackal at no great distance roused her to full consciousness, and she started up in the chill darkness, trembling and afraid. Instantly a warm hand grasped hers and a low voice spoke. "It's all right," said Nick. "I'm here." "Oh, isn't it dark?" she said. "Isn't it dark?" "Don't be frightened," he answered gently. "Come close to me. You are cold." She crept to him shivering, thankful for the shielding arm he threw around her. "The sunrise can't be far off," he said. "I expect you are hungry, aren't you?" She was very hungry, and he put a biscuit into her hand. The very fact of eating there in the darkness in some measure reassured her. She ate several biscuits and began to feel much better. "Getting warmer?" questioned Nick. "Let me feel your hands." They were still cold, and he took them and thrust them down against his breast. She shrank a little at the touch of his warm flesh. "It will make you so cold," she murmured, but he only laughed as softly and pressed them closer. "I'm not easily chilled," he said. "Besides, it's sleeping that makes you cold, and I haven't slept." Muriel heard the news with astonishment. She was no longer angry with Nick, and her fears of him were dormant. Though she would never forget and might never forgive his treachery, he was a sole protector in that wilderness of many terrors, and she lacked the resolution to keep at arm's length. There was moreover something comforting in his presence, something that vastly reassured her, making her lean upon him almost in spite of herself. "Haven't you slept at all?" she asked him in wonder. "How in the world did you keep awake?" He did not answer her, only laughed again as though at some secret joke. He seemed to be in rather good spirits, she noticed, and she marvelled at him with a heavy pain at her heart that was utterly beyond expression or relief. She sat silent for a little, then at length withdrew her hands, assuring him that they were quite warm. "And I want to talk to you," she added in a more practical tone than she had previously managed to assume. "Mr. Ratcliffe, you may be in command of this expedition, but I think you ought to tell me your plans." "Call me Nick, won't you? It'll make things easier. You're quite welcome to know my plans, such as they are. I haven't managed to develop anything very ingenious during all these hours. You see, we are to a certain extent at the mercy of circumstances." This place isn't more than a dozen miles from the fort, and the hills all round are infested with tribesmen. I hoped at first that we should get clear in the night, but you were asleep, and on the whole it seemed best to lie up for another day. We might make a bolt for it tomorrow night if all goes well. I have a sort of instinct for these mountains. There is always plenty of cover for those who know how to find it. It will be slow progress, of course, but we will keep moving south, and given luck we may fall in with Bassett's relief column before many days." So with much serenity he disclosed his plans, and Muriel marvelled afresh at the confidence that buoyed him up. Was he really as sublimely free from anxiety as he wished her to believe, she wondered? It was difficult to think otherwise, even though he admitted that they were governed by circumstance. She began to think that there was magic in him, some hidden reserve force upon which he could always draw when all other resources failed. Another matter had also caught her attention, and this she presently decided to investigate. She had never thought of Nick Ratcliffe as in any sense a remarkable person before. "Did you actually carry me 10 miles?" she asked. "Something very near it," said Nick. "How in the world did you do it?" Her interest was quickened. Undoubtedly there was something uncanny in this man's strength. "You're not very heavy, you know," he said. His arm was still around her and she suffered it, but the darkness still frightened her when she allowed herself to think. "Have you had anything to eat?" she asked him next. "Not quite lately," said Nick. "I've been smoking. I wonder you didn't notice it." His tone was somehow repressive, but she ignored it with a growing temerity. After all, he did not seem such an alarming person on a nearer acquaintance. "Does smoking do as well as eating?" she asked. "Much better," said Nick promptly. "Care to try?" She shook her head in the darkness. "I don't think you're telling the truth," she said. "What?" said Nick. He spoke carelessly, but she did not repeat her assertion. A sudden shyness descended upon her, and she became silent. Nick was quiet too, and she wondered what was passing in his mind. But for the tenseness of the arm that encircled her, she could have believed him to be dozing. The silence was becoming oppressive when abruptly he broke it. "See," he said, "here comes the dawn." She started and stared in front of her, seeing nothing. "Over to your left," said Nick, and turning she beheld a lightening of the darkness high above them. She breathed a sigh of thankfulness and watched it grow. It spread rapidly. The walls of the ravine showed ghostly grey, then faintly pink. Through the dimness the boulders scattered about the stream stood up like medieval monsters, and for a few panic-stricken seconds Muriel took the twining roots of a rhododendron close at hand for the coils of a gigantic snake. Then, as the ordinary light of day filtered down onto the gloomy place, she sighed again with relief, and looked at her companion. He was sitting with his chin on his hand, gazing across the ravine. He did not stir or glance in her direction. His yellow face was seamed in 1,000 wrinkles. A vague misgiving assailed her as she looked at him. There was something unnatural in his stillness. "Nick!" she said at length with hesitation. He turned sharply, and in an instant the ready grin leapt out upon his face. "Good morning," he said lightly. "I was just thinking how nice it would be to go down there and have a wash. We've got to pass the time somehow, you know. Will you go first?" His gaiety baffled her, but she did not feel wholly reassured. She got up slowly, and as she did so, her attention was caught by something that sent a thrill of dismay through her. "Don't look at my feet, please," said Nick. "They won't bear inspection at present." She turned horrified eyes to his face as he thrust them down into a bunch of fern. "How dreadful!" she exclaimed. "They are all cut and gashed. I didn't know you were barefooted." "I wasn't," said Nick. "I've got some sandals here. Don't look like that. You make me want to cry. I assure you it doesn't hurt in the least." He grinned again as he uttered this cheerful lie, but Muriel was not deceived. "You must let me bind them up," she said. "Not for the world," laughed Nick. I couldn't walk with my feet in Polte's bag, and we shall have some more rough marching to do tonight. Now don't you worry, run along like a good girl. I'm gonna say my prayers." It was flippantly spoken, but Muriel realized that it would be better to obey. She turned about slowly and began to make her way down to the stream. The sunlight was beginning to slant through the ravine, and here and there the racing water gleamed silvery. It was intensely refreshing to kneel and bathe face and hands in its icy coldness. She lingered long over it. Its sparkling purity seemed to reach and still the throbbing misery at her heart. In some fashion it brought her peace. She would have prayed, but she felt she had no prayer to offer. She had no favour to ask for herself, and her world was quite empty now. She had no one in her heart for whom to pray. Yet for a while she knelt dumb among the lifeless stones, her face hidden, her thoughts with the father whose loss she had scarcely begun to realize. It might be that God would understand and pity her silence, she thought drearily to herself. The rush of the water drowned all sound but its own, and the memory of Nick waiting above faded from her consciousness like a dream. Her brain felt numb and heavy still. She did not want to think. She leaned her head against a rock, closing her eyes. The continuous babble of the stream was like a lullaby. Under its soothing influence she might have slept. A blessed drowsiness was stealing over her, when suddenly there flashed through her being a swift warning of approaching danger. Whence it came she knew not, but its urgency was such that instinctively she started up and looked about her. The next instant, with a sound half gasp, half cry, she was on her feet and shrinking back against a sheltering boulder in the paralysis of great horror. There, within a few yards of her, and drawing nearer, ever nearer, with a beast-like stealth, was a tall, black-bearded tribesman, transfixed by terror. She stood and gazed at him, waiting dumbly, cold from head to foot, feeling as though her very heart had turned to stone. Nearer he came, and yet nearer, soundlessly over the stones. His eyes, gleaming devilish, were to her as the eyes of a devouring monster. In her agony she tried to shriek aloud, but her voice was gone, her throat seemed locked. She was powerless. Close to her for a single instant he paused. Then, as in a lightning flash, she saw the narrow, sinewy hand and snake-like arm dart forward to seize her, felt every muscle in her body stiffen to rigidity in anticipation of its touch, and shrank in every nerve, though she made no outward sign of shrinking. But on the instant, with a panther-like spring, sure noiseless, deadly, another figure leapt suddenly across her vision. There followed a violent struggle in front of her, a confused swaying to and fro, her cry choked instantly and terribly, the tinkling sound of steel falling upon stone, and then both figures were on the ground almost at her feet, locked together in mortal combat, fighting like demons in a silence that throbbed with the tumult of unrestrained savagery. Later, she never could remember how long it took her to realize that the second apparition was Nick, or if she had known it from the first, she felt herself hovering upon the brink of a great emptiness, a void immense, and yet all her senses were alive and tingling with horror. With agonized perception of what was passing, she yet felt numbed, as though her body was dead, but still contained a vital, tortured soul. And it was thus that she presently saw Nick's face bent above the black-bearded face of his enemy, and remembered suddenly and horribly a picture she had once seen of the devil in the wilderness. With his knees he was gripping the writhing body of his fallen foe. With his hands it came upon her as she watched with a shock of anguished comprehension. He was deliberately, with a deadly intention, choking out the man's life. "Curse you!" "Die!" she heard him say, and his voice sounded like the snarl of a wild beast. His upper lip was drawn back, the lower one was between his teeth, and from it the blood dripped continuously upon his hands and upon the dark throat he gripped. "Give me that knife!" he suddenly said with an upward jerk of the head. A dagger was lying almost within his reach, close to her foot. She could have kicked it towards him had not her body been fast bound in that deathly inertia, but her whole soul rose up in a wild revolt at the order. She tried to cry out, to implore him to have mercy, but she could not make a sound. She could only stand in frozen horror and witness this awful thing. She saw Nick shift his grip to one hand and reach out with the other for the weapon. He grasped it and recovered himself. A great darkness was descending upon her, but it did not come at once. It hovered before her eyes and seemed to pass. And again she saw the horror at her feet, saw Nick bent to destroy like an eagle above his prey, merciless, full of strength, terrible. Saw the man beneath him writhing, convulsed, tortured, saw his upturned face and starting eyes, saw the sudden downward swoop of Nick's right hand, the flash of the descending steel. In her agony she burst the spell that bound her and shrieking turned to flee from that awful sight. But even as she moved, the darkness came suddenly back upon her, enveloping her, overwhelming her. A darkness that could be felt. For a little she fought against it, frantically, impotently, then her feet seemed to totter over the edge of a dreadful, formless silence. She knew that she fell. End of chapter 5.
Part 1, Chapter 6 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jackie Rechler. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 6. When Strong Men Fail. "Wake up," said Nick softly. "Wake up. Don't be afraid." But Muriel turned her face from the light with a moan. Memory, winged with horror, was sweeping back upon her, and she wanted never to wake again. "Wake up," Nick said again, and this time there was insistence in his voice. "Open your eyes, Muriel. There is nothing to frighten you." Shuddering, she obeyed him. She was lying once more upon her couch of ferns, and he was stooping over her, looking closely into her face. His eyes were extraordinarily bright, like the eyes of an eagle, but the lids flickered so rapidly that he seemed to be looking through her rather than at her. There was a wound upon his lower lip, and at the sight she shuddered again, closing her eyes. She remembered that the last time she had looked upon that face, it had been the face of a devil. "Oh, go away," she wailed. "Let me die." "I will go away," he answered swiftly, "if you promise to drink what is in this cup." He pressed it against her hand, and she took it almost mechanically. "It is only brandy and water," he said. "You will drink it?" "If I must," she answered weakly. "You must," he rejoined, and she heard him rise and move away. She strained her ears to listen, but she very soon ceased to hear him. And then, raising herself cautiously, she drank. A warm thrill of life ran through her veins with the draught, steadying her, refreshing her. But it was long before she could bring herself to look around. The miniature roar of the stream was the only sound to be heard, and when at length she glanced downwards, there was no sign anywhere of the ghastly spectacle she had just witnessed. She saw the rock behind which she had knelt, and again a violent fit of shuddering assailed her. What did that rock conceal? Nevertheless, she presently took courage to rise, looking about her furtively, half afraid that Nick might pop up at any moment to detain her. For she felt that she could not stay longer in that place, whatever he might say or do. The one idea that possessed her was to get away from him, to escape from his horrible presence, whither she neither knew nor cared. If he appeared to stop her then, she thought that she would go raving mad. But she saw nothing of him as she stood there, and with deep relief she began to creep away. 6 yards she covered, and then she stood suddenly still, with her heart in her throat. There, immediately in front of her, flung prone upon the ground with his face on his arms, was Nick. He did not move at her coming, did not seem to hear, and the thought came to her to avoid him by a circuit and yet escape. But something, a queer, indefinable something, made her pause. Why was he lying there? Had he been hurt in that awful struggle? Was he unconscious? Was he dead? She fought back the impulse to fly, not for its unworthiness, but because she felt that she must know. Trembling, she moved a little nearer to the prostrate, motionless figure. "Nick," she whispered under her breath. He made no sign. Her doubt turned to sudden, overmastering fear that pricked her forward in spite of herself. "Nick," she said again, and finding herself close to him, she bent and very slightly touched his shoulder. He moved then, and she almost gasped with relief. He turned his head sharply without raising himself, and she saw the grim lines of his lean cheek and jaw. "That you, Muriel?" he said, speaking haltingly, spasmodically. "I'm awfully sorry. Fact is, I'm not well. I shall be better directly. Go back, won't you?" He broke off and lay silent, his hands clenched as if he were in pain. Muriel stood looking down at him in consternation. It was her chance to escape, a chance that might never occur again, but she had no further thought of taking it. "What is it?" she asked him timidly. "Can I do anything?" And then she suddenly saw what was the matter. It burst upon her, a startling revelation. Possibly the sight of those skeleton fists helped her to enlightenment. She turned swiftly and sped back to their camping ground. In 30 seconds or less, she was back again and stooping over him with a piece of brown bread in her hand. "Eat this," she ordered in a tone of authority. Nick's face was hidden again. He seemed to be fighting with himself. His voice came at length, muffled and indistinct. No. Take it away. I'll have a drain of brandy, and I've got some tobacco left." Muriel stooped lower. She caught the words, though they were scarcely audible. She lay her hand upon his arm, stronger in the moment's emergency than she had been since leaving the fort. "You are to eat," she said very decidedly. "You shall eat it. Do you hear, Nick? I know what is the matter with you. You are starving. I ought to have seen it before." Nick uttered a shaky laugh and dragged himself up onto his elbows. "I'm not starving," he declared. "Take it away, Muriel. do you think I'm going to eat your luncheon, tea, and dinner, and tomorrow's breakfast as well?" "You are going to eat this," she answered. He flashed her a glance of keen curiosity. "Am I?" he said. "You must," she said, speaking with an odd vehemence which later surprised herself. "Why should you go out of your way to tell me a lie? Do you think I can't see?" Nick raised himself slowly. Something in the situation seemed to have deprived him of his usual readiness. But he would not take the bread, would not even look at it. "I'm better now," he said. "We'll go back." Muriel stood for a second irresolute, then sharply turned her back. Nick sat and watched her in silence. Suddenly she wheeled. "There," she said. "I've divided it. You will eat this at least. It's absurd of you to starve yourself. You might as well have stayed in the fort to do that." This was unanswerable. Nick took the bread without further protest. He began to eat, marveling at his own docility. And suddenly he knew that he was ravenous. There was very little left when at length he looked up. "Show me what you have saved for yourself," he said. But Muriel backed away with a short, hysterical laugh. He started to his feet and took her rudely by the shoulder. "Do you mean to say—" he began, almost with violence, and then checked himself, peering at her with fierce, uncertain eyes. She drew away from him, all her fears returning upon her in a flood. But at her movement, he set her free and turned his back. "Heaven knows what you did it for," he said, seeming to control his voice with some difficulty. "It wasn't for your own sake, and I won't presume to think it was for mine. But when the time comes for handing round rewards, may it be remembered that your offering was something more substantial than a cup of cold water." He broke off with a queer sound in the throat and began to move away. But Muriel followed him, an unaccountable sense of responsibility overcoming her reluctance. "Nick," she said. He stood still without turning. She had a feeling that he was putting strong restraint upon himself. With an effort, she forced herself to continue. "You want sleep, I know. Will you lie down while I watch?" He shook his head without looking at her. "But I wish it," she persisted. "I can wake you if anything happens." "You wouldn't dare," said Nick. "I suppose that means you are afraid to trust me," she said. He turned at that. "It means nothing of the sort. But you've had one scare, and you may have another." I think myself that fellow was a scout on the lookout for Bassett's advance guard. But heaven only knows what brought him to this place, and there may be others. That's why I didn't dare to shoot." He paused, his light eyebrows raised, surveying her questioningly. For Muriel had suddenly covered her face with both hands, but in another moment she looked up again and spoke with an effort. "Your being awake couldn't lessen the danger. Won't you please be reasonable about it? I am doing my best." There was a deep note of appeal in her voice, and abruptly Nick gave in. He moved back to their resting place without another word, and flung himself face down beside the nest of fern that he had made for her, lying stretched at full length like a log. She had not expected so sudden and complete a surrender. It took her unawares, and she stood looking down at him, uncertain how to proceed. But after a few seconds, he turned his head towards her and spoke. "You'll stay by me, Muriel?" "Of course," she answered, that unwanted sense of responsibility still strongly urging her. He murmured something unintelligible and stirred uneasily. She knew in a flash what he wanted, but a sick sense of dread held her back. She felt, during the silence that followed, as though he were pleading with her, urging her, even entreating her. Yet still she resisted, standing near him indeed, but with a desperate reluctance at her heart, a shrinking unutterable from the bare thought of any closer proximity to him, that was as the instinctive recoil of purity from a thing unclean. The horror of his deed had returned upon her overwhelmingly with his brief reference to it. His lack of emotion seemed to her as hideous callousness, more horrible than the deed itself. His physical exhaustion had called her out of herself, but the reaction was doubly terrible. Nick said no more. He lay quite motionless, hardly seeming to breathe, and she realized that there was no repose in his attitude. He was not even trying to rest. She wrung her hands together. It could not go on, this tension. Either she must yield to his unspoken desire, or he would sit up and cry off the bargain. And she knew that sleep was a necessity to him. Common sense told her that he was totally unfit for further hardship without it. She closed her eyes a moment, summoning all her strength for the greatest sacrifice she had ever made, and then, in silence, she sat down beside him, within reach of his hand. He uttered a great sigh and suffered his whole body to relax, and she knew by the action, though he did not speak a word, that she had set his mind at rest. Scarcely a minute later, his quiet breathing told her that he slept, but she sat on by his side without moving during the long, empty hours of her vigil. He had trusted her without a question, and, as her father's daughter, she would, at whatever cost, prove herself worthy of his trust. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by djwhitney. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 7, The Coming of an Army. Through a great part of the night that followed, they tramped steadily southward. The stars were Nick's guides, though as time passed, he began to make his way with the confidence of one well acquainted with his surroundings. The instinct of locality was a sixth sense with him. Hand in hand over rocky ground, through deep ravines, by steep and difficult tracks, they made their desperate way. Sometimes in the distance, dim figures moved mysteriously, revealed by starlight, but none questioned or molested them. They passed from rock to rock, through the heart of the enemy's country, unrecognized, unobserved. There were times when Nick grasped his revolver under his disguise, ready at a moment's notice, to keep his word to the girl's father should detection be their portion. But each time as the danger passed them by, he tightened his hold upon her, drawing her forward with greater assurance. They scarcely spoke throughout the long, long march. Muriel had moved at first with a certain elasticity, thankful to escape at last from the horrors of their resting place. But very soon a great weariness came upon her. She was physically unfit for any prolonged exertion. The long strain of the siege had weakened her more than she knew. Nevertheless, she kept on bravely, uttering no complaint, urged to utmost effort by the instinctive desire to escape. It was this one idea that occupied all her thoughts during that night. She shrank with a vivid horror from looking back, and she could not see into the dim, blank future. It was mercifully screened from her sight. At her third heavy stumble, Nick stopped and made her swallow some raw brandy from his flask. This buoyed her up for a while, but it was evident to them both that her strength was fast failing. And presently he stopped again, and without a word lifted her in his arms. She gasped a protest to which he made no response. His arms compassed her like steel, making her feel helpless as an infant. He was limping himself, she noticed, yet he bore her strongly without faltering, sure-footed as a mountain goat over the broken ground, till he found at length what he deemed a safe halting place in a clump of stunted trees. The sunrise revealed a native village standing among rice and cotton fields in the valley below them. "I shall have to go foraging," Nick said. But Muriel's nerves, that had been tottering on the verge of collapse for some time, here broke down completely. She clung to him hysterically and entreated him not to leave her. "I can't bear it, I can't bear it," she kept reiterating. "If you go, I must go too. I can't stay here alone." He gave way instantly, seeing that she was in a state of mind that bordered upon distraction, and that he could not safely leave her. He sat down beside her, therefore, making her as comfortable as he could, and she presently slept with her head upon his shoulder. It was but a broken slumber, however, and she awoke from it crying wildly that a man was being murdered, and imploring him with agonized tears to intervene. He quieted her with a steady insistence that gained its end, though she crouched against him sobbing for some time after. As the sun rose higher, her fever increased, but she remained conscious and suffering intensely all through the heat of the day. Then, as the evening drew on, she slipped into a heavy stupor. It was the opportunity Nick had awaited for hours, and he seized it. Laying her back in the deep shadow of a boulder, he went swiftly down into the valley. The last light was passing as he strode through the village, a gaunt, silent figure in a hillman's dress, a native dagger in his girdle. Save that he had pulled the chudda well over his face, he attempted no concealment. He glided by a ring of old men seated about a fire, moving like a shadow through the glare. They turned to view him, but he had already passed with the tread of a wolf, and the mud wall of one of the cottages hid him from sight. Into this hut he dived as though some instinct guided him. He paid no heed to a woman on a string bedstead, with a baby at her breast who chattered shrilly at his entrance. Preparations for a meal were in progress, and he scarcely paused before he lighted upon what he sought. A small earthen pitcher stood on the mud floor. He swooped upon it, caught it up, splashing milk in all directions, clapped his hand, yellow and claw-like, upon the mouth, and was gone. There arose a certain hue and cry behind him, but he was swiftly beyond detection, a fleeing shadow up the hillside. And the baffled villagers, returning, found comfort in the reflection that he was doubtless a holy man, and that his brief visit would surely entail a blessing. By the time they arrived at this conclusion, Nick was kneeling by the girl's side, supporting her while she drank. The nourishment revived her. She came to herself and thanked him. "You will have some too," said she anxiously. And Nick drank also, with a laugh and a joke to cloak his eagerness. That draught of milk was more to him at that moment than the choicest wine of the gods. He sat down beside her again when he had thus refreshed himself. He thought that she was drowsy, and was surprised when presently she laid a trembling hand upon his arm. He bent over her quickly. "What is it? Anything I can do?" She did not shrink from him any longer. He could but dimly see her face in the strong shadow cast by the moonlight behind the trees. "I want just to tell you, Nick," she said faintly, "that you will have to go on without me when the moon sets. You needn't mind about leaving me any more. I shall be dead before the morning comes. I'm not afraid. I think I'm rather glad. I am so very, very tired." Her weak voice failed. Nick was stooping low over her. He did not speak at once. He only took the nerveless hand that lay upon his arm and carried it to his lips, breathing for many seconds upon the cold fingers. When at length he spoke, his tone was infinitely gentle, but it possessed, notwithstanding, a certain quality of arresting force. "My dear," he said, "you belong to me now, you know. You have been given into my charge, and I am not going to part with you." She did not resist him or attempt to withdraw her hand, but her silence was scarcely the silence of acquiescence. When she spoke again after a long pause, there was a piteous break in her voice. "Why don't you let me die? I want to die. Why do you hold me back?" "Why?" said Nick swiftly. "Do you really want me to tell you why?" But there he checked himself with a sharp indrawn breath. The next instant he laid her hand gently down. "You will know some day, Muriel," he said. "But for the present you will have to take my reason on trust. I assure you it is a very good one." The restraint of his words was marked by a curious vehemence, but this she was too ill at the time to heed. She turned her face away almost fretfully. "Why should I live?" she moaned. "There is no one wants me now." "That will never be true while I live," Nick answered steadily, and his tone was the tone of a man who registers a vow. But again she did not heed him. She had suffered too acutely and too recently to be comforted by promises. Moreover, she did not want consolation. She wanted only to shut her eyes and die. In her weakness, she had not fancied that he could deny her this. And so, when presently he roused her by lifting her to resume the journey, she shed piteous tears upon his shoulder, imploring him to leave her where she was. He would not listen to her. He knew that it was highly dangerous to rest so close to habitation, and he would not risk another day in such precarious shelter. So for hours he carried her, with a strength almost superhuman, forcing his physical powers into subjection to his will. Though limping badly, he covered several miles of wild and broken country, deserted for the most part, almost incredibly lonely, till towards sunrise he found a resting place in a hollow, high up in the side of a mountain, overlooking a winding, desolate pass. Muriel was either sleeping or sunk in the stupor of exhaustion. There was some brandy left in his flask, and he made her take a little. But it scarcely roused her, and she was too weak to notice that he did not touch any himself. All through the scorching day that followed, she dozed and woke in feverish unrest, sometimes rambling incoherently till he brought her gravely back, sometimes crying weakly, sometimes making feeble efforts to pray. All through the long burning hours he never stirred away from her. He sat close to her, often holding her in his arms, for she seemed less restless so, and perpetually he gazed out with terrible bloodshot eyes over the savage mountains through the long irregular line of pass, watching eagle-like, tireless and intent for the deliverance which, if it came at all, must come that way. His face was yellow and sunken, lined in 1,000 wrinkles like the face of a monkey, but his eyes remained marvelously bright. They looked as if they had not slept for years, as if they would never sleep again. He was at the end of his resources, and he knew it, but he would watch to the very end. He would die watching. As the sun sank in a splendor that transfigured the eternally white mountain crest to a mighty shimmer of rose and gold, He turned at last and looked down at the white face pillowed upon his arm. The eyes were closed. The ineffable peace of death seemed to dwell upon the quiet features. She had lain so for a long time, and he fancied her sleeping. He caught his breath, feeling for his flask, and for the first time his hands shook uncontrollably. But as the raw spirit touched her lips, he saw her eyelids quiver, and a great gasp of relief went through him. As she opened her eyes, he stayed his hand. It seemed cruel to bring her back, but the suffering and the half-instinctive look of horror passed from her eyes like a shadow as they rested upon him. There was even the very faint flicker of a smile about them. She turned her face slightly towards him with the gesture of a child nestling against his breast. Yet though she lay thus in his arms, he felt keenly, bitterly, that she was very far away from him. He hung over her, still holding himself in with desperate strength, not daring to speak lest he should disturb the holy peace that seemed to be drawing all about her. The sunset glory deepened. For a few seconds the crags above them glittered golden as the peaks of paradise, and in the wonderful silence Muriel spoke. "Do you see them?" she said. He saw that her eyes were turned upon the shining mountains. There was a strange light on her face. "See what, darling?" he asked her softly. Her eyes came back to him for a moment. They had a thoughtful, wondering look. "How strange," she said slowly. "I thought it was an eagle." The detachment of her tone cut him to the heart, and suddenly the pain of it was more than he could bear. "It is I, Nick," he told her with urgent emphasis. "Surely you know me." But her eyes had passed beyond him again. "Nick," she questioned to herself. "Nick." But this was an eagle. She was drawing away from him, and he could not hold her, could not even hope to follow her whither she went. A great sob broke from him, and in a moment, like the rush of an overwhelming flood from behind gates long closed, the anguish of the man burst its bonds. "Muriel," he cried passionately, "Muriel, stay with me, look at me, love me. There is nothing in the mountains to draw you. It is here beside you, touching you, holding you. Oh, God," he prayed brokenly, "she doesn't understand me. Let her understand. Open her eyes, make her see." His agony reached her, touched her, for a moment held her. She turned her eyes back to his tortured face. "But, Nick," she said softly, "I can see." He bent lower. "Yes," he said in a choked voice, "yes." She regarded him with a faint wonder. Her eyes were growing heavy as the eyes of a tired child. She raised one hand and pointed vaguely. "Over there," she said wearily. "Can't you see them?" Then perhaps it was a dream, or even perhaps a vision. "Don't you remember how it went? And behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire. God sent them, you know." The tired voice ceased. Her head sank lower upon Nick's breast. She gave a little quivering sigh and seemed to sleep. And Nick turned his tortured eyes upon the past below him and stared downwards, spellbound. Was he dreaming also? Or was it perchance a vision, the trick of his fevered fancy? There, at his feet, not 50 yards from where he sat, he beheld men, horses, guns, winding along a narrow, unbroken line as far as he could see. A great surging filled his ears, and through it he heard himself shout once, twice, and yet a third time to the phantom army below. The surging swelled in his brain to a terrific tumult, a confusion indescribable. And then something seemed to crack inside his head. The dark peaks swayed giddily against the darkening sky and toppled inwards without sound. The last thing he knew was the call of a bugle, tense and shrill, as the buzz of a mosquito close to his ear. And he laughed aloud to think how so small a thing had managed to deceive him. End of Chapter 7.
Part 2, Chapter 8 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 8. Comrades. The jingling notes of a piano, playing an air from a comic opera, floated cheerily forth into the magic silence of the Simla pines, and abruptly, almost spasmodically, a cracked voice began to sing. It was a sentimental ditty, treated jocosely, and its frivolity rippled out into the midday silence with something of the effect of a monkey's chatter. The Kit Mutgar on the veranda would have looked scandalized, or at best contemptuous, had it not been his role to express nothing but the dignified humility of the native servant. He was waiting for his mistress to come out of the nursery, where her voice could be heard talking imperiously to her baby's ayah. He had already waited some minutes, and he would probably have waited much longer, for his patience was inexhaustible, had it not been for that sudden, irresponsible, and wholly tuneless burst of song. But the second line was scarcely ended before she came hurriedly forth, nearly running into his stately person in her haste. "Oh, dear Sammy!" she exclaimed with some annoyance. "Why didn't you tell me Captain Ratcliffe was here?" She hastened past along the veranda with the words, not troubling about his explanation, and entered the room whence the music proceeded at a run. "My dear Nick," she said impulsively, "I had no idea." The music ceased in a jangle of wrong notes, and Nick sprang to his feet, his yellow face wearing a grin of irrepressible gaiety. "So I gathered, O elect lady," he rejoined, seizing her outstretched hands and kissing first one and then the other. "And I took the first method that presented itself of making myself known. So they beguiled you to Simla, after all." "Yes, I had to come for my baby's sake. They thought at first it would have to be home and no compromise. I'm longing to show him to you, Nick. Only 6 months and such a pet already. But tell me about yourself. I'm sure you've come off the sick list too soon. You look as if you had come straight from a lengthy stay with the Bandar log." "Tu quoque," laughed Nick, "and with far less excuse. Only you managed to look charming notwithstanding, which is beyond me. Do you know, Mrs. Musgrave, you don't do justice to the compromise? I should be furious with you if I were Will." Mrs. Musgrave frowned at him. She was a very pretty woman, possessing a dainty and not wholly unconscious charm. "Tell me about yourself, Nick," she commanded, "and don't be ridiculous. You can't possibly judge impartially on that head, as you haven't the smallest idea as to how ill I have been. I am having a rest cure now, you must know, and I don't go anywhere, or I should have come to see you in hospital." "Good thing you didn't take the trouble," said Nick. "I've been sleeping for the last 3 weeks, and I'm only just awake." Mrs. Musgrave looked at him with a very friendly smile. "Poor Nick," she said. And Warra was relieved after all. He jerked up his shoulders. After a fashion, Grange was the only white man left, and he hadn't touched food for 3 days. If Muriel Roscoe had stayed, she would have been dead before Bassett got anywhere near them. There are times when the very fact of suffering actively keeps people alive. It was that with her. He spoke briefly, almost harshly, and immediately turned from the subject. I suppose you are very anxious about your cousin. Poor Blake Grange? Of course I was. But I was anxious, horribly anxious, about you all. There was a quiver of deep feeling in Mrs. Musgrave's voice. Thank you, said Nick. He reached out a skeleton finger and laid it on her arm. I thought you would be feeling soft-hearted, so I have come to ask you a favor. Not that I shouldn't have come in any case, but it seemed a suitable moment to choose. Mrs. Musgrave laughed a little. Have you ever found me anything but kind? She questioned. Never, said Nick. You're the best pal I ever had, which is the exact reason for my coming here today. Mrs. Musgrave, I want you to be awfully good to Muriel Roscoe. She needs someone to help her along just now. Mrs. Musgrave opened her eyes wide, but she said nothing at once, for Nick had sprung to his feet and was restlessly pacing the room. Come back, Nick, she said at last. Tell me a little about her. We have never met, you know. And why do you ask this of me, when she is in Lady Bassett's care? Lady Bassett, said Nick. He made a hideous grimace and said no more. Mrs. Musgrave laughed. How eloquent. Do you hate her too, then? I thought all men worshipped at that shrine. Nick came back and sat down. I nearly killed her once, he said. What a pity you didn't quite, ejaculated Mrs. Musgrave. Nick grinned. Sits the wind in that quarter? I wonder why. Oh, I hate her by instinct, declared Mrs. Musgrave recklessly, though her scented notes to me always begin, Dearest Daisy. She always disapproved of me openly till baby came. But she has found another niche for me now. I'm not supposed to be so fascinating as I was. She prefers unattractive women. Gracious heaven, interjected Nick. Yes, you may laugh. I do myself. Daisy Musgrave spoke almost fiercely, notwithstanding. She's years older than I am, anyhow, and I shall score some day if I don't now. Have you ever watched her dance? There's a sort of snaky, coiling movement runs up her whole body. Goodness! Breaking off abruptly, I'm getting venomous myself. I had better stop before I frighten you away. Oh, don't mind me, laughed Nick. No one knows better than I that she is made to twist all ways. She hates me as a cobra hates a mongoose. Really? Daisy Musgrave was keenly interested. But why? He shook his head. You had better ask Lady Bassett. It may be because I had the misfortune to set fire to her once. It is true I extinguished her afterwards, but I don't think she enjoyed it. It was a humiliating process. Besides, it spoilt her dress. But she is always so gracious to you, protested Daisy. Honey sweet, that's exactly how I know her cobra feelings. And that brings me round to Muriel Roscoe again, and the favor I have to ask. Daisy shot him a sudden shrewd glance. Do you want to marry her? She asked him point blank. Nick's colorless eyebrows went up till they nearly met his colorless hair. Dearest Daisy, he said, you are a genius. I mean to do that very thing. Daisy got up and softly closed the window. Surely she is very young, she said. Is she in love with you? She did not turn at the sound of his laugh. She had almost expected it, for she knew Nick Radcliffe as very few knew him. The bond of sympathy between them was very strong. Can you imagine any girl falling in love with me? He asked. Of course I can. You're not so unique as that. There isn't a man in the universe that some woman couldn't be fool enough to love. "Many thanks," said Nick. "Then I may count upon your support, may I? I know Lady Bassett will put a spoke in my wheel if she can, but I have Sir Reginald's consent. He is Muriel's guardian, you know. Also, I had her father's approval in the first place. It has got to be soon, you see, Daisy. The present state of affairs is unbearable. She will be miserable with Lady Bassett." Daisy still stood with her back to him. She was fidgeting with the blind cord, her pretty face very serious. "I am not sure," she said slowly, "that it lies in my power to help you. Of course I am willing to do my best, because, as you say, we are pals. But, Nick, she is very young, and if she really doesn't love you, you mustn't ask me to persuade her." Nick sprang up impulsively. "Oh, but you don't understand," he said quickly. "She would be happy enough with me. I would see to that. I would be awfully good to her, Daisy." She turned swiftly at the unwonted quiver in his voice. "My dear Nick," she said earnestly, "I am sure of it. You could make any woman who loved you happy. But no one knows the misery that may result from a marriage without love on both sides, except those who have made one." There was something almost passionate in her utterance, but she turned it off quickly with a smile and a friendly hand upon his arm. "Come," she said lightly, "I want to show you my boy. I left him almost in tears, but he always smiles when he sees his mother." "Who doesn't?" said Nick gallantly, following her lead. End of Chapter 8. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 9 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by djwhitney. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 9. The School of Sorrow. The aromatic scent of the Simla pines literally encircled and pervaded the Bassett's bungalow, penetrating to every corner. Lady Bassett was wont to pronounce it distractingly sweet when her visitors drew her attention to the fact. Hers was among the daintiest as well as the best situated bungalows in Simla, and she was pleasantly aware of a certain envy on the part of her many acquaintances, which added a decided relish to the flavor of her own appreciation. But notwithstanding this, she was hardly ever to be found at home except by appointment. Her social engagements were so numerous that, as she often pathetically remarked, she scarcely ever enjoyed the luxury of solitude. As a hostess, she was indefatigable, and being an excellent bridge player as well as a superb dancer, it was not surprising that she occupied a fairly prominent position in her own select circle. In appearance, she was a woman of about 35, though the malicious added a few dozen years more to her credit, with fair hair, a peculiarly soft voice, and a smile that was slightly twisted. She was always exquisitely dressed, always cool, always gentle, never hasty in word or deed. If she ever had reason to rebuke or snub, it was invariably done with the utmost composure, but with deadly effect upon the offender. Lady Bassett was generally acknowledged to be unanswerable at such times by all but the very few who did not fear her. There were not many who really felt at ease with her, and Muriel Roscoe was emphatically not one of the number. Her father had nominated Sir Reginald her guardian, and Sir Reginald, aware of this fact, had sent her at once to his wife in Simla. The girl had been too ill at the time to take any interest in her destination or ultimate disposal. It was true that she had never liked Lady Bassett, that she had ever felt shy and constrained in her presence, and that had she been consulted, she would probably have asked to be sent to England. But Sir Reginald had been too absorbed in the task before him to spend much thought on his dead comrade's child at that juncture, and he had followed the simplest course that presented itself, allowing Nick Ratcliffe to retain the privilege which General Roscoe himself had bestowed. Thus Muriel had come at last into Lady Bassett's care, and she was only just awakening to the fact that it was by no means the guardianship she would have chosen for herself had she been in a position to choose. As the elasticity of her youth gradually asserted itself, and the life began to flow again in her veins, the power to suffer returned to her, and in the anguish of her awakening faculties, she knew how utterly she was alone. It was in one sense a relief that Lady Bassett, being caught in the full swing of the Simla season, was unable to spare much of her society for the suddenly bereaved girl who had been thrust upon her. But there were times during that period of dragging convalescence when any presence would have been welcome. She was no longer acutely ill, but a low fever hung about her, a species of physical inertia against which she had no strength to struggle, and often she wondered to herself with a dreary amazement why she still lived, why she had survived the horrors of that flight through the mountains, why she had been thus, as it were, cast upon a desert rock, when all that had made life good in her eyes had been ruthlessly swept away. At such times there would come upon her a loneliness almost unthinkable, a shrinking more terrible than the fear of death, and the future would loom before her black as night, a blank and awful desert, which she felt she could never dare to travel. Sometimes in her dreams there would come to her other visions of the gay world that throbbed so close to her, the world she had entered with her father so short a time before. She would hear again the hubbub of laughing voices, the music, the tramp of dancing feet, and she would start from her sleep to find only a great emptiness, a listening silence, an unspeakable desolation. If she ever thought of Nick in those days, it was as a phantom that belonged to the nightmare that lay behind her. He had no part in her present, and the future she could not bring herself to contemplate. No one even mentioned his name to her till one day Lady Bassett entered her room before starting for a garden party at Vice-Regal Lodge, a faint flush on her cheeks, and her blue eyes brighter than usual. "I've just received a note from Captain Ratcliffe, dear Muriel," she said. "I have already mentioned to him that you are too unwell to think of receiving anyone at present, but he announces his intention of paying you a visit notwithstanding. Perhaps you would like to write him a note yourself and corroborate what I have said." "Captain Ratcliffe," Muriel echoed blankly, as though the name conveyed nothing to her. And then with a great start, as the blood rushed to her white cheeks, "Oh, you mean Nick. I had almost forgotten his other name. Does he want to see me? Is he in Simla still?" She turned her hot face away with a touch of petulance from the peculiar look with which Lady Bassett was regarding her. What did she mean by looking at her so, she wondered irritably. There followed a pause, and Lady Bassett began to fasten her many-buttoned gloves. "Of course, dear," she said gently at length, "there is not the smallest necessity for you to see him. Indeed, if my advice were asked, I should recommend you not to do so. For after such a terrible experience as yours, one cannot be too circumspect. It is so perilously easy for rumors to get about. I will readily transmit a message for you if you desire it, though I think, on the whole, it would be more satisfactory if you were to write him a line yourself to say that you cannot receive him." "Why?" demanded Muriel with sudden, unexpected energy. She turned back again and looked at Lady Bassett with a quick gleam that was almost a challenge in her eyes. "Why should I not see him? After all, I suppose I ought to thank him. Besides, why should I not? She could not have said what moved her to this unwanted self-assertion. Had Lady Bassett required her to see Nick, she would probably have refused to do so, and listlessly dismissed the matter from her mind. But there was that in Lady Bassett's manner which roused her antagonism almost instinctively. But vaguely understanding, she yet resented the soft-spoken words. Moreover, a certain perversity born of her weakness urged her. What right had Lady Bassett to deny her to anyone? "When is he coming?" she asked. "I will see him when he comes." Lady Bassett yielded the point at once with the faintest possible shrug. "As you wish, dear child, of course. But I do beg of you to be prudent. He speaks of coming this afternoon. But would you not like him to postpone his visit till I can be with you?" "No, I don't think so," Muriel said with absolute simplicity. "Ah, well." Lady Bassett spoke in a tone of one repudiating all responsibility. She bent over the girl with a slightly wry smile and kissed her forehead. "Goodbye, dearest. I shouldn't encourage him to stay long if I were you, and I think you would be wise to call him Captain Ratcliffe now that you are living a civilized life once more." Muriel turned her face aside with a species of bored patience that could scarcely be termed tolerance. She did not understand these veiled warnings, and she cared too little for Lady Bassett and her opinions to trouble herself about them. She had never liked her, though she knew that her father had conscientiously tried to do so for the sake of his friend Sir Reginald. As Lady Bassett went away, she rubbed the place on her forehead which her cold lips had touched. "If she only knew how I hate being kissed," she murmured to herself. And then, with an effort, she rose and moved wearily across the room to ring the bell. Since, by some unaccountable impulse, she had decided to see Nick, it might be advisable, she reflected, to give her own orders regarding his visit. Having done so, she lay down again, but she did not sleep. Sleep was an elusive spirit in those days. It sometimes seemed to her that she was too worn out mentally and physically ever to rest naturally again. Nearly an hour passed away while she lay almost unconsciously listening, and then, suddenly, with a sense of having experienced it all long before, there came to her the sound of careless footsteps, and of a voice that hummed. It went through her heart like a sword thrust, as she called to mind that last night at Fort Warra, when she had clung to her father for the last time and had heard him bid her goodbye till they should meet again. With a choked sensation she rose and stood steadying herself by the back of the sofa. Could she go through this interview? Could she bear it? Her heart was beating in heavy, sickening throbs. For an instant she almost thought of escaping and sending word that she was not equal to seeing anyone, as Lady Bassett had already intimated. But even as the impulse flashed through her brain, she realized that it was too late. The shadow of the native servant had already darkened the window, and she knew that Nick was just behind him on the veranda. With a great sobbing gasp, she turned herself to meet him. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 10. The Eagle Swoops. He came in as lightly and as unceremoniously as though they had parted but the day before, a smile of greeting upon his humorous yellow face, words of careless good fellowship upon his lips. He took her hand for an instant, and she felt rather than saw that he gave her a single scrutinizing glance from under eyelids that flickered incessantly. "I see you are better," he said, "so I won't put you to the trouble of saying so. I suppose dear Lady Bassett has gone to the vice-regal garden party, but it's all right. I told her I was coming. Did you have to persuade her very hard to let you see me?" Muriel stiffened a little at this inquiry. Her agitation was rapidly subsiding. It left her vaguely chilled, even disappointed. She had forgotten how cheerily inconsequent Nick could be. "I didn't persuade her at all," she said coldly. "I simply told her that I should see you in order." "Yes?" queried Nick, looking delighted. "In order." To her annoyance, she felt herself flushing. With a gesture of weariness, she dismissed the sentence and sat down. She had meant to make him a brief and gracious speech of gratitude for his past care of her, but somehow it stuck in her throat. Besides, it was quite obvious that he did not expect it. He came and sat down beside her on the sofa. "Let's talk things over," he said. "You are out of the doctor's hands, I'm told." Muriel was leaning back against the cushions. She did not raise her heavy eyes to answer. "Oh, yes, ever so long ago. I'm quite well, only rather tired still." She frowned slightly as she gave this explanation. Though his face was not turned in her direction, she had a feeling that he was still closely observant of her. He nodded to himself twice while he listened, and then suddenly he reached out and laid his hand upon both of hers as they rested in her lap. "I'm awfully pleased to hear you're quite well," he said, in a voice that seemed to crack on a note of laughter. "It makes my business all the easier. I've come to ask you, dear, how soon you can possibly make it convenient to marry me. Today? Tomorrow? Next week? I don't, of course, want to hurry you unduly, but there doesn't seem to be anything to wait for. And personally, I abhor waiting, don't you?" He turned towards her with the last words. He had spoken very gently, but there seemed to be an element of humor in all that he said. Muriel's eyes were wide open by the time he ended. She was staring at him in blank astonishment. The flush of her face had deepened to crimson. "Marry you?" she gasped at length, stammering in her confusion. "I? Why, whatever made you dream of such a thing?" "I'll tell you," said Nick instantly, and quite undismayed. "I dreamed that a certain friend of mine was lonely and heartsick and sad, and she wanted horribly someone to come and take care of her, to cheer her up, to lift her over the bad places, to give her things which, if they couldn't compensate for all she had lost, would be anyhow a bit of a comfort to her. And then I remembered how she belonged to me, how she had been given to me by her own father to cherish and care for. So I plucked up courage to intrude upon her while she was still wallowing in her slough of despair, and I didn't pester her with preliminaries. We're past that stage, you and I, Muriel. I simply came to her because it seemed absurd to wait any longer. I asked her, humble-like, to fix a day when we could get up very early and bribe the Padre and sweet Lady Bassett to do likewise, and have a short, very short service, all to ourselves at church. And when it was over, we would just say goodbye to all kind friends and depart. Won't you give the matter your serious consideration? Believe me, it's worth it." He still held her hand closely in his, while he poured out his rapid explanation, and his eyebrows worked up and down so swiftly that Muriel was fascinated by them. His eyes baffled her completely. They were like a glancing flame. She listened to his proposal with more of bewilderment than consternation. It took her breath away without exactly frightening her. The steady grasp of his hand and the exceedingly practical tones of his voice kept her from unreasoning panic. But she was too greatly astounded to respond very promptly. "Tell me what you think about it," he said gently. But she was utterly at a loss to describe her feelings. She shook her head and was silent. After a little he went on, still quickly, but with less impetuosity. "It isn't just a sudden fancy of mine, this. Don't think it. There's nothing capricious about me. Your father knew about it, and because he knew, he put you in my care. It was his sole reason for trusting you to me. I had his full approval." He paused, for her fingers had closed suddenly within his own. She was looking at him no longer. Her memory had flashed back to that last terrible night of her father's life. Again she heard him telling her of the one man to whom he had entrusted her, who would make it his sole business to save her, who would protect her life with his own. Heard his speculative question as to whether she knew whom he meant, recalled her own quick reply and his answer. With a sudden sense of suffocation, she freed her hand and rose. Once more her old aversion to this man swept over her in a nauseating wave. Once more there rose before her eyes the dread vision which for many, many nights had haunted her persistently, depriving her of all rest, all peace of mind. The vision of a man in his death struggle, fighting, agonizing, under those merciless fingers. It was more than she could bear. She covered her eyes, striving to shut out the sight that tortured her weary brain. "Oh, I don't know if I can," she almost wailed. "I don't know if I can." Nick did not move, and yet it seemed to her in those moments of reawakened horror as if by some magnetic force he still held her fast. She strove against it with all her frenzied strength, but it eluded her, baffled her, conquered her. When he spoke at length, she turned and listened, lacking the motive power to resist. "There is nothing to frighten you, anyhow," he said, and the tone in which he said it was infinitely comforting, infinitely reassuring. "I only want to take care of you, for you're a lonely little soul, not old enough or wise enough to look after yourself, and I'll be awfully good to you, Muriel, if you'll have me." Something in those last words, a hint of pleading, of coaxing even, found its way to her heart, as it were, against her will. Moreover, what he said was true. She was lonely, miserably, unspeakably lonely. All her world was in ashes around her, and there were times when its desolation positively appalled her. But she still stood irresolute. Could she, dared she, take this step? What if that phantom of horror pursued her relentlessly to the day of her death? Would she not come in time to shrink with positive loathing from this man whose offer of help she now felt so strangely tempted in her utter friendlessness to accept? It was impossible to answer these tormenting questions satisfactorily. But there was nothing, so she told herself, to be gained by waiting. She had no one to advise her, no one really to mind what happened to her, with the single exception of this friend of hers, who only wanted to take care of her. And, after all, since misery was to be her portion, what did it matter? Why should she refuse to listen to him? Had he not shown her already that he could be kind? A sudden warmth of gratitude towards him stirred in her heart, a tiny flame springing up among the ashes of her youth. Her horror sank away like an evil dream. She turned round with a certain deliberation that had grown upon her of late, and went back to Nick, still seated on the sofa. "I don't care much what I do now," she said wearily. "I will marry you, if you wish it, If you are quite sure, you will never wish you hadn't." "Well done," said Nick with instant approval. "That's settled then, for I was quite sure of that ages ago." He smiled at her quizzically, his face a mask of banter. Of what his actual feelings were at that moment, she had not the faintest idea. With a piteous little smile in answer, she laid her hand upon his knee. "You will have to be very patient with me," she said tremulously. "For remember, I have come to the end of everything, and you are the only friend I have left." He took her hand into his own again, with a grasp that was warm and comforting. "My dear," he said very kindly, "I shall always remember that you once told me so." End of Chapter 10. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 11 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 11. The First Flight. Muriel lay awake for hours that night, going over and over that interview with Nick, till her tired brain reeled. She was not exactly frightened by this new element that had come into her life. The very fact of having something definite to look forward to was a relief after dwelling for so long in the sunless void of non-expectancy. But she was by no means sure that she welcomed so violent a disturbance at the actual heart of her darkened existence. She could not, moreover, wholly forget her fear of the man who had saved her by main force from the fate she would fain have shared with her father. His patience, his almost womanly gentleness notwithstanding, she could not forget the demon of violence and bloodshed that she knew to be hidden away somewhere behind that smiling yellow mask. She marveled at herself for her tame surrender, but she felt it to be irrevocable nevertheless. So broken was she by adversity that she lacked the energy to resist him, or even to desire to do so. She tried to comfort herself with the thought that she was carrying out her father's wishes for her. But this did not take her very far. She could not help the doubt arising as to whether he had ever really gauged Nick's exceedingly elusive character. Tired out, at last she slept, and dreamed that an eagle had caught her and was bearing her swiftly through wide spaces to his eyrie in the mountains. It was a long, breathless flight, fraught with excitement and a nameless exultation that pierced her like pain. She awoke from it with a cry that was more of disappointment than relief, and started up, gasping, to hear horses' hoofs dancing in the compound below her window, to the sound of a cracked, hilarious voice. She almost laughed as she realized what it was, and in a moment all her misgivings of the night vanished, like wraiths of the darkness. He had extracted a promise from her to ride with him at dawn, and he meant to keep her to it. She got up and pulled aside the blind. A wild view, "Hulloa!" greeted her, and she dropped it again sharply. But not before she had seen Nick prancing about the drive on a giddy, long-limbed whaler, and making frantic signs to her to join him. Another horse with a side saddle was waiting, held by the grinning little Sayce. The sun was already rising rapidly behind the mountains. She began to race through her toilet at a speed that showed her to have caught some of the fever of her cavalier's impatience. She wondered what Lady Bassett thought of the disturbance. Lady Bassett never rose early, and nearly laughed out loud. Hastening out at length, she found Nick dismounted and waiting for her by the veranda steps. He sprang up to meet her with an eager whoop of greeting. "Hope you enjoyed my serenade. Come along, there's no time to waste." "Jacko turned red some minutes ago. Were you asleep?" Muriel admitted the fact. "And dreaming of me?" he rattled on, "as was sweet and proper." She did not answer, and he laughed like a boy, rudely, but not insolently. "Didn't I know it? Jump up. We're going to have a glorious gallop. I brought some slabs of chocolate to keep you from starvation. Ready? Heave-ho, my dear girl. You're disgracefully light still. Why don't you eat more?" "You're as thin as a herring yourself," Muriel retorted, with a most unwonted flash of spirit. He lifted his grinning face to her as she settled herself in the saddle, and then, uncovering swiftly, he bent and kissed the black cloth of her habit, humbly, reverently, as became a slave. It sent a queer thrill through her, that kiss of his. She felt that it was in some fashion a revelation, but she was still too blinded by groping in dark places to understand its message. As they trotted side by side out of the compound, she knew her face was burning, and turned it aside that he might not see. It was a wonderful morning. There was intoxication in the scent of the pines. The whole atmosphere seemed bewitched. They gave their horses the rein and raced with the wind through an enchanted world. It was the wildest, most alluring ride that she had ever known, and when Nick called a halt at last, she protested with a flushed face and sparkling eyes. Nevertheless, it was good to sit and watch the rapid transformation that the sun god was weaving all about them. She saw the spurs of Jacko fade from pink to purest amber, and then in the passage of a few seconds gleam silver in the flood of glory that topped the highest crests. And her heart fluttered oddly at the sight, while again she thought of the eagle of her dream, cleaving the wide spaces and bearing her also. She glanced round for Nick, but he had wheeled his horse and was staring out towards the plains. She wondered what was passing in his mind, for he sat like a statue, his face turned from her, and suddenly the dread loneliness of the mountains gripped her as with a chilly hand. It seemed as if they too were alone together in all the world. She walked over to him. "I'm cold, Nick," she said, breaking in upon his silence almost apologetically. "Shall we go?" He stretched out a hand to her without turning his head, without speaking. But she would not put her own within it, for she was afraid. After a long pause, he gave a sudden sharp sigh and pulled his horse round. "Hey, cold? We'll fly down to Annandale. There's plenty of time before us. By the way, I want to introduce you to a friend of mine, Daisy Musgrave. Ever heard of her? She and Blake Grange are first cousins. You'll like Daisy. We are great chums, she and I." Muriel had heard of her from Captain Grange. She had also once upon a time met Daisy's husband. "I liked him rather," she said, "but I thought he must be very young." "So he is," said Nick, "a mere infant. He's in the civil service and works like an ox. Mrs. Musgrave is very delicate, She and the baby were packed off here in a hurry. I believe she has a weak heart. She may have to go home to recruit even now. She doesn't go out at all herself, but she hopes I will take you to see her. Will you come?" Muriel hesitated for a moment. "Nick," she said, "are you telling everybody of our engagement?" "Of course," said Nick instantly. "Why not?" She could not tell him. Only she was vaguely dismayed. "I told Lady Bassett yesterday evening," he went on. "Didn't she say anything to you?" "Oh, yes. She kissed me and said she was very pleased." Muriel's cheeks burned at the recollection. "How nice of her," commented Nick. He shot her a sidelong glance. "Dear Lady Bassett always says and does the right thing at the right moment. It's her specialty. That's why we are all so fond of her." Muriel made no response, though keenly aware of the subtlety of this speech. So Nick disliked her hostess also. She wondered why. "You see," he proceeded presently, "it is as well to be quite open about it, as we are going to be married so soon. Of course everyone realizes that it is to be a strictly private affair. You needn't be afraid of any demonstration." It was not that had induced her feeling of dismay, but she could not tell him so. "And Mrs. Musgrave knows?" she questioned. "I told her first," said Nick. "But you mustn't mind her. She won't commit the fashionable blunder of congratulating you." Muriel laughed nervously. She longed to say something careless and change the subject, but she was feeling stiff and unnatural, and words failed her. Nick brought his horse up close to hers. "There's one thing I want to say to you, Muriel, before we go down," he said. "Oh? What?" She turned a scared face towards him. "Nothing to alarm you," said Nick, frowning at her quizzically. "I wanted to say it some minutes ago, only I was shy. Look here, dear." He held out to her a twist of tissue paper on the palm of his hand. "It's a ring I want you to wear for me. There's a message inside it. Read it when you are alone." Muriel looked at the tiny packet without taking it. She had turned very white. "Oh, Nick," she faltered at last. Are you quite sure?" "Quite sure of what?" questioned Nick. "Your mind or my own?" "Don't," she begged tremulously. "I can't laugh over this." "Laugh?" said Nick sharply, and then swiftly his whole manner changed. "Yes, it's all right, dear," he said, smiling at her. "Take it, won't you? I am quite sure." She took it obediently, but her reluctance was still manifest. Nick, however, did not appear to notice this. "Don't look at it now," he said. "Wait till I'm not there. Put it away somewhere for the present, and let's have another gallop." She glanced at him as she slipped his gift into her pocket. "Won't you let me thank you, Nick?" she asked shyly. "Wait till you've seen it," he returned. "You may not think it worth it. Ready? 1, 2, 3. In the scamper that followed, the blood surged back to her face, and her spirits rose again, but in her secret heart there yet remained a nameless dread that she was as powerless to define as to expel. End of Chapter 11. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 12 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 12. The message. Lady Bassett was still invisible when Muriel returned to the bungalow, though breakfast was waiting for them on the veranda. She passed quickly through to her room and commenced hasty preparations for a bath. It had been a good ride, and she realized that though tired, she was also very hungry. She slipped Nick's gift out of the pocket of her riding habit, but she would not stop to open it then. That should come presently, when she had the whole garden to herself, and all the leisure of the long summer morning before her. She felt that, in a sense, she owed him that. But a note that caught her eye lying on the table she paused to open and hastily peruse. The writing was unfamiliar to her, a dashing, impetuous scrawl that excited her curiosity. Dear Miss Roscoe, it ran. Don't think me an unmitigated bore if you can help it. I am wondering if you would have the real kindness to waive ceremony and pay me a visit this afternoon. I shall be quite alone, unless my baby can be considered in the light of a social inducement. I know that Nick contemplates bringing you to see me, and so he shall, if you prefer it. But personally, I consider that he would be decidedly de trop. I feel that we shall soon know each other so well that a formal introduction seems superfluous. Let me know your opinion by word of mouth. Or if not, I shall understand. Nick, being of the inferior species, could hardly be expected to do so, though I admit that he is more generously equipped in the matter of intellect than most. Your friend-to-be, Daisy Musgrave. Muriel laid down the letter with a little smile. Its spontaneous friendliness was like a warm hand clasping hers. Yes, she would go, she decided, as she splashed refreshingly in her bath, and that not for Nick's sake. She knew instinctively that she was going to discover a close sympathy with this woman, who, though an utter stranger to her, yet knew how to draw her as a sister. And Muriel's longing for such human fellowship had already driven her to extremes. She had the note in her hand when she finally joined Lady Bassett upon the veranda. Lady Bassett, though ever gracious, was seldom at her best in the morning. She greeted the girl with a faint wry smile and proffered her nearest cheek to be kissed. "Quite an early bird, dear child," was her comment. "I should imagine Captain Ratcliffe's visitation awakened the whole neighborhood. I think you must not go out again with him before sunrise. I should not have advised it this morning if you had consulted me." Muriel flushed at the softly conveyed reproof. "It's not the first time," she said, in her deep voice that was always deepest when indignation moved her. "We have seen the sun rise together, and the moon rise, too, before today." Lady Bassett sighed gently. "I am sure, dearest," she said, "that you do not mean to be uncouth or unmannerly, far less that most odious of all propensities in a young girl, forward. But though my authority over you were to be regarded as so slight as to be quite negligible, I should still feel it my duty to remonstrate when I saw you committing a breach of the conventions which might be grievously misconstrued. I trust, dear Muriel, that you will bear my protest in mind and regulate your actions by it in the future. Will you take coffee?" Muriel had seated herself at the other side of the table and was regarding her with wide, dark eyes that were neither angry nor ashamed, only quite involuntarily disdainful. After a distinct pause, she decided to let the matter drop, reflecting that Lady Bassett's subtleties were never worth pursuing. "I'm going to see a friend of Nick's this afternoon," she said presently. I expect you know her. Mrs. Musgrave. Lady Bassett's forehead puckered a little. It could hardly be called a frown. Have you ever met Mrs. Musgrave? She asked. No, never. But she is Nick's friend, and of course I know her cousin, Captain Grange, quite well. Lady Bassett made no comment upon this. Of course, dear, she said, you are old enough to please yourself. But it is not usual, you know, to plunge into social pleasures after so recent a bereavement as yours. The sudden silence that followed this gentle reminder had in it something that was passionate. Muriel's face turned vividly crimson, and then gradually whitened to a startling pallor. "It is the last thing I should wish to do," she said in a stifled voice. Lady Bassett continued, softly suggestive. "I say nothing of your marriage, dear child, for that I am aware is practically a matter of necessity. But I do think that under the circumstances you can scarcely be too careful in what you do. Society is not charitably inclined towards those who even involuntarily transgress its rules, and you most emphatically are not in a position to do so willfully." She paused, for Muriel had risen unexpectedly to her feet. Her eyes were blazing in her white face. "Why should you call my marriage a matter of necessity?" she demanded. "Sir Reginald told me that my father had provided for me." Of course, dear." Lady Bassett uttered a faint, artificial laugh. "It is not a question of means at all. But there, since you are so childishly unsophisticated, I need not open your eyes. It is enough for you to know that there is a sufficiently urgent reason for your marriage, and the sooner it can take place the better. But in the meantime, let me counsel you to be as prudent as possible in all that you do. I assure you, dear, it is very necessary." Muriel received this homily in silence. She did not in the least understand to what these veiled allusions referred, and she decided impatiently that they were unworthy of her serious consideration. It was ridiculous to let herself be angry with Lady Bassett, as if it mattered in the least what she said or thought. She determined to pay her projected visit notwithstanding, and quietly said so, as she turned at length from the table. Lady Bassett raised no further remonstrance beyond a faint, eloquent lift of the shoulders, and Muriel went away into the shady compound, her step firmer and her dark head decidedly higher than usual. She felt for Nick's gift as she went, with a little secret sensation of pleasure. After all, why had she been afraid? All girls wore rings when they became engaged to be married. Reaching her favorite corner, she drew it forth from its hiding place, a quiver of excitement running through her. She was sitting in the hammock under the pines as she unwrapped it. The hot sunshine, glinting through the dark boughs overhead, flashed upon precious stones and dazzled her as the wisp of tissue paper fell from her hand. And in a moment she was looking at an old marquise ring of rubies in a setting of finely wrought gold. Her heart gave a throb of sheer delight at the beauty of the thing. She slipped it impetuously onto her finger and held it up to the sunlight. The rubies shone with a deep luster, red as heart's blood, ardent as flame. She gazed and gazed with sparkling, fascinated eyes. Suddenly his words flashed into her mind, a message inside it. She had been so caught by the splendor of the stones that she had not looked inside. She drew the ring from her finger and examined it closely with burning cheeks. Yes, there was a message. 3 words engraved in minute, old-fashioned characters inside the gold band. They were so tiny that it took her a long time to puzzle them out. With difficulty at length, she deciphered the quaint letters, but even then it was some time before she grasped the meaning that they spelt. It flashed upon her finally, as though a voice had spoken into her ear. The words were, Omnia vincit amor, and the ring in her hand was no longer the outward visible sign of her compact. It was a love token, given to her by a man who had spoken no word of love. End of Chapter 12. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 13 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 13. The Voice of a Friend. So you didn't bring Nick after all. That was nice of you, said Daisy Musgrave, with a little whimsical smile. I wanted to have you all to myself. The nicest of men can be horribly in the way sometimes. She smiled upon her visitor, whom she had placed in the easiest chair, and in the pleasantest corner of her drawing-room. Her pretty face was aglow with friendliness. No words of welcome were needed. Muriel was already feeling happier than she had felt for many, many weary weeks. It had been an effort to come, but she was glad that she had made it. It was kind of you to ask me, she said. Though, of course, I know that you did it for Nick's sake. You are quite wrong, Daisy answered instantly. He told me about you, I admit, but after that I wanted you for your own. And now I've got you, Muriel. I'm not going to stand on ceremony the least bit in the world. And you mustn't either. But I can see you won't. Your eyes are telling me things already. I don't get on with stiff people, somehow. Lady Bassett calls me effusive, and I think myself that there has been something meteoric about my birth star. Doubtless that is why I agree so well with Nick. He's meteoric, too. She slipped cozily down upon a stool by Muriel's side. He's a nice boy, isn't he? She said sympathetically. And is that his ring? Ah, let me look at it. I think I've seen it before. No, don't take it off. That's unlucky. But Muriel had already drawn it from her finger. It's beautiful, she said warmly. Do you know anything about it? It looks as if it had a history. It has, said Daisy. I remember now. He showed it to me once when I was staying at his brother's house in England. I know the Radcliffes well. My husband used to live with them as a boy. It came from the old maiden aunt who left him all his money. She gave it to him before she died, I believe, and told him to keep it for the woman he was sure to love some day. Nick was an immense favorite of hers. But the ring, urged Muriel. Daisy was frowning over the inscription within it, but she was fully aware of the soft color that had flooded the girl's face at her words. Omnia vincit amor. She read slowly. That is it, isn't it? Ah, yes. And the history of it. It's rather sad. Do you mind? I'm used to sad things, Muriel reminded her, with her face turned away toward the mountains. Daisy pressed her hand gently. It is a French ring, she said. It belonged to an aristocrat who was murdered in the Reign of Terror. He sent it by his servant to the girl he loved from the steps of the guillotine. I don't know their names. Nick didn't tell me that, but she was English. Muriel had turned quickly back. Her interest was aroused. Yes, she said eagerly, as Daisy paused. And she? She Daisy's voice had a sudden hard ring in it. She remained faithful to him for just 6 months. And then she married an Englishman. It was said that she did it against her will. Still, she did it. Luckily for her, perhaps, she died within the year when her child was born. Daisy rose abruptly and moved across the room. That was more than 100 years ago, she said, and women are as great fools still. If they can't marry the man they love, they'll marry anything. Muriel was silent. She felt as if she had caught sight of something that she had not been intended to see. But in a moment Daisy came back, and kneeling beside her, slipped the ring onto her finger again. "Yet love conquers all the same, dear," she said, passing her arm about the girl. "And yours is going to be a happy love story." The ring came finally into the possession of the lady's grandson, and it was he who gave it to Nick's aunt, the maiden aunt. It was her engagement ring. She never wore any other, and she only gave it to Nick when her fingers were too rheumatic to wear it any longer. Her lover, poor boy, was killed in the Crimea. There, forgive me if I have made you sad. Death is not really sad, you know, where there is love. People talk of it as if it conquered love, whereas it is in fact all the other way round. Love conquers death. Muriel hid her face suddenly on Daisy's shoulder. "Oh, are you quite sure?" she whispered. "I am quite sure, darling." The reply was instant and full of conviction. It doesn't need a good woman to be quite sure of that. Over and over again, it has been the only solid thing I have had to hold by. I've clung to it blindly in outer darkness. God only knows how often. Her arms tightened about Muriel, and she fell silent. For minutes the room was absolutely quiet. Then Muriel raised her head. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you so much." Her eyes were full of tears as her lips met Daisy's, but she brushed them swiftly away before they fell. Daisy was smiling at her. "Come," she said. "I want to show you my baby. He's just the weeest bit fractious, as he is cutting a tooth. The doctor says he'll be all right, but he still threatens to send us both to England." "And you don't want to go?" questioned Muriel. Daisy shook her head. "I want to see my cousin Blake," she said lightly, "when he comes marching home again. Did you hear the rumor that he's to have the V.C.? They ought to give it to Nick, too, if he does." "Oh, I shouldn't think so. Nick didn't do anything. At least," Muriel stumbled a little, "nothing to be proud of." Daisy laughed and caught her face between her hands. "Except save this girl from destruction," she said. "Doesn't that count? Oh, Muriel, I know exactly what made him want you. No, you needn't be afraid. I'm not going to tell you. Wild horses shan't drag it from me. But he's the luckiest man in India, and I think he knows it. What lovely hair you have. I'll come round early on your wedding day and do it for you. And what will you wear? It mustn't be a black wedding, whatever etiquette may decree. You look too pathetic in black, and it's a barbarous custom anyway. I have warned my husband fairly that if he goes into mourning for me, I'll never speak to him hereafter again. He's coming up to see us next week, and to discuss our fate with the doctor. Have you ever met Will?" "Once," said Muriel. "It was at a dance in Poona early last summer." "Ah, when I was at Mahabaleshwar. He's a good dancer, isn't he? He does most things well, I think." Daisy smiled tolerantly as she indicated the photograph of a boy upon the mantelpiece. "He isn't 16, she said. "He's nearly 28. Now come and see his son, and the light of my eyes." She linked her arm in Muriel's, and, still smiling, led her from the room. End of Chapter 13. Recording by John Brandon.
Chapter 14 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by djwhitney. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 14, The Poison of Adders. The week that followed that first visit of hers was a gradual renewal of life to Muriel. She had come through the darkest part of her trouble, and thick though the shadows might still lie about her, she had at last begun to see light ahead. She went again and yet again to see Daisy, and each visit added to her tranquility of mind. Daisy was wonderfully brisk for an invalid, and her baby was an endless source of interest. Even Lady Bassett could not cavil when her charge spoke of going to nursery tea at Mrs. Musgrave's. She made no attempt to check the ripening friendship, though Muriel was subtly aware that she did not approve of it. She also went every morning for a headlong gallop with Nick, who, in fact, would take no refusal in the matter. He came not at all to the house, except for these early visits, and she had a good many hours to herself. But her health was steadily improving, and her loneliness oppressed her less than formerly. She spent long mornings lying in the hammock under the pines, with only an occasional monkey far above her to keep her company. It was her favorite haunt, and she grew to look upon it as exclusively her own. There was a tiny rustic summer house near it, which no one ever occupied so far as she knew. Moreover, the hammock had been decorously slung behind it, so that even though a visitor might conceivably penetrate as far as the arbor, it was extremely unlikely that the hammock would come into the range of discovery. Even Lady Bassett had never sought her here, her time being generally quite fully occupied with her countless social engagements. Muriel often wondered that garden on the mountainside in which she reveled seemed to hold so slight an attraction for its owner. But then, of course, Lady Bassett was so much in demand that she had little leisure to admire the beauties that surrounded her. Growing daily stronger, Muriel's half-childish panic regarding her approaching marriage has steadily diminished. She enjoyed her rides with Nick, becoming daily more and more at her ease with him. They seldom touched upon intimate matters. She wore his ring, and once she shyly thanked him for it. But he made no further reference to the words engraved within it, and she was relieved by his forbearance. Nick, on his part, was visiting Daisy Musgrave every day and sedulously imbibing her woman's wisdom. He had immense faith in her insight and her intuition, and when she entreated him to move slowly and without impatience, he took a sterner grip of himself and resolutely set himself to cultivate a virtue she urged upon him. "You mustn't do anything in a hurry," Daisy assured him, "either before your marriage or after. She has had a very bad shock, and she is only just getting over it. You will throw everything back if you try to precipitate matters. She is asleep, you know, Nick, and it is for you to waken her, but gradually, oh, very gradually, or she will start up in the old nightmare terror again. If she doesn't love you yet, she is very near it, but you will only win her by waiting for her. Never do anything sudden. Always remember what a child she is, though she has outgrown her years. And children, you know, though they will trust those they love to the uttermost, are easily frightened." Nick knew that she was right. He knew also that he was steadily gaining ground, and that knowledge helped him more than all Daisy's counsels. He was within sight, so he felt, of the great consummation of all his desires, and he was drawing daily nearer. Their wedding day was a little more than a week away. He had already made full preparation for it. It was to be as quiet a ceremony as it was possible to arrange. Daisy Musgrave had promised to be there, and he expected her husband also. Lady Bassett, whose presence he realized with a grimace to be indispensable, would complete the wedding party. He had arranged to leave Simla directly the service was over and to go into Nepal. It would not be his first visit to that most wonderful country, and it held many things that he desired to show her. He expected much from that wedding journey, from the close companionship, the intimacy that must result. He would teach her, first beyond all doubting, that she had nothing to fear, and then at last, as the reward of infinite patience, he would win her love. His blood quickened whenever he thought of it. Alone with her once more among the mountains in perfect security, surrounded by the glory of the eternal snows, so he would win her. They would come back closely united, equipped to face the whole world hand in hand, so joined together that no shadow of evil could ever come between them any more, for they would be irrevocably made one. Thus ran the current of his splendid dream, and for this he curbed himself, mastered his eagerness, controlled his passion. On the day that Daisy's husband arrived, he considerately absented himself from their bungalow, knowing how the boy loved to have his wife to himself. He had, in consequence, the whole afternoon at his disposal, and he contemplated paying a surprise visit to his betrothed. He had ridden with her that morning, and he did not doubt that she was to be found somewhere in Lady Bassett's compound. So in fact she was, and had he carried out his first intention, he would have explored behind the summer-house and found her in her retreat. But he did not, after all, pay his projected visit. A very small matter frustrated his plans, a matter of no earthly importance, but which he always looked upon afterwards as a piece of the devil's own handiwork. He remembered some neglected correspondence and decided to clear it off. She would not be expecting him. Possibly she might not welcome his intrusion. And so, in consequence of that rigid self-restraint that he was practicing, he suffered this latter reflection to sway him in the direction of his unanswered letters, and sat down to his writing table with a strong sense of virtue, utterly unsuspicious of the evil which even at that moment was drawing near, imperceptibly but surely, to the girl he loved. She was lying in her hammock with an unread book on her knees. It was a slumberous afternoon, making for drowsiness. The mountains were wrapped in a vague haze, and the whole world was very still. Very far overhead the pines occasionally whispered to one another, but below there was no movement, save when a lizard scuttled swiftly over the pine needles, and once when an inquiring monkey face peered at her round the red bole of a pine. It was all very restful, and Muriel was undeniably sleepy. She had ridden farther than usual with Nick that morning, and it did not take much to tire her. Lady Bassett had gone to a polo match, she knew, and she luxuriated in undisturbed solitude. It lay all about her like a spell of enchantment. With her cheek pillowed on her hand, she presently floated into serene slumber. It was like drifting down a tidal river into a summer sea. Her awakening was abrupt, almost startling. She felt as if someone had touched her, though she realized in a moment that this was impossible, for she was still alone. No one was in sight. Only from the arbor a few feet away there came the sounds of voices and the tinkle of teacups. Visitors, evidently. Lady Bassett had returned and brought back a couple of guests with her. She frowned impatiently over the discovery, realizing that she was a prisoner, unless she elected to show herself. For her corner behind the summer-house was bounded by the wall of the compound, and there was no retreat save by the path that led to the bungalow, and this wound in front of the arbor itself. It was very annoying, but there was no help for it. She knew very few people in Simla, and neither of the voices that mingled with Lady Bassett's was familiar to her. It did not take her long to decide that she had no desire for a closer acquaintance with their owners. One was a man's voice, sonorous and weighty, that sounded as if it were accustomed to propound mighty problems from the pulpit. The other was a woman's, high-pitched as a wail of a cat on a windy night, that caused the listening girl to nestle back on her pillow with the instant resolution to remain where she was until the intruder saw fit to depart, even if by doing so she had to forego her tea. She opened her book with an unwarrantable feeling of resentment. Of course, Lady Bassett could not know she was there, and of course she was at liberty to go whither she would in her own garden, but no one likes to have their cherished privacy invaded, even in ignorance. And Lady Bassett might surely have concluded that she would be out somewhere under the pines. Well, they probably would not stay for long, and she was in no hurry. With a faint sigh of lingering annoyance, she began to read. But the piercing feline voice soon pounded flail-like into her consciousness, scattering her thoughts with ruthless insistence. Of course, it asserted, it was the only thing he could possibly do. No man with any decent feeling could have done otherwise. But it was a little hard on him, surely you agree with me there. Lady Bassett's voice, soft and precise, made answer. Indeed, I think he has behaved most generously in the matter. As you say, it would have been but a gentleman's duty to make an offer of marriage, considering all the circumstances. But he went further than that. He actually insisted upon the arrangement. I suppose he felt bound to do so, as the poor child's father had placed her in his charge. She is quite unformed still, and is very far from realizing her grave position. Indeed, I scarcely expected her to accept him without the urgent reason for the match being explained to her, for it is quite obvious that she does not care for him in that way. Poor child, she is scarcely old enough to know the true meaning of love. It is very sad for them both. A gentle sigh closed the sentence. Muriel's book had slid down upon a cushion of pine needles. She had raised herself in the hammock and was staring at the rustic woodwork of the summer house as though she saw a serpent twining there. There followed a brief silence. Then came the man's voice, deliberate and resounding. I am sure it must have caused you much anxiety, dear Lady Bassett. With my knowledge of Nicholas Ratcliffe, I confess that I should have felt very grave misgivings as to whether he were endowed with the chivalry to fulfill the obligation he had incurred. My esteem for him has increased fourfold since I heard of his intention to shoulder his responsibilities thus courageously. I had not deemed him capable of such a sacrifice. I sincerely trust that he will be given strength to carry it through worthily. I shall not feel really easy till they are married, confessed Lady Bassett. Ah! The sonorous voice broke in again with friendly reproof. But pardon me, does not that indicate a certain lack of faith, Lady Bassett? Since a young man has been led to see that the poor girl has been so sadly compromised, surely we may trust that he will be enabled to carry out his engagement. I consider it doubly praiseworthy that he has taken this action on his own initiative. I may tell you in confidence that I was seriously debating with myself as to whether it were not my duty to approach him on the subject. But the news of his engagement relieved me of all responsibility. It is no doubt something of a sacrifice to a man of his stamp. We can only trust that he will be duly rewarded. Here the shrill feline voice suddenly made itself heard, tripping in upon the deeper tones without ceremony. Oh, but poor Nick! I can't picture him married and done for. He's always been so gay. Why, look at him with Daisy Musgrave. I know for a fact that he goes there every day at least, and she refusing to receive anyone else. I call it quite scandalous. My dear, it was Lady Bassett's turn to reprove. Not quite every day, surely. I do assure you that isn't the smallest exaggeration, protested her informant. I had it from Mrs. Gibbon Smythe, who never misstates anything. It was she who first told me of this engagement, and she considered that Nick was positively throwing himself away. A mere chivalrous fad, she called it, and declared that it would simply ruin his prospects, for it is well known that married officers are almost invariably passed over by the powers that be. And he is regarded as so promising, too. Really, I'm almost inclined to agree with her. Just a little more tea, dear, if I may. Your tea is always so delicious, and doubly so out here under the pines. The soft jingling of teacups ensued, and through it presently came Lady Bassett's gentle tones. They sounded as if she were smiling. Well, all I can say is I was unspeakably relieved when I heard that Captain Ratcliffe had decided to treat the matter as a point of honor and marry dear Muriel. She's a sweet girl, and I am devoted to her, which made it doubly hard for me, for I should scarcely have dared to venture, after what has happened, to ask any of my friends to receive her. Naturally, she shrinks from speaking of that terrible time, but I understand that she spent no less than 3 nights alone in the mountains with him. And that fact in itself would be more than sufficient to blight any girl's career from a social standpoint. I often think that the rules of our modern etiquette are very rigid, though I know well that we cannot afford to disregard them. Again came that soft, regretful sigh, and then, in an apologetic tone, "You will say, I know, that for the good of the community this must be so, but you are great enough to make allowances for a woman's weakness. And I must confess that I cannot but feel the pity of it in such a case as this." "Indeed, Lady Bassett, I think your feminine weakness does you credit," was the kind response this elicited. "We must all of us sympathize most deeply with the poor little wanderer, who I am well assured could not be in better hands than she is at the present moment. Your protecting care must, I am convinced, atone to her in a very great measure for all that she has been called upon to undergo." "So sweet of you to say so," murmured Lady Bassett. "Words cannot express my reluctance to explain to her the actual state of affairs, or my relief that I have been able to avoid doing so with a clear conscience." "Ah, your cup is empty. Will you let me refill it?" "No? But you're not thinking of leaving me yet, surely?" "Ah, but indeed we must. We are dining with the Boltons tonight, and going afterwards to the Parkers' dance. You will be there, of course." "How delightful! Then we shall soon meet again." The penetrating voice was accompanied by the sounds of a general move, and there ensued the usual interchange of compliments at departure. Lady Bassett protesting that it had been so sweet of her friends to visit her, and the friends assuring her of the immense pleasure it had given them to do so. All the things that are never said by people who are truly intimate with each other were said several times over as the little party moved away. Their voices receded into the distance, though they continued for a while to prick through the silence that fell like a velvet curtain behind them. Finally they ceased altogether. The summer-house was empty, and an enterprising monkey slipped down the trunk of a tree and peered in. He was a nervous beast, and he had a feeling that the place was not so wholly devoid of human presence as it seemed. He approached cautiously, gibbering a little to himself. It looked safe enough, and there was some dainty confectionery within. But, uneasy instinct still urging him, he deemed it advisable to peer round the corner of the summer-house before he yielded to the promptings of a rapacious appetite. The next instant his worst fears were realized, and he was scudding up the nearest tree in a panic. There, on the ground, face downwards on the pine needles, lay a human form. True, it was only a woman lying there, but her silence and her stillness were eloquent of tragedy, even to his monkey intelligence. From a safe height he sat and reviled her, till he was tired for having spoilt his sport. Finally, as she made no movement, he forgot his grievance and tripped airily away in quest of more thrilling adventures. But the woman remained prone upon the ground for a long, long time. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 15. The Summons. Nick's fit of virtue evaporated with his third letter, and he got up, feeling that he had spent an unprofitable afternoon. He also discovered that he was thirsty, and while quenching his thirst, he debated with himself whether he would after all stroll round to the Musgraves. He and Will were old schoolfellows, and the friendship between them was of the sort that wears forever. He was, moreover, dissatisfied with regard to Daisy's appearance, and he wanted to know the doctor's verdict. He had just decided to chance his welcome and go when a note was brought to him which proved to be from Will himself. "Dear old Nick," it ran, "I have been wanting to shake your hand ever since I heard of your gallant return from the jaws of death. Well done, old chap, if it isn't a stale sentiment. Will you come and dine with us? Do thy diligence, for though we are neither of us the best of company, we both want you. The doctor has ordered Daisy and the youngster home. They are to leave before the Chota Bursat. Damn the Chota Bursat, and the whole beastly show. Yours ever, Will." Nick considered this outburst with a sympathetic frown, and at once dispatched an answer in the affirmative. He had almost expected the news. It had been quite plain to him that Daisy was not making any progress towards the recovery of her strength. Her quick temperament would not allow her to be listless. But he had not been deceived, and he was glad that Will had come up at length to see for himself. It was horribly unlucky for them both, he reflected, for he knew that Will could not accompany his wife to England, and the thought presently flashed across him. How would it go with him if he ever had to part with Muriel in that way? Having once possessed her, could he ever bear to let her go again? Would he not rather relinquish his profession for her sake? Dear though it was to him, he had made her his own by sheer dogged effort. He had planned for her, fought for her, suffered for her. Almost he had died for her. Now that she was his at last, he knew that he could never let her go. He turned impetuously to a calendar on his writing table and ticked off another day. There were only 6 left before his wedding day. He counted them with almost savage exultation. Finally, he tossed down the pencil with a sudden quivering laugh and stood up with wide-flung arms. She was his. No power or force of circumstance could ever come between them now. He would trample every obstacle underfoot. But there were no obstacles left. He had overcome them all. He had won her fairly, and the reward of patience was very near. For the first time, he slackened the bonds of his self-restraint, and instantly the fire of his passion leapt up, free and fierce, overflowing its confines in a wide-spread molten stream that carried all before it. When later he departed to keep his engagement, he was as a man treading upon air. Not a dozen yards from the gate, one of Lady Bassett's servants met him and presented a note. He guessed it was from Muriel, and the blood rose in a hot wave to his head and pounded at his temples as he opened it. It was the first she had ever written to him. "I must see you at once. M." That was all. He dismissed the waiting native and returned to his room. There he wrote a note to Will Musgrave, warning him that he had been delayed. Then he suddenly straightened himself and stood tense. Something had happened, he was sure of it. That urgent summons rang in his brain like a cry for help. Some demand was about to be made upon him, a demand which he might find himself ill-equipped to meet. He was not lacking in courage. He could meet adversity without a quiver. But for once he was not sure of himself. He was not prepared to resist any sudden strain that night. Several minutes passed before he moved. Then, glancing down, he saw her message, fast gripped in his hand. With a swift, passionate movement, he carried the paper to his lips. And he remembered suddenly how he had once held her hand there and breathed upon the little cold fingers to give them life. He had commanded himself then. Was he any the less his own master now? And was he fool enough to destroy all in a moment that trust of hers which he had built up so laboriously? He felt as if a fiend had ensnared him, and with a fierce effort he broke free. Surely he was torturing himself in vain. She had only sent for him to explain that she could not ride with him in the morning, or some other matter equally trifling. He would go to her at once, since she had desired it, and set her mind at rest on whatever subject happened to be troubling it. And so, with steady tread, he left the house once more. She had called him for the first time. He would not keep her waiting. End of Chapter 15. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 2, Chapter 16 of The Way of an Eagle, read by Sirena Rose. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Part 2, Chapter 16, The Ordeal. The drawing room was empty when he entered it, the window standing flung wide to the night. Strains of dance music were wafted in from somewhere lower down the hill, and he guessed that Lady Bassett would be from home. The pine trees of the compound stood black and silent. There seemed to be a hush of expectancy in the air. He stood with his back to the room and his face to the mountains. The moon was still below the horizon, but stars blazed everywhere with a marvelous brightness. It was a night for dreams, and he thought with a quickening heart of the nights that were coming when they too would be alone once more among the hills, no longer starved and fleeing for their lives, but wandering happily together in an enchanted world where the past was all forgotten, and the future gleamed like the peaks of paradise. At sound of a quiet footfall, he turned back into the room. Muriel had entered and was closing the door behind her. At first sight he fancied that she was ill, so terribly did her deep mourning and heavy hair emphasize her pallor. But as she moved forward he reassured himself. It was growing late. Doubtless she was tired. He went impetuously to meet her, and in a moment he had her hands in his, but they lay in his grasp cold and limp, with no responding pressure. Her great eyes, as they looked at him, were emotionless and distant, remote as the lights of a village seen at night across a far-reaching plain. She gave him no word or smile of welcome. A sudden dark suspicion flashed through his brain, and he drew her swiftly to the light, looking at her closely, searchingly. "What have you been doing?" he said. She fathomed his suspicion and faintly smiled. Nothing whatever. I have never touched opium since the night you—" He cut in sharply, as if the reminiscence hurt him. "I beg your pardon. Well, what is it then? There's something wrong." She did not contradict him. Merely with a slight gesture of weariness, she freed herself and sat down. Nick remained on his feet, looking down at her, waiting grimly for enlightenment. It did not come very readily. Seconds had passed into minutes before she spoke, and then her words did not bear directly upon the matter in hand. "I hope it was quite convenient to you to come tonight. I was a little afraid you would have an engagement." He remembered the urgency of her summons and decided that she spoke thus conventionally to gain time. On another occasion he might have humored such a whim, but tonight it goaded him almost beyond endurance. Surely they had passed that stage, he and she. With an effort he controlled himself, but it sounded in his voice as he made reply. "My engagement to you stands before any other. What is it you want to say to me?" Her expression changed slightly at his words, and a shade of apprehension flitted across her face. She threw him a swift upward glance, half scared, half questioning. Unconsciously her hands locked themselves together. "I want you not to be vexed, Nick," she said in a low voice. He made an abrupt movement. "My dear girl, don't be silly. What's the trouble? Let me hear it and have done." His tone was reassuring. She looked up at him with more confidence. "Yes, I am silly," she acknowledged. "I'm perfectly idiotic to fancy for a moment that it can make any difference to you, Nick. I have been thinking things over seriously and I find that I can't marry you after all. I hope you won't mind though, of course." She uttered a little laugh that was piteously insincere. "I know you will feel bound to say you do, but anyhow, you needn't say it to me, because I understand. I thought it was only fair to let you know at once." "Thank you," said Nick. And there was that in his voice which was like the sudden snapping of a tense spring. She saw his hands clench with the words, and an overwhelming sense of danger swept over her. Instinctively she started to her feet. If a tiger had leapt in upon her through the window she could not have been more terrified. Nick took a single stride towards her, and she stopped as if struck powerless. His face was the face she had once seen, bent over a man in his death agony, convulsed with passion, savage, merciless, the face of a devil. She shrank away from him in nameless terror, gasping and panic-stricken. "Nick," she whispered, "are you mad?" He answered her jerkily in a strangled voice that was like the snarl of a beast. "Yes, I am mad. If you try to run away from me now, I won't answer for myself." She gazed at him with widening eyes. But, she faltered, I don't understand. Oh, Nick, you frighten me." It was the cry of a child, lost, bewildered, piteous. Had she withstood him, had she sought to escape, the demon in him would have burst the last restraining bond and have shattered in one moment of unshackled violence all the chivalrous patience which during the last few weeks he had spent his whole strength to achieve. But that cry of desolation pierced straight through his madness, cutting deeper than reproach or protest, wounding him to the heart. With a sound that was half sob, half groan, he turned his back upon her and covered his face. For a space of seconds he stood so, not moving, seeming not even to breathe, and Muriel, steadying herself by the mantelpiece, watched him with a panting heart. Then abruptly, moving with a quick, light tread that made no sound, he crossed the room to one of the wide-flung windows and stopped there. From across the quiet garden there came the strains of the Blue Danube, fitful, alluring, plaintive, that waltz to which countless lovers had danced and wooed and whispered through the years. Muriel longed intensely to shut it out, to stop her ears, to make some noise to drown it. Her nerves were all on edge, and she felt as if its persistent sweetness would drive her mad. Surely Nick felt the same, but if he did, he made no sign. He stood without movement, with his face to the night, gripping the woodwork of the window with both hands, every bone of them standing out in sharp skeleton lines. She watched him, fascinated, for a long time, but he did not stir from his tense position. He seemed to have utterly forgotten her presence in the room behind him, and still that maddening waltz kept on and on and on, till she felt sick and dazed with listening to it. It seemed as if for the rest of her life she would never again be free from those haunting strains. The soft shutting of the window made her start and quiver. Nick had moved at last, and her heart began to throb thick and fast as he turned. She tried to read his face, but she could not even see it. There was a swimming mist before her eyes, and her limbs felt powerless, heavy as lead. In every nerve she felt him drawing near, and in an agony of helplessness she awaited him, all the surging horror of that night when he had drugged her rushing back upon her with tenfold force. Again she saw him as she had seen him then, monstrous, silent, terrible, a man of superhuman strength whose mastery appalled her. Again, in desperate fear, she shrank from him, seeking wildly, fruitlessly, for a way of escape. And then came the consciousness of his arm about her, supporting her, and the voice that had quieted her wildest delirium was speaking in her ear. "The goblins are all gone, dear," she heard him say. "Don't be frightened." He led her gently to a sofa and made her sit down, bending over her and softly rubbing her cold cheek. "Tell me when you're better," he said, "and we'll talk this thing out. But don't be frightened anyway. It's all right." The tenderness of voice and touch, the sudden cessation of all tension, the swift putting to flight of her fear, all combined to produce in her a sense of relief so immense that the last shred of her self-control went from her utterly. She laid her head down upon the cushions and burst into a storm of tears. Nick's hand continued to stroke and soothe, but he said no more while her paroxysm of weeping lasted. He who was usually so ready of speech, so quick to console, found for once no words wherewith to comfort her. Only when her distress had somewhat spent itself, he bent a little lower and dried her tears with his own handkerchief, his lips twitching as he did it, his eyes flickering so rapidly that it was impossible to read their expression. "There," he said at last, "there's nothing to cry about. Finish what you were saying when I interrupted you. I think you were in the middle of throwing me over, weren't you? At least, you had got through that part of it, and were just going to tell me why." His tone was reassuringly flippant. Looking up at him, she saw the old, kindly, quizzical look on his face. He met her eyes, nodding shrewdly. "Let's have it," he said, straight from the shoulder. "You're tired of me, eh?" She drew back from him, but with no gesture of shrinking. "I'm tired of everything, everything," she said, a little passionate quiver in her voice. I wish with all my heart you had left me to die." "Is that the grievance?" said Nick. He sat down on the head of the sofa and drove his fist into the cushion. "If I could explain things to you, I would, but you're such a chicken, aren't you, dear? And about as easily scared? Since when have you harbored this grudge against me?" The gentle banter of his tone did not deceive her into imagining that she could trifle with him, nor was she addicted to trifling. She made answer with a certain warmth of indignation that seemed to have kindled on its own initiative and wholly without her volition. "I haven't. I don't. I'm not so absurd. It isn't that at all." "You're not tired of me?" queried Nick. "No. If I were to die tomorrow, for instance, and there's no telling, you know, Muriel, you'd be a little sorry?" Again, though scarcely aware of it, she resented the question. "Why do you ask me that? Of course I should be sorry." "Of course," acquiesced Nick. "But all the king's horses and all the king's men wouldn't bring me back again. That's the worst of being mortal. You can't dance at your own funeral." "What do you mean?" There was a note of exasperation in Muriel's voice. She saw that he had an object in view, but his method of attaining it was too tortuous for her straightforward understanding. He explained himself with much patience. His mood had so completely changed that she could barely recall to mind the vision that had so appalled her but a few minutes before. "What I mean is that it's infernal to think that someone may be shedding precious tears on your grave and you not there to see. I've often wondered if one could get a ticket of leave for such an occasion." He smiled down at her with baffling directness. "I should value those tears unspeakably," he said. Muriel made a slight movement of impatience. The discussion seemed to her inconsequent and unprofitable. Nick began to enumerate his points. "You're not tired of me, though I see I'm boring you hideously. Put up with it a little longer, I've nearly finished. And you'd shed quite a respectable number of tears if I were to die young. Yes, I am young, though as ugly as Satan. I believe you think I'm some sort of connection, don't you? Is that why you don't want to marry me?" He put the question with startling suddenness, and Muriel glanced up quickly, but was instantly reassured. He was no more formidable at that moment than a grinning schoolboy. Still, she did not feel wholly at her ease with him. She had a curious suspicion that he was in some fashion testing her. "No," she answered after a moment. "It is nothing of that sort." "Quite sure there is a reason?" he asked quizzically. Her white cheeks flushed. "Yes, of course, but I would rather not tell you what it is." "Quite so," said Nick. "I suppose that also is only fair." Her color deepened. He made her feel unaccountably ashamed. "I will tell you if you wish to know," she said reluctantly, "but I would rather not." Nick made an airy gesture. "Not for the world. My intelligence department is specially fitted for this sort of thing. Besides, I know exactly what happened. It was something like this." He passed his hand over his face, then turned to her with a faint wry smile, so irresistibly reminiscent of Lady Bassett that Muriel gasped with a sudden hysterical desire to laugh. He silenced her by beginning to speak in soft purring accents. "You know, darling Muriel, I have never looked upon Nicholas Radcliffe as a marrying man. He is such a gay butterfly." This with an indulgent shake of the head. "Indeed, I have heard dear Mrs. Gibbons Smythe describe him as a shocking little flirt, and they say he is fond of his glass too. But let us hope this is an exaggeration. I know for a fact that he has a very violent temper, and this may have given rise to the rumor. I assure you, dearest, he is quite formidable, notwithstanding his size. But there, if I tell you any more you will think I am prejudiced against him, whereas we are really the greatest friends, the greatest possible friends. I only thought it kind to warn you not to expect too much. It is a mistake so many young girls make, and I want you to be as happy as you can, poor child." Muriel was laughing helplessly when he stopped. The mimicry of voice and action was so perfect, so free from exaggeration, so sublimely spontaneous. Nick did not laugh with her. Behind his mask of banter he was watching closely. He had clad himself in gesture's garb to feel for the truth. Perhaps she realized something of this as she recovered herself, for again that glance, half questioning, half frightened, flashed up at him as she made reply. "No, Nick, she never said that indeed. I wouldn't have cared if she had. It was only... "I know," he broke in abruptly. "If it wasn't that, there is only one thing left that it could have been. I don't want you to tell me. It's as plain as daylight. Let me tell you instead. It's all for the sake of your poor little personal pride. I know, yes, I know. They've been throwing mud at you, and it stuck. You'd sooner die than marry me, wouldn't you? But what will you do if I refuse to set you free?" She turned suddenly crimson. You wouldn't, Nick. You couldn't. You haven't the right." "Haven't I?" said Nick with an odd smile. "I thought I had." He looked down at her, and a queer little flame leaped up like an evil spirit in his eyes, flickered an instant, and was gone. "I thought I had," he said again, in a different tone. "But we won't quarrel about that. Tell me what you want to do." Her answer came with a vehemence that perhaps he had hardly expected. "Oh, I want to get away, right away. I want to go home. I hate this place." "And everyone in it?" suggested Nick. "Almost." Muriel spoke recklessly, even defiantly. She was fighting for her freedom, and the battle was infinitely harder than she had anticipated. He nodded, the sole exception being Mrs. Musgrave. "Do you know Mrs. Musgrave is going home? You would like to go with her." Muriel looked at him with sudden hope. "Alone with her?" she said. "Oh, I'm not going," declared Nick. "I'm going to Kathmandu for my honeymoon." The hope died out of Muriel's eyes. "Don't jeer at me, Nick," she said in a choked voice. "I can't bear it." "Jeer," said Nick. "I." He reached down suddenly and took her hand. The light sparkled on the ring he had given her, and he moved it slowly to and fro, watching it. "I am going to ask you to take it back," she said. He did not raise his eyes. "And I am going to refuse," he answered promptly. "I don't say you must wear it, but you are to keep it, not as a bond, merely in remembrance of a promise which you will make to me." "A promise?" she faltered. Still he did not look up. He was watching the stones with eyes half shut. "Yes," he said after a moment. "I will let you go on the sole condition that you give me this promise." She began to tremble a little. "What is it?" she whispered. He glanced at her momentarily, but his expression was enigmatical. She felt as if his look lighted and dwelled upon something beyond her. "Simply this," he said. "You'll laugh, I dare say, but if you are able to laugh, it won't hurt you to promise. I want your word of honor that if you ever change your mind about marrying me, you will come to me like a brave woman and tell me so." Thus, quite calmly, he made known to her his condition, and in the amazed silence with which she received it, he continued to flash hither and thither the wonderful rays that shone from the gems upon her hand. He did not appear to be greatly concerned as to what her answer would be. Simply with an inscrutable countenance he waited for it. "Is it a bargain?" he asked at last. She started with an involuntary gesture of shrinking. "Oh, no, Nick. How could I promise you that? You know I shall never change my mind." He raised his eyebrows ever so slightly. "That isn't the point under discussion. If it's an impossible contingency, it costs you the less to promise." He kept her hand in his as he said it, though she fidgeted to be free. "Please, Nick," she said earnestly, "I would so much rather not." "You prefer to marry me at once?" he asked, and suddenly it seemed to her that this was the alternative to which he meant to drive her. She rose in a panic, and he rose also, still keeping her hand. His face looked like a block of yellow granite. Must it be one or the other?" she panted. He looked at her under flickering eyelids. "I have said it," he remarked. Her resistance flagged, sank, rose again, and finally died away. After all, why should she hesitate? What was there in such an undertaking as this to send the blood so wildly to her heart? "Very well," she said faintly at last. "I promise. But, I shall never change my mind, Nick. Never, never." He was still looking at her with veiled, impenetrable eyes. He paid no attention to her protest. It was as if he had not so much as heard it. "You've done your part," he said. "Now hear me do mine. I swear to you, before God, that I will never marry you unless you ask me to." He bent with the words, and solemnly, reverently, he pressed his lips upon the hand he held. Muriel waited, half frightened still, and wholly awestruck. She did not know Nick in this mood. But when he straightened himself again, the old whimsical smile was on his face, and she breathed a sigh of relief. With a quick, caressing movement, he took her by the shoulders. "That's over then," he said lightly. "Turn over and start another page. Go back to England, go back to school, and let them teach you to be young again." They were his last words to her. Yet an instant longer he waited, and very deep down in her heart something that was hidden there stirred and quivered as a blind creature moves at the touch of the sun. It awoke a vague pain within her. That was all. The next moment Nick had turned upon his heel and was departing. She heard him humming a waltz tune under his breath as he went away with his free British swagger, and she knew with no sense of elation that she had gained her point. For good or ill he had left her, and he would not return. End of Part 2, Chapter 16.
Part 3, Chapter 17 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 17, An Old Friend. "There," said Daisy, standing back from the table to review her handiwork with her head on one side. "I may be outrageously childish, but if Blake fails to appreciate this masterpiece of mine, I shall feel inclined to turn him out of doors and leave him to spend the night on the step." Muriel, curled up in the old-fashioned window seat, looked round with her low laugh. "It's snowing hard," she remarked. Daisy did not heed her. "Come and look at it," she said. The masterpiece in question consisted of an enormous red scroll, bearing in white letters the words, "Welcome to the Brave." It never before occurred to me that Blake was brave, observed Daisy. He's so shy and soft and retiring. I can't somehow feel as if I'm going to entertain a lion. He ought to be here by this time. Let's go and hang my work of art in the hall. She slipped her hand through Muriel's arm and glanced at her sharply when she felt it tremble. It will be good to see him again, won't it? She said. Yes, Muriel agreed, but there was a little tremor in her voice as well. Very vividly were the circumstances under which she had last seen this man in her mind that night. 8 months that were like as many years stretched between that tragic time and the present, but the old wild horror had still the power to make her blood turn cold. The old wound had not lost its ache. These things had made a woman of her before her time. But yet she was not as other women. It seemed that she was destined all her life to live apart, and only to look on at the joys of others. They did not attract her, and she had no heart for gaiety. Yet she was not cold, or Daisy had not found in her so congenial a companion. But even Daisy seldom penetrated behind the deep reserve that had grown over the girl's sad young heart. They were close friends, but their friendship lay mainly in what they left unsaid. For all her quick warmth, Daisy too had her inner shrine, a place so secret that she herself never entered it, save, as it were, by stealth. But something of Muriel's mood she understood on that bitter night in January, on which they awaited the coming of Blake Grange, and her close hand-pressure conveyed as much as they passed out together into the little hall that glowed so snugly in the firelight. "He's sure to be frozen, poor boy," she said. "I hope Jim Ratcliffe won't forget to send the motor to the station as he promised." "I am quite sure he never forgets anything," Muriel declared, with reassuring confidence. Daisy laughed lightly. "Yes, he's very dependable. Deliciously solid, isn't he? A trifle domineering, perhaps, but all doctors are. They rule us weak women with a rod of iron. I'm a little afraid of Dr. Jim myself, and most unfortunately he knows it." Muriel's silence expressed a certain skepticism that provoked another laugh from Daisy. She was almost frivolously light-hearted that night. "It's a fact, I assure you. Have you never noticed how docile I am in his presence? I always feel as if I want to confess all my sins to him. I should like intensely to have his opinion upon some of them. I think it would do me good." "Then why not ask for it?" suggested Muriel. "For the reason aforementioned. A slavish timidity." Daisy broke off to carol a few bars of a song. "I've known the Ratcliffe family ever since I became engaged to Will," she said presently. "Jim Ratcliffe, you know, was left his guardian, and he was always very good to him. Will made his home with them, and he and Nick are great pals, just like brothers. I should think Dr. Jim had his hands full with the two of them." Again Daisy stopped to sing. Muriel was stooping over the fire. It was seldom that Nick's name was mentioned between them, though the fact that Daisy had placed herself and her baby in the hands of his half-brother formed a connecting link which could not always be ignored. She always dropped into silence when a reference was made to him. Not in the most casual conversation had Daisy ever heard her utter his name. Having successfully fixed her message of welcome in a prominent position, she joined the girl in front of the fire. Her face was flushed and her eyes were sparkling. Muriel thought that she had never seen her look so well or so happy. "You're quite excited," she said. Daisy put up a hand to her hot cheek. "Yes, isn't it absurd? I hope Dr. Jim won't come with him, or he will be cross, but I can't help it. Blake and I have been chums all our lives, and of course I'm glad to see him after all this while. So nice, too, not to have Lady Bassett looking on." There was a spice of venom in this, over which Muriel smiled in her sad way. "Does she disapprove?" she asked. Daisy nodded impatiently. "She chose altogether to overlook the fact that we are first cousins. It was intolerable. But," again her light laugh, "everything is intolerable till you learn to shrug your shoulders and laugh. Hark! Surely I heard something." Both listened intently. Footsteps were approaching the door. Daisy sprang to open it. But it was only the evening post, and she came back holding a letter with a very unwonted expression of disappointment. "From Will," she said. "I forgot it was mail night. I don't suppose there's anything very exciting in it." She pushed the flimsy envelope into the front of her dress and fell again to listening. "Can he have missed the train? Surely it's getting very late. A fog on the line, perhaps? No, what's that? Ah, it really is this time. That's the horn, and yes, Jim Ratcliffe's voice." In a moment she had the door open again, and was out upon the step crying welcome to her guest. Muriel crouched a little lower over the fire. Her hands were fast gripped together. It was more of an ordeal than she had thought it possibly could be. An icy blast blew in through the open door, and she heard Dr. Radcliffe's voice, sharp and curt, ordering Daisy back into the house. Then came another voice, slow and soft as a woman's, and for an instant Muriel covered her face, overwhelmed by bitter memory. When she looked up, they were entering the hall together, Daisy, radiant, eager, full of breathless questioning, Blake, upright, soldierly, magnificent, wearing the shy, pleased smile that she so well remembered. He did not at once see her, and she stood hesitating, till Daisy, who was clinging to her cousin's arm, turned swiftly round and called her. "Muriel, dear, where are you? Why are you hiding yourself? See Blake! Here is Muriel Roscoe. You knew we were living together." He saw her then and came across to her, with both hands outstretched. "Forgive me, Miss Roscoe," he said with his pleasant smile. "You know how glad I am to meet you again." He looked down at her with eyes full of frank and friendly sympathy, and the grasp of his hands was such that she felt it for long after. It warmed her through and through, but she could not speak just then, and with ready understanding he turned back to Daisy. "Dr. Radcliffe told me you had sent him to fetch me from the station," he said. "I am immensely grateful to you and to him." Daisy was greeting the doctor with much animation and a hint of mischief. "I knew you would come," she laughed. "You never trust me to take care of myself, do you?" He brushed some flakes of snow from her dress. "Events prove me to be justified," he remarked dryly. "Since Will has put you in my care, I labor under a twofold responsibility. What possessed you to go out into that murderous northeaster?" He frowned at her heavily, his black brows meeting, but notwithstanding her avowal of a few minutes before, Daisy only grimaced in return. He was generally regarded as somewhat formidable, this gruff, square-shouldered doctor, with his iron-gray hair and black mustache, and keenly critical eyes. There was no varnish in his curt speech, no dissimulation in any of his dealings. It was said of him that he never sugared his pills. But his popularity was widespread nevertheless. His help was sought in 1,000 ways outside his profession. To see his strong face melt into a smile was like sunshine on a gloomy day, the village mothers declared. But Daisy's gay effrontery did not manage to provoke it at that moment. "You have no business to take risks," he said. "How's the boy?" Daisy sobered instantly. "His teeth have been worrying him rather today. Aya is with him. I left her crooning him to sleep. Will you go up?" Jim Ratcliffe nodded and turned aside to the stairs. But he had not reached the top when Muriel overtook him, moving more quickly than was her wont. "Let me come with you, doctor," she said. He put his hand on her arm unceremoniously. "Miss Roscoe," he said, "I have a message for you, from my scapegrace, Olga. She wants to know if you will play hockey in her team next Saturday. I have promised to exert my influence, if I have any, on her behalf." Muriel looked at him in semi-tragic dismay. "Oh, I can't indeed. Why, I haven't played for ages, not since I was at school. Besides, how old are you?" he cut in. "Nearly 20, she told him. "But," he brought his hand down sharp on her shoulder, "I shall never call you Miss Roscoe again. You obtained my veneration on false pretenses, and you have lost it forever. Now look here, Muriel." Arrived at the top of the stairs, he stood still and confronted her with that smile of his that so marvelously softened his rugged face. "I am 30 years older than you are, and I haven't lived for any part of them with my eyes shut. I've been wanting to give you some advice, medical advice, for a long time, but you wouldn't have it. And now I'm not going to offer it to you. You shall take the advice of a friend instead. You join Olga's hockey team and go paper chasing with her too. The monkey is a rare sportswoman. She'll give you a good run for your money. Besides, she has her heart set on having you, and she's a young woman that likes her own way, though, to be sure, she doesn't always get it. Come, you can't refuse when a friend asks you." It was difficult, certainly, but Muriel plainly desired to do so. She had escaped from the whirling vortex of life with strenuous effort, and dragged herself bruised and aching to the bank. She did not want to step down again into even the minutest eddy of that ruthless flood. Moreover, in addition to this morbid reluctance, she lacked the physical energy that such a step demanded of her. "It's very kind of your little daughter to think of asking me," she said. "But really, I shouldn't be any good. I get tired so quickly." "No, there's nothing the matter with me," seeing his intent look. "I'm not ill. I never have been actually ill. Only, her voice quivered a little, I think I always shall be tired for the rest of my life. Skittles, he returned bluntly. That isn't what's the matter with you. Go out into the open air. Go out into the northeast wind and sweep the snow away. Shall I tell you what is wrong with you? You're stiff from inaction. It's a species of cramp, my dear, and there's only one remedy for it. Are you going to take it of your own accord, or must I come round with a physic spoon and make you? She laughed a little, though the deep pathos of her shadowed eyes never varied. Daisy's merry voice rose from the lower regions, gaily chaffing her cousin. Goodness, Blake, I shouldn't have known you. You're as gaunt as a camel. Haven't you got over your picnic at Fort Yarra yet? You're almost as scanty a bag of bones as Nick was 6 months ago. Blake's answer was inaudible. Dr. Radcliffe did not listen for it. He had seen the swift look of horror that the brief allusion had sent into the girl's sad face, and he understood it, though he made no sign. Very well, he said, turning towards the nursery. Then I take you in hand from this day forward. And if I don't find you in the hockey field on Saturday, I shall come myself and fetch you. There was nothing even vaguely suggestive of Nick about him, but Muriel knew as surely as if Nick had said it that he would keep his word. End of chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, The Explanation. Now, said Daisy briskly, you two will just have to entertain each other for a little while, for I'm going up to sit with my son while Aya is off duty. Mayn't we come too? Suggested her cousin as he rose to open the door. She stood a moment and contemplated him with shining eyes. You are too magnificent altogether for this doll's house of ours, she declared. I'm sure this humble roof has never before sheltered such a lion as Captain Blake Grange, V.C. Only an ass in a lion's skin, my dear Daisy, said Grange modestly. She laughed. An excellent simile, my worthy cousin. I wish I had thought of it myself. She went lightly away with this thrust, and Grange, after a brief pause, turned slowly back into the room. Muriel was seated in a low chair before the fire. She was working at some tiny woolen socks, knitting swiftly in dead silence. He moved to the hearthrug and stood there, obviously ill at ease. A certain shyness was in his nature, and Muriel's nervousness reacted upon him. He did not know how to break the silence. At length, with an effort, he spoke. You heard about Nick Ratcliffe's wound, I expect, Miss Roscoe? Muriel's hands leapt suddenly and fell into her lap. Nick Ratcliffe? When was he wounded? No, I have heard nothing. He looked down at her with an uneasy suspicion that he had lighted upon an unfortunate subject. I thought you would have heard, he said. Didn't Daisy know? He came back to us from Simla, got himself attached to the punitive expedition. I was on the sick list myself, so did not see him. But they say he fought like a dancing dervish, and did a lot of damage, too. Everyone thought he would have had the VC, but there was a rumor that he refused it. And he was wounded, you say? Muriel's voice sounded curiously strained. Her knitting lay jumbled together in her lap. Her dark face was lifted, and it seemed to Grange, unskilled observer though he was, that he had never seen deeper tragedy in any woman's eyes. Somewhat reluctantly, he made reply. He had his arm injured by a sword thrust at the very end of the campaign. He made light of it for ever so long till things began to look serious. Then he had to give in, and had a pretty sharp time of it, I believe. He's better now again, though, so his brother told me this evening. I never heard any details. I dare say he's all right again. He stooped to pick up a completed sock that had fallen. He's the sort of chap who always comes out on top, he ended consolingly. Muriel stiffened a little as she sat. She had a curious longing to hear more, and an equally curious reluctance to ask for it. I never heard anything about it, naturally, she remarked. Grange, having fitted the sock onto 2 fingers, was examining it with a contemplative air. It struck her abruptly that he was trying to say something. She waited silently, not without apprehension. She had no idea as to how much he knew of what had passed between herself and Nick. I say, Miss Roscoe, he blurted out suddenly, do you hate talking about these things? Very badly, I mean. She looked up at him, and was surprised to see emotion on his face. It had an odd effect upon her, placing her unaccountably at her ease with him, banishing all her stiffness in a moment. She remembered with a quick warmth of her heart how she had always liked this man in those far-off days of her father's protection, how she had always found something reassuring in his gentle courtesy. "No," she said after a moment, speaking with absolute sincerity. "I can't bear to with most people, but I don't think I mind with you." She saw his pleasant smile for an instant. He laid the sock down upon her knee, and in doing so, touched and lightly pressed her hand. "Thank you," he said simply. "I know I'm not good at expressing myself, but please believe that I wouldn't hurt you for the world, Miss Roscoe. I have brought some things with me I think you will like to have, things that belong to your father. Sir Reginald Bassett entrusted them to me, left them, in fact, in my charge as he found them. I was coming home, and I asked leave to bring them to you. Perhaps you would like me to fetch them?" She was on her feet as he asked the question, on her face such a look of eagerness as it had not known for many weary months. "Oh, please, if you would," she said, her words falling fast and breathless. "It has been such a grief to me that I have nothing of his to treasure." He turned at once to the door. The desolation that those words of hers revealed to him went straight to this man's heart. Poor little girl. Had the parting been so infernally hard as even now to bring that look to her eyes? Was her father's memory the only interest she had left in her sad young life? And all the evening, save for that first brief moment of their meeting, he had been thinking her cold, impassive, even cynical. With a deep pity in his soul, he departed on his errand. Returning with the soft tread, which was his peculiarity, he surprised her with her face in her hands in an attitude of such abandonment that he drew back hesitating. But, suddenly aware of him, she sprang up swiftly, with no sign of tears upon her face. "Oh, come in," she said impatiently. "Why do you stand there?" She ran forward to meet him, with hands hungrily outstretched, and he put into them those trifles which were to her so infinitely precious: a cigarette case, a silver matchbox, a penknife, a little old prayer book, very worn at the edges, with all the gilt faded from its leaves. She gathered them to her breast closely, passionately. All but the prayer book had been her gifts to the father she had worshipped. With a wrung heart, she called to mind the occasion upon which each had been offered, his smile of kindly appreciation, the old-world courtliness of his thanks. With loving hands she laid them down one by one, lingering over each, seeing them through a blur of tears. She was no longer conscious of Grange. As reverently, even diffidently, she opened last of all the little shabby prayer book that her father had been wont to take with him on all his marches. She knew that he had cherished it as her mother's gift. It opened upon a scrap of white heather which marked the service for the burial of the dead. Her tears fell upon the faded sprig, and she brushed her hand swiftly across her eyes, looking more closely as certain words underlined caught her attention. Other words had been written by her father's hand very minutely in the margin. The passage underlined was, "Not to be sorry as men without hope, but for them that sleep." And in a moment she guessed that her father had made that mark on the day of her mother's death. It was like a message to her, the echo of a cry. The words in the margin were so small that she had to carry them to the light to read them, and then they flashed out at her as if sprung suddenly to light on the white paper. There, in the beloved handwriting, sure and indelible, she read it, and across the desert of her heart, voiceless but insistent, there swept the hunger cry of a man's soul. Omnia vincit amor. It pulsed through her like an electric current, seeming to overwhelm every other sensation, shutting her off, as it were, from the home world to which she had fled, how fruitlessly, for healing. Once more skeleton fingers held hers, shifting to and fro, slowly, ceaselessly, flashing the deep rays that shone from ruby hearts hither and thither. Once more, but she would not bear it. She was free. She was free. She flung out the hand that once had worn those rubies, and, resisting wildly, broke away from the spell that the words her father had written had woven afresh for her. It might be true that love conquered all things. He had believed it. But what had this uncanny force to do with love? Love was a pure, a holy thing, the bond imperishable, the eternal flame at which all little torches of the world are lighted. Moreover, there was no fear in love, and she She was sick with fear whenever she encountered that haunting phantom of memory. With a start, she awoke to the fact that she was not alone. Blake Grange had taken her outflung hand and was speaking to her softly, soothingly. "Don't grieve so awfully, Miss Roscoe," he urged, a slight break in his own voice. "You're not left friendless. I know how it is. I felt like it myself. But it gets better afterwards." Muriel suffered him with a dawning sense of comfort. It surprised her to see tears in his eyes. She wondered vaguely if they were for her. "Yes," she said after a pause. "It does get better, I know, in a way. Or at least one gets used to an empty heart. One gets to leave off listening for what one will never, never hear any more." "Never is a dreary word," said Grange. She bent her head silently, and again his heart overflowed with pity for her. He looked down at the hand that lay so passively in his. "I hope you will always think of me as a friend," he said. She looked up at him, a quick gleam of gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you," she said. "Yes, always." He still held her hand. "You know," he said, blundering awkwardly, "I always blamed myself that I wasn't the one to be with you when you escaped from Wara. I might have been, but I wasn't prepared to pay the possible price." She was still looking at him with those aloof, tragic eyes of hers. "I don't quite understand," she said. "I never did understand exactly why Nick was chosen to protect me. I always wished it had been you." "It ought to have been," Grange said with feeling. "It should have been. I blame myself, but Nick is a better fighter than I. He keeps his head. Moreover, he's a savage in some respects. I wasn't savage enough." He smiled with a hint of apology. Muriel repressed a shudder at his words. "I don't understand," she said again. He hesitated. "It's a difficult thing to explain to you," he said reluctantly. "You see, the fellow who took charge of you had to be prepared for, well, anything. You know what devils those tribesmen are. There was to be no chance of your falling into their hands. It didn't mean just fighting for you, you understand. We would all have done that to the last drop of our blood. But your father was forced to ask of us something more, and only Radcliffe would undertake it. He's a queer chap. I used to think him a rotter till I saw him fight, and then I had to change my mind. That was, I believe, the main reason why General Roscoe selected him as your protector. He knew he could trust the fellow's nerve. The rest of us were like women compared to Nick." He paused. Muriel's eyes had not flinched from his. She heard his explanation as one not vitally concerned. "Have I made myself intelligible?" he asked, as she did not speak. "Do you mean I was to be shot if things went wrong?" She returned in her deep, quiet voice. He nodded. "It must have been that. Your father saw it in that light, and so did we. Of course you were bound to see it too. But we stuck at it, Marshall and I. There was only Nick left, and he volunteered." "Only Nick left," she repeated slowly. "Nick would stick at nothing." Captain Grange. "I honestly don't think he would," said Grange. "Still, you know, he's awfully plucky. He would have gone any length to save you first." She drew back with a sudden shrinking of her whole body. "Oh, I know," she said. "I sometimes think there's a devil in Nick." She turned aside, bending once more over her father's things, putting them together with unsteady fingers. So this was the answer to the riddle, the secret of his choice for her. She understood it all now. After a short pause, she spoke again more calmly. "Did Nick ever speak to you about me?" "Never," said Grange. "Then please, Captain Grange," she stood up again, facing him, "never speak to me about him. I want to forget him." Very young and slight, she looked standing there, and again he felt his heart stir within him with an urgent pity. Vague rumors he had heard of those few weeks at Simla, during which her name and Nick Radcliffe's had been coupled together, but he had never definitely known what had taken place. Had Nick been good for her? He wondered for the first time. How was it that the bare mention of him was unendurable to her? What had he done that she should shudder with horror when she remembered him, and should seek thus with loathing to thrust him out of her life? Involuntarily, the man's hands clenched and his blood quickened. Had the general's trust been misplaced? Was Nick a blackguard? Finding her eyes still upon him, he made her a slight bow that was wholly free from gallantry. "I will remember your wish, Miss Roscoe," he said. I'm sorry I mentioned a painful subject to you, though I am glad for you to know the truth. You're not vexed with me, I hope." Her eyes shone with sincere friendliness. "I'm not vexed," she answered. "Only, let me forget. That's all." And in those few words she voiced the desire of her soul. It was her one longing, her one prayer, to forget, and it was the one thing of all others denied to her. In the silence that followed, she was conscious of his warm and kindly sympathy, and she was grateful for it, though something restrained her from telling him so. Daisy, coming lightly in upon them, put an end to their tete-a-tete. She entered softly, her face alight and tender, and laid her 2 hands upon Grange's great shoulders as he sat before the fire. "Come upstairs, Blake," she whispered, "and see my baby boy. He's sleeping so sweetly. I want you to see him first while he's good." He raised his face to her, smiling, his hands on hers. "I'm sure to admire anything that belongs to you, Daisy," he said. "You're a dear old pal," responded Daisy lightly. "Come along." When they were gone, Muriel spied Will Musgrave's letter lying on the ground by Grange's chair, as it had evidently fallen from Daisy's dress. She went over and picked it up. It was still unopened. With an odd little frown, she set it up prominently upon the mantelpiece. "Does love conquer after all?" she murmured to herself, and there was a faint twist of cynicism about her lips as she asked the question. There seemed to be so many forms of love. End of chapter 18.
Part 3, Chapter 19 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Part 3, Chapter 19. A Hero Worshipper. "Well played! Oh, well played! Miss Roscoe, you're a brick!" The merry voice of the doctor's little daughter Olga, aged 14, shrilled across the hockey ground, keen with enthusiasm. She was speeding across the field like a hare to congratulate her latest recruit. "I'm so pleased," she cried, bursting through the miscellaneous crowd of boys and girls that surrounded Muriel. "I wanted you to shoot that goal." She herself had been acting as a goalkeeper at her own end of the field, a position of limited opportunities which she had firmly refused to assign to the newcomer. A child of unusual character was Olga Ratcliffe, impulsive but shrewd, with quick, pale eyes which never seemed to take more than a brief glance at anything, yet which very little ever escaped. At first sight, Muriel had experienced a certain feeling of aversion to her. So marked was the likeness this child bore to the man whom she desired so passionately to shut out of her very memory. But a nearer intimacy had weakened her antipathy, till very soon it had altogether disappeared. Olga had a swift and fascinating fashion of endearing herself to all who caught her fancy, and, somewhat curiously, Muriel was one of the favored number. What there was to attract a child of her quick temperament in the grave, silent girl in mourning, who held aloof so coldly from the rest of the world, was never apparent. But that a strong attraction existed for her was speedily evident, and Muriel, who was quite destitute of any near relations of her own, soon found that a free admittance to the doctor's home circle was accorded her on all sides, whenever she chose to avail herself of it. But though Daisy was an immense favorite, and often ran into the Ratcliffe's house, which was not more than a few hundred yards away from her own little abode, Muriel went but seldom. The doctor's wife, though always kind, was too busy to seek her out. And so it had been left to the doctor himself to drag her at length from her seclusion, and he had done it with a determination that would take no refusal. She did not know him very intimately, had never asked his advice, or held any confidential talk with him. At the outset, she had been horribly afraid lest he should have heard of her engagement to Nick. But, since he never referred to her life in India, or to Nick as in any fashion connected with herself, this fear had gradually subsided. She was able to tell herself thankfully that Nick was dropping away from her into the past, and to hope with some conviction that the great gulf that separated them would never be bridged. Yet, notwithstanding this, she had a fugitive wish to know how her late comrade in adversity was faring. Captain Grange's news regarding him had aroused in her a vague uneasiness, which would not be quieted. She wondered if by any means she could extract any information from Olga, and this she presently essayed to do when play was over for the day, and Olga had taken her upstairs to prepare for tea. Olga was the easiest person in the world to deal with upon such a subject. She expanded at the very mention of Nick's name. "Oh, do you know him? Isn't he a darling? I have a photograph of him somewhere. I must try and find it. He is in fancy dress and standing on his head. Such a beauty. Weren't you awfully fond of him? He has been ill, you know. Dad was very waxy because he wouldn't come home. He might have had sick leave, but he wouldn't take it. However, he may have to come yet, Dad says, if something happens. He didn't say what. It was something to do with his wound. Dad wants him to leave the army and settle down on his estate. He owns a big place about 12 miles away that an old great-aunt of his left him. Dad thinks a landowner ought to live at home if he can afford to. And of course Nick might go into Parliament too. He's so clever, and rich as well. But he won't do it, so it's no good talking." Olga jumped off the dressing table and wound her arm impulsively through Muriel's. "Miss Roscoe," she said coaxingly, "I do like you most awfully. May I call you by your Christian name?" "Why do?" Muriel said. "I should like it best." "Oh, that's all right," said Olga, well pleased. "I knew you weren't stuck-up really. I hate stuck-up people, don't you? I'm awfully pleased that you like Nick. I simply love him. Better than almost anyone else. He writes to me sometimes, pages and pages. I never show them to anyone, and he doesn't show mine either. You see, we're pals. But I can show you his photograph, the one I told you about. It's just like him, his grin and all. Come up after tea, and I'll find it." And with her arm entwined in Muriel's, she drew her, still talking eagerly, from the room. End of Part 3, Chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 20. News from the East. "I have been wondering," Grange said in his shy, rather diffident way, "if you would care to do any writing while I'm here." "I?" Muriel looked up in some surprise. They were walking back from church together by a muddy field path, and since neither had much to say at any time, they had accomplished more than half the distance in silence. "I know you do ride," Grange explained, "and it's just the sort of country for a good gallop now and then. Daisy isn't allowed to, but I thought perhaps you—" "Oh, I should like to, of course," Muriel said. "I haven't done any riding since I left Simla. I didn't care to alone." "Ah, Lady Bassett rides, doesn't she?" "She is an accomplished horsewoman, I believe." "I don't know." Muriel's reply was noticeably curt. "I never rode with her." Grange at once dropped the subject, and they became silent again. Muriel walked with her eyes fixed straight before her, but she did not see the brown earth underfoot or the bare trees that swayed overhead in the racing winter wind. She was back again in the heart of the Simla pines, hearing horses' feet that stomped below her window in the dawning, and a gay, cracked voice that sang. Her companion's voice recalled her. "I suppose Daisy will stay here for the summer." "I suppose so," she answered. Grange went on with some hesitation. "The little chap doesn't look as if he would ever stand the Indian climate. What will happen? Will she ever consent to leave him with the Radcliffes?" "I am certain she won't," Muriel answered, with unfaltering conviction. "She simply lives for him." "I thought so," Grange said rather sadly. "It would go hard with her if... Muriel's dark eyes flashed swift entreaty. "Oh, don't say it. Don't think it. I believe it would kill her." She is stronger, though?" he questioned almost sharply. Yes, much stronger. Only not strong enough for that. Captain Grange, it simply couldn't happen." They had reached a gate at the end of the field. Grange stopped before it and spoke with sudden deep feeling. "If it does happen, Muriel," he said, using her Christian name quite unconsciously, "we shall have to stand by her, you and I. You won't leave her, will you? You would be of more use to her than I. Oh, it's damnable to see a woman in trouble and not be able to comfort her." He brought his ungloved hand down upon the gatepost with a violence that drew blood. Then, seeing her face of amazement, thrust it hastily behind him. "I'm a fool," he said, with his shy, semi-apologetic smile. "Don't mind me, Miss Roscoe. You know I'm awfully fond of Daisy, always was. My people were her people, and when they died, we were the only two left, as it were. Of course, she was married by that time, and there are some other relations somewhere, but we've always hung together, she and I. You can understand it, can't you?" Muriel fancied she could, but his vehemence startled her none the less. She had not deemed him capable of such intensity. "I suppose you feel almost as if she were your sister," she remarked, groping half unconsciously for an explanation. Grange was holding the gate open for her. He did not instantly reply. "Then I don't exactly know what that feels like," he said, with an odd shamefacedness. "But in so far as that, we have been playfellows and chums all our lives. I suppose you might describe it in that way." And Muriel, though she wondered a little at the laborious honesty of his reply, was satisfied that she understood. She was drifting into a very pleasant friendship with Blake Grange. He seemed to rely upon her in an indefinable fashion that made their intercourse of necessity one of intimacy. Moreover, Daisy's habits were still more or less those of an invalid, and this fact helped very materially to throw them together. To Muriel, emerging slowly from the long winter of her sorrow, the growing friendship with this man, whom she both liked and admired, was as a shaft of sunshine breaking across a gray landscape. Insensibly it was doing her good. The deep shadow of a horror that once had overwhelmed her was lifting gradually away from her life. In her happier moments it almost seemed that she was beginning to forget. Grange's suggestion that they should ride together awoke in her a keener sense of pleasure than she had known since the tragedy of Warra had darkened her young life, and for the rest of the day she looked forward eagerly to the resumption of this her favorite exercise. Daisy was delighted with the idea, and when on the following morning Grange ransacked the town for suitable mounts and returned triumphant, she declared gaily that she should take no further trouble for her guests' entertainment. The responsibility from that day forth rested with Muriel. Muriel was by no means loath to assume it. They got on excellently together, and their almost daily rides became a source of keen pleasure to her. Winter was fast merging into spring, and the magic of the coming season was working in her blood. There were times when a sense of spontaneous happiness would come over her, she knew not wherefore. Jim Radcliffe no longer looked at her with stern-browed disapproval. She and Grange both became regular members of Olga's hockey team. They shared most of their pursuits. Among other things, she was learning the accompaniments of his songs. Grange had a well-cultivated tenor voice, to which Daisy the Restless would listen for any length of time. Altogether, they were a very peaceful trio, and as the weeks slipped on, it almost seemed as if the quiet home life they lived were destined to endure indefinitely. Grange spoke occasionally of leaving, but Daisy would never entertain the idea for an instant, and he certainly did not press it very strongly. He was not returning to India before September, and the long summer months that intervened made the date of his departure so remote as to be outside discussion. No one ever thought of it. But the long, quiet interval in the sleepy little country town, interminable as it might feel, was not destined to last forever. On a certain afternoon in March, Grange and Muriel, riding home together after a windy gallop across open country, were waylaid outside the doctor's gate by one of the Radcliffe boys. The urchin was cheering at the top of his voice and dancing ecstatically in the mud. Olga, equally disheveled, but somewhat more coherent, was seated on the gate-post, her long legs dangling. "Have you seen Dad? Have you heard?" was her cry. "Jimmy, come out of the road. You'll be kicked." Both riders pulled up to hear the news. Jimmy squirming away from the horse's legs after a fashion that provoked even the mild-tempered Grange to a sharp reproof. "You haven't heard?" pursued Olga, ignoring her small brother's escapade as too trifling to notice at such a supreme moment. "But you haven't, of course, if you haven't seen Dad. The letter only came an hour ago. It's Nick, dear old Nick. He's coming home at last." In her delight over imparting the information, Olga nearly toppled over backwards, only saving herself by a violent effort. "Aren't you glad, Muriel? Aren't you glad?" she cried. "I was never so pleased in my life." But Muriel had no reply ready. For some reason her animal had become suddenly restive, and occupied the whole of her attention. It was Grange who, after a second's hesitation, asked for further particulars. "What is he coming for? Is it sick leave?" Olga nodded. "He isn't to stay out there for the hot weather. It's something to do with his wound. He doesn't want to come a bit, but he is to start almost at once. He may be starting now." "Not likely," put in Jimmy. "The end of March was what he said. Dad said he couldn't be here before the 3rd week in April." "Oh, well, that isn't long, is it?" said Olga eagerly. "Not when you come to remember that it's 3 years since he went away. I do think they might have given him the V.C., don't you? Captain Grange, why hasn't he got the V.C.? Grange couldn't say, really. He advised her to ask the man himself. He was observing Muriel with some uneasiness, and when she at length abruptly waved her whip and rode sharply on as though her horse were beyond her control, he struck spurs into his own and started in pursuit. Muriel passed her own gate at a canter, but hearing Grange behind her, she soon reined in, and they trotted some distance side by side in silence. But Grange was still uneasy. The girl's rigid profile had that stony, aloof look that he had noted upon his arrival weeks before, and that he had come to associate with her escape from Warra. Nevertheless, when she presently addressed him, it was in her ordinary tone, and upon a subject indifferent to them both. She had received a shock, he knew, but she plainly did not wish him to remark it. They rode quite soberly back again, and separated at the door. End of chapter 20. Recording by John Brandon.
Part 3, Chapter 21 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell, Chapter 21. A Harbour of Refuge. To Daisy, the news that Grange imparted was more pleasing than startling. "I knew he would come before long if he were a wise man," she said. But when her cousin wanted to know what she meant, she would not tell him. "No, I can't, Blake," was her answer. "I once promised Muriel never to speak of it. She is very sensitive on the subject." Grange did not press for an explanation. It was not his way. He left her moodily, a frown of deep dissatisfaction upon his handsome face. Daisy did not spend much thought upon him. Her interests at that time were almost wholly centered upon her boy, who was so backward and delicate that she was continually anxious about him. She was, in fact, so preoccupied that she hardly noticed at dinner that Muriel scarcely spoke and ate next to nothing. Grange remarked both facts, and his moodiness increased. When Daisy went up to the nursery, he at once followed Muriel into the drawing-room. She was standing by the window when he entered, a slim, straight figure in unrelieved black. But though she must have heard him, she neither spoke nor turned her head. Grange closed the door and came softly forward. There was an unwonted air of resolution about him that made him look almost grim. He reached her side and stood there silently. The wind had fallen, and the sky was starry. After a brief silence, Muriel dropped the blind and looked at him. There was something of interrogation in her glance. "Shall we go to the garden?" she suggested. "It is so warm." He fell in at once with the proposal. "You will want a cloak," he said. "Can I fetch you one?" "Oh, thanks. Anything will do. I believe there's one of Daisy's in the hall." She moved across the room quickly as one impatient to escape from a confined space. Grange followed her. He was not smoking as usual. They went out together into the warm darkness and passed side by side down the narrow path that wound between the bare flower beds. It was a wonderful night. Once as they walked there drifted across them a sudden fragrance of violets. They reached at length a rustic gate that led into the doctor's meadow, and here with one consent they stopped. Very far away a faint wind was stirring, but close at hand there was no sound. Again from the wet earth by the gate there rose the magic scent of violets. Muriel rested her clasped hands upon the gate and spoke in a voice unconsciously hushed. "I never realized how much I liked this place before," she said. "Isn't it odd? I've been actually happy here, and I didn't know it." "You are not happy tonight," said Grange. She did not attempt to contradict him. "I think I am rather tired," she said. "I don't think that is quite all," he returned with quiet conviction. She moved, turning slightly towards him, but she said nothing, though he obviously waited for some response. For a while he was discouraged, and silence fell again upon them. Then at length he braced himself for an effort. For all his shyness, he was not without a certain strength. "Miss Roscoe," he said, "do you remember how you once promised that you would always regard me as a friend?" She turned fully towards him then, and he saw her face dimly in the starlight. He thought she looked very pale. "I do," she said simply. In a second his diffidence fell away from him. He realized that the ground on which he stood was firm. He bent towards her. "I want you to keep that promise of yours in its fullest sense tonight, Muriel," he said, and his soft voice had in it almost a caressing note. "I want you, if you will, to tell me what is the matter." Muriel stood before him with her face upturned. He could not read her expression, but he knew by her attitude that she had no thought of repelling him. "What is it?" he urged gently. "Won't you tell me?" "Don't you know?" she asked him slowly. I only know that what we heard this afternoon upset you, he answered, and I don't understand it. I'm asking you to explain. You will only think me very foolish and absurd. There was a deep quiver in the words, and he knew that she was trembling. Very kindly he laid his hand upon her shoulder. Can't you trust me better than that? He asked. She did not answer him. Her breathing became suddenly sharp and irregular, and he realized that she was battling for self-control. I don't know if I can make you understand, she said at last, but I will try. Yes, try, he said gently. You won't find it so very difficult. She turned back to the gate and leaned wearily upon it. You are very kind. You always have been. I couldn't tell anyone else, not even Daisy. You see, she is his friend. But you are different. I don't think you like him, do you? Grange hesitated a little. I won't go so far as to say that, he said finally. We get on all right. I was never very intimate with the fellow. I think he is a bit callous. Callous? Muriel gave a sudden, hard shudder. He is much worse than callous. He is hideously, almost devilishly cruel. But he isn't only that. Blake, do you think he is quite human? He is so horribly, so unnaturally strong. Grange heard the scared note in her voice and drew very close to her. I think, he said quietly, that, without knowing it, you exaggerate both his cruelty and his strength. I know he is a queer chap. I once heard it said of him that he has the eyes of a snake charmer, and I believe it more or less. But I assure you he is human, quite human, and, he spoke with unwonted emphasis, he has no more power over you, not an inch, than you choose to give him. Muriel uttered a faint sigh. I knew I should never make you understand. Grange was silent. He might have retorted that she had given him very little information to go upon, but he forbore. There was an almost colossal patience about this man. His silence had in it nothing of resentment. After a few seconds, Muriel went on, her voice very low. I would give anything, all I have, not to meet him when he comes back, but I don't know how to get away from him. He is sure to seek me out, and I am only a girl. I can't prevent it. Again there sounded that piteous quiver in her words. It was like the cry of a lost child. Grange heard it and clenched his hands, but he did not speak. He was gazing straight ahead, stern-eyed and still. Muriel scarcely noticed his attitude. Having at length broken through her barrier of reserve, she found a certain relief in speech. I might go away, of course, she said. I expect I shall do that, for I don't think I could endure it here. But I haven't many friends. My year in India seemed to cut me off from everyone. It's a little difficult to know where to go. And then, too, there is Daisy. She paused, and suddenly Grange spoke with more abruptness than was his wont. Why do you think he is sure to seek you out? Did he ever say so? She shivered. No, he never said so, but in a way I feel it. He is so merciless. He always makes me think of an eagle swooping down on its prey. No doubt you think me very fanciful and ridiculous. Perhaps I am. But once in the mountains. He told me that I belonged to him, that he would not let me go, and I have never been able to forget it." Her voice sank, and it seemed to Grange that she was crying in the darkness. Her utter forlornness pierced him to the heart. He leaned towards her, trying ineffectually to see her face. "My dear little girl," he said gently, "don't be so distressed. He deserves to be kicked for frightening you like this." "It's my own fault," she whispered back. "If I were stronger, or if Daddy were with me, it would be different. But I am all alone. There is no one to help me. I used to think it didn't matter what happened to me, but I am beginning to feel it does." "Of course it does," Grange said. His hand felt along the rail for hers, and finding them, held them closely. Her weakness gave him confidence. "Poor child," he murmured softly. "Poor little girl. You do want someone to take care of you." Muriel mastered herself with an effort. It was not often now that she gave way so completely. "It's only now and then," she said. "It's better than it used to be. Only somehow I got frightened when I heard that Nick was coming. I dare say, when I begin to get used to the idea, I shan't mind it quite so much. Never mind about my silly worries any more. No doubt I shall get wiser as I grow older." She tried to laugh with the words, but somehow no laugh came. Grange's great hand closed very tightly upon hers, and she looked up in surprise. Almost instantly he began to speak, very humbly but also very resolutely. "Muriel," he said, "I'm an unutterable fool at expressing things. I can only say them straight out and hope for the best. You want a protector, don't you? And I should like to be the one to protect you if it were ever possible for you to think of me in that light." He spoke with immense effort. He was afraid of scaring her, afraid of hurting her desolate young heart, afraid almost of the very impulse that moved him to speak. Absolute silence reigned when he ended. Muriel had become suddenly rigid and so still that she did not seem to breathe. For several seconds he waited, but still she made no sign. He had not the remotest clue to guide him. He began to feel as if a door had unexpectedly closed against him, not violently, but steadily, soundlessly, barring him out. It was but a fleeting impression. In a few moments more it was gone. She drew a long, quivering breath and turned slightly towards him. "I would rather trust myself to you," she said, "than to anyone else in the world." She spoke in her deep, sincere voice, which gave him no doubt that she meant what she said, and at once his own trepidation departed. He put his arm around her and pressed her close to him. "Come to me, then," he said very tenderly, "and I will take care of you, Muriel, that no one shall ever frighten you again." She yielded to his touch as simply as a child, leaning her head against him with a little weary gesture of complete confidence. She was desperately tired of standing alone. "I know I shall be safe with you," she whispered. "Quite safe, dear," he answered gravely. He paused a moment as though irresolute. Then, still holding her closely, he bent and kissed her forehead. He did it very quietly and reverently, but at the action she started, almost shrank. One of those swift flashes of memory came suddenly upon her, and as in a vision she beheld another face bending over her, a yellow, wrinkled face of terrible emaciation, with eyes of flickering fire, eyes that never slept, and heard a voice, curiously broken and incoherent, that seemed to pray. She could not catch the words it uttered. The old wild panic rushed over her, the old frenzied longing to escape. With a sobbing gasp she turned in Grange's arms and clung to him. "Oh, Captain Grange," she panted piteously. "Promise, promise you will never let me go." Her agitation surprised him, but it awaked in him a responsive tenderness that compassed her with a strength bred rather of emergency than habit. "My little girl, I swear I will never let you go," he said with grave assurance. "You are quite safe now. No one shall ever take you from me." And it was to Muriel as if, after long and futile battling in the open sea, she had drifted at last into the calm heaven which surely had always been the goal of her desires. End of chapter 21. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon. Part 3, Chapter 22 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell, Chapter 22. An Old Story. Jim Ratcliffe was in the drawing room with Daisy when they returned. He scrutinized them both somewhat sharply as they came in, but he made no comment upon their preference for the garden. Very soon he rose to take his leave. Grange accompanied him to the door, and Muriel, suddenly possessed by an overwhelming sense of shyness, bent over Daisy and murmured a hasty good night. Daisy looked at her for a moment. "Tired, dear?" "A little," Muriel admitted. "I hope you haven't been catching cold, you and Blake," Daisy said as she kissed her. Muriel assured her to the contrary and hastened to make her escape. In the hall she came face to face with Blake. He met her with a smile. "What, going up already?" She nodded. Her face was burning. For an instant her hand lay in his. "You tell Daisy," she whispered, and fled upstairs like a scared bird. Grange stood till she was out of sight, then turned aside to the drawing room, the smile wholly gone from his face. Daisy, from her seat before the fire, looked up with her gay laugh. "I'm sure there is a secret brewing between you two," she declared. "I can feel it in my bones." Grange closed the door carefully. There was a queer look on his face, almost an apprehensive look. He took up his stand on the hearth rug before he spoke. "You are not far wrong, Daisy," he said then. She answered him lightly as ever. "I never am, my dear Blake. Surely you must have noticed it. Well, am I to be let into the plot or not?" He looked at her for a moment uneasily. "Of course we shall tell you," he said. It's not a thing we could very well keep to ourselves for any length of time." A sudden gleam of understanding flashed into Daisy's upturned face, and instantly her expression changed. With a swift, vehement movement she sprang up and stood before him. "Blake!" she exclaimed, and in her voice astonishment, dismay, and even reproach were mingled. He averted his eyes from hers. "Won't you congratulate me, Daisy?" he said, speaking almost under his breath. Daisy had turned very white. She put out both hands and leaned upon the mantelpiece. "But, my dear Blake," she said after a moment, "she is not for you." "What do you mean?" Grange's jaw suddenly set itself. He squared his great shoulders as if instinctively bracing himself to meet opposition. "I mean," Daisy spoke very quietly and emphatically, "I mean, Blake, that she is Nick's property. She belonged to Nick before ever you thought of wanting her. I never dreamed that you would do anything so shabby as to step in at the last moment, just when Nick is coming home, and cut him out. How could you do such a thing, Blake? But surely it isn't irrevocable. You can't have said anything definite." Grange's face had become very stern. He no longer avoided her eyes. For once he was really angry, and showed it. "You make a mistake," he told her curtly. "I have done nothing whatever of which I am ashamed, or of which any man could be ashamed. Certainly I have taken a definite step. I have proposed to her, and she has accepted me. With regard to Nick Ratcliffe, I believe myself that the fellow is something of a blackguard. But in any case, she both fears and hates him. He can have no shadow of a right over her." "You forget that he saved her life," said Daisy. "Is she to hold herself at his disposal on that account? I must say I fail to see the obligation." There was even a hint of scorn in Grange's tone. At sound of it Daisy turned round and laid her hand winningly upon his arm. "Dear old boy," she said gently, "don't be angry. I'm not against you." He softened instantly. It was not in him to harbour resentment against a woman. He took her hand and heaved a deep sigh. "No, Daisy," he said half sadly. "You mustn't be against me. I always count on you." Daisy laughed a little wistfully. "Always did, dear, didn't you? Well, tell me some more. What made you propose all of a sudden like this? Are you very much in love?" He looked at her. "Perhaps not quite as we used to understand the term," he said, seeming to speak half reluctantly. "Oh, we were very extravagant and foolish," rejoined Daisy lightly. "I didn't mean quite in that way, Blake. You at least are past the age for such feathery nonsense, or should be. I was eons and eons ago." "Were you?" he said, and still he looked at her half in wonder, it seemed, and half in regret. Daisy nodded at him briskly. The colour had come back to her face. "Yes, I have arrived at years of discretion," she assured him, "and I quite agree with Solomon that childhood and youth are vanity. But now let us talk about this. Is she in love with you, I wonder? I must be remarkably blind not to have seen it. How in the world I shall ever face Nick again, I can't imagine." Grange frowned. "I'm getting a bit tired of Nick," he said moodily. "He crops up everywhere." Daisy's face flushed. "Don't you ever say a word against him in my hearing," she said, "for I won't bear it. He may not be handsome like you, but for all that he's about the finest man I know." "Good heavens," said Blake, "as much as that?" She nodded vehemently. "Yes, quite as much. And he loves her too, loves her with his whole soul. Perhaps you never knew that they would have been married long ago in Simla if Muriel hadn't overheard some malicious gossip and thrown him over. How in the world she made him let her go I never knew. But she did, though I believe it nearly broke his heart. He came to me afterwards and begged me to keep her with me as long as I could and take care of her." "All this," broke in Grange, "is what you promised never to speak of?" "Yes," she admitted recklessly, "but it is what you ought to know, what you must know before you go any further." "It will make no difference to me," he observed. "It is quite obvious that she never cared for him in the smallest degree. Why, my dear girl, she hates the man." Daisy gave vent to a sigh of exasperation. When you come to talk about women's feelings, Blake, you make me tired. You will never be anything but a great big booby in that respect as long as you live. Grange became silent. He never argued with Daisy. She had always had the upper hand. He watched her as she sat down again, her pretty face in the glow of the fire, but though fully aware of the fact, she would not look at him. "She is a dear girl, and you are not half good enough for her," she said, stooping a little to the blaze. "I know that," he answered bluntly. "I wasn't good enough for you either. But you have had me once." She made a dainty gesture with one shoulder. "That was also eons ago. Why disturb that poor old skeleton?" He did not answer, but he continued to watch her steadily with eyes that held an expression of dumb faithfulness, like the eyes of a dog. Daisy was softly and meditatively poking the fire. "If you marry her, Blake," she said, "you will have to be enormously good to her. She isn't the sort of girl to be satisfied with anything but the best." "I should do my utmost to make her happy," he answered. She glanced up momentarily. "I wonder if you would succeed," she murmured. For a single instant their eyes met. Daisy's fell away at once, and the firelight showed a swift deepening of colour on her face. As for Blake, he stood quite stiff for a few seconds. Then, with an abruptness of movement unusual with him, he knelt suddenly down beside her. "Daisy," he said, and his voice sounded strained, almost hoarse. "You're not vexed about it? You don't mind my marrying? It isn't, you know, it isn't as if—" He broke off, for Daisy had jerked upright as if at the piercing of a nerve. She looked at him fully with blazing eyes. "How can you be so ridiculous, Blake?" she exclaimed with sharp impatience. "That was all over and done with long, long ago, and you know it. Besides, even if it hadn't been, I'm not a dog in the manger. Surely you know that, too. Oh, go away, and don't be absurd." She put her hand against his shoulder and gave him a small but vehement push. He stood up again immediately, but he did not look hurt, and the expression of loyalty in his eyes never wavered. There was a short pause before Daisy spoke again. "Well," she said with a brief sigh, "I suppose it's no good crying over spilt milk. But I wish you had chosen any girl in the world but Muriel, Blake. I do indeed. You will have to write to Sir Reginald Bassett. He is her guardian, subject to his wife's management. Perhaps she will approve of you. She hated Nick for some reason." "I don't see how they can object," Grange said, in the moody tone he always used when perplexed. "No," said Daisy, "nor did Nick. But Lady Bassett managed to put a spoke in his wheel notwithstanding. Still, if Muriel wants to marry you, or thinks she does, she will probably take her own way and possibly regret it afterwards." "You think I shall not make her happy?" said Grange. Daisy hesitated a little. "I think," she said slowly, "that you are not the man for her. However," she rose with another shrug, "I may be wrong. In any case, you have gone too far for me to meddle. I can't help either of you now. You must just do what you think best." She held out her hand. "I must go up now. Baby is restless tonight and may want me. Good night." Blake stooped and carried her hand softly and suddenly to his lips. He seemed for an instant on the verge of saying something, but no words came. There was a faint, half-mocking smile on Daisy's face as she turned away, but she was silent also. It seemed that they understood each other. End of chapter 22. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon. Part 3, Chapter 23 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell, Chapter 23. The Sleep Called Death. It was an unspeakable relief to Muriel that, in congratulating her upon her engagement, Daisy made no reference to Nick. She did not know that this forbearance had been dictated long before by Nick himself. The days that followed her engagement had in them a sort of rapture that she had never known before. She felt as a young wild creature suddenly escaped from the iron jaws of a trap in which it had long languished, and she rioted in the sense of liberty that was hers. Her youth was coming back to her in leaps and bounds with the advancing spring. She missed nothing in Blake's courtship. His gentleness had always attracted her, and the intimacy that had been growing up between them made their intercourse always easy and pleasant. They never spoke of Nick, but ever in Muriel's heart there lay the soothing knowledge that she had nothing more to fear. Her terrible single-handed contests against overwhelming odds were over, and she was safe. She was convinced that, whatever happened, Blake would take care of her. Was he not the protector she would have chosen from the beginning? Could she but have had her way? So, placidly and happily, the days drifted by, till March was nearly gone, and then, sudden and staggering as a shell from the masked battery, there fell the blow that was destined to end that peaceful time. Very late one night, there came a nervous knocking at Muriel's door, and springing up from her bed, she came face to face with Daisy's ayah. The woman was gray with fright and babbling incoherently. Something about Baba and the Mem-Sahib Muriel caught, and instantly guessed that the baby had been taken ill. She flung a wrap round her and hastened to the nursery. It was a small room opening out of Daisy's bedroom. The light was turned on full, and here Daisy herself was walking up and down with the baby in her arms. Before Muriel was well in the room, she stopped and spoke. Her face was ghastly pale, and she could not raise her voice above a whisper, though she made repeated efforts. "Go to Blake," she panted. "Go quickly. Tell him to fetch Jim Ratcliffe. Quick, quick!" Muriel flew to do her bidding. In her anxiety, she scarcely waited to knock at Blake's door, but burst in upon him headlong. The room was in total darkness, but he awoke instantly. "Hello? What is it? That you, Muriel?" "Oh, Blake!" she gasped. "The child's ill. We want the doctor." He was up in a moment. She heard him groping for matches, but he only succeeded in knocking something over. "Can't you find them?" she asked. "Wait, I'll get you a light." She ran back to her own room and fetched a candle. Her hands were shaking so that she could scarcely light it. Returning, she found Grange putting on his clothes in the darkness. He was fully as flurried as she. As she set down the candle, there arose a sudden awful sound in Daisy's room. Muriel stood still. "Oh, what was that?" Grange paused in the act of dragging on his coat. "It's that damned ayah," he said savagely, and in a second Muriel understood. Daisy's ayah was wailing for the dead. She put her hands over her ears. The dreadful cry seemed to pierce right through to her very soul. Then she remembered Daisy and turned to go to her. Out in the passage, she met the white-faced English servants huddling together and whispering. One of them was sobbing hysterically. She passed them swiftly by. Back in Daisy's room, she found the ayah crouched on the floor and rocking herself to and fro while she beat her breast and wailed. The door that led into the nursery was closed. Muriel advanced fiercely upon the woman. She almost felt as if she could have choked her. She seized her by the shoulders without ceremony. The ayah ceased her wailing for a moment, then recommenced in a lower key. Muriel pulled her to her feet, half dragged, half led her to her own room, thrust her within, and locked the door upon her. Then she returned to Daisy. She found her sunk in a rocking chair before the waning fire, softly swaying to and fro with the baby on her breast. She looked at Muriel entering with a set, still face. "Has Blake gone?" she asked, still in that dry, powerless whisper. Muriel moved to her side and knelt down. "He is just going," she began to say, but the words froze on her lips. She remained motionless for a long second, gazing at the tiny, waxen face on Daisy's breast, and for that second her heart stood still, for she knew that the baby was dead. From the closed room across the passage came the muffled sound of the ayah's wailing. Daisy made a slight, impatient movement. "Stir the fire," she whispered. "He feels so cold." But Muriel did not move to obey. Instead, she held out her arms. "Let me take him, dear," she begged tremulously. Daisy shook her head with a jealous tightening of her clasp. "He has been so ill, poor wee darling," she whispered. "It came on so suddenly. There was no time to do anything. But he is easier now. I think he is asleep. We won't disturb him." Muriel said no more. She rose and blindly poked the fire. Then, for the sight of Daisy rocking her dead child with that set, ashen face was more than she could bear. She turned and stole away, softly closing the door behind her. Again meeting the English servants hovering outside, she sent them downstairs to light the kitchen fire, going herself to the dining room window to watch for the doctor. Her feet were bare and freezing, but she would not return to her room for slippers. She felt she could not endure that awful wailing at close quarters again. Even as it was, she heard it fitfully, but from the nursery there came no sound. She wondered if Blake had gone across the meadow to the doctor's house. It was undoubtedly the shortest cut, and tried to calculate how long it would take him. The waiting was intolerable. She bore it with a desperate endurance. She could not rid herself of the feeling that somehow Nick was near her. She almost expected to see him come lightly in and stand beside her. Once or twice she turned shivering to assure herself that she was really alone. There came at last the click of the garden gate. They had come across the drenched meadows. In a transient gleam of moonlight, she saw the two figures striding towards her. Grange stopped a moment to fasten the gate. The doctor came straight on. She ran to the front door and threw it open. The wind blew swirling all about her, but she never felt it, though her very lips were numb and cold. "It's too late," she gasped as he entered. "It's too late." Jim Ratcliffe took her by the shoulders and forced her away from the open door. "Go and put something on," he ordered. "Instantly." There was no resisting the mastery of his tone. She responded to it instinctively, hardly knowing what she did. The Aya's paroxysm of grief had sunk to a low moaning when she re-entered her room. It sounded like a dumb creature in pain. Hastily she dressed and twisted up her hair with fingers that she strove in vain to steady. Then noiselessly she crept back to the nursery. Daisy was still rocking softly to and fro before the oar, her piteous burden yet clasped against her heart. The doctor was stooping over her, and Muriel saw the half-eager, half-suspicious look in Daisy's eyes as she watched him. She was telling him in rapid whispers what had happened. He listened to her very quietly, his keen eyes fixed unblinking upon the baby's face. When she ended, he stooped a little lower, his hand upon her arm. "Let me take him," he said. Muriel trembled for the answer, remembering the instant refusal with which her own offer had been met. But Daisy made no sort of protest. She seemed to yield mechanically. Only, as he lifted the tiny body from her breast, a startled, almost a bereft look crossed her face, and she whispered quickly, "You won't let him cry?" Jim Ratcliffe was silent a moment while he gazed intently at the little lifeless form he held. Then very gently, very pitifully, but withal very steadily, his verdict fell through the silent room. "He will never cry any more." Daisy was on her feet in a moment, the agony in her eyes terrible to see. "Jim! Jim!" she gasped in a strangled voice. "He isn't dead? My little darling, my baby, the light of my eyes, tell me he isn't dead." She bent hungrily over the burden he held, and then gazed wildly into his face. She was shaking as one in an ague. Quietly he drew the head covering over the baby's face. "My dear," he said, "there is no death." The words were few, spoken almost in an undertone, but they sent a curious tingling thrill through Muriel, a thrill that seemed to reach her heart. For the first time, unaccountably, wholly intangibly, she was aware of a strong resemblance between this man whom she honored and the man she feared. She almost felt as if Nick himself had uttered the words. Standing dumbly by the door, she saw the doctor stoop to lay the poor little body down in the cot, saw Daisy's face of anguish and the sudden, wide-flung spread of her empty arms. The next moment, her woman's instinct prompting her, she sprang forward, and it was she who caught the stricken mother as she fell. End of chapter 23. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon. Part 3, Chapter 24 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell, Chapter 24. The Creed of a Fighter. It was growing very hot in the plains. A faint breeze born at sunset had died away long ago, leaving a wonderful, breathless stillness behind. The man who sat at work on his veranda with his shirt sleeves turned up above his elbows sighed heavily from time to time, as if he felt some oppression in the atmosphere. He was quite a young man, fair-skinned and clean-shaven, with an almost pathetically boyish look about him, a wistful expression as of one whose youth still endured, though the zest thereof was denied to him. His eyes were weary and bloodshot, but he worked on steadily, indefatigably, never raising them from the paper under his hand. Even when a step sounded in the room behind him, he scarcely looked up. "One moment, old chap." He was still working rapidly as he spoke. "I've a toughish bit to get through. I'll talk to you in a minute." There was no immediate reply. A man's figure, dressed in white linen, with one arm quite invisible under the coat, stood halting for a moment in the doorway, then moved out and slowly approached the table at which the other sat. The lamplight, gleaming upwards, revealed a yellow face of many wrinkles, and curious, glancing eyes that shone like fireflies in the gloom. He stopped beside the man who worked. "All right," he said. "Finish what you are doing." In the silence that followed he seemed to watch the hand that moved over the paper with an absorbing interest. The instant it rested, he spoke. "Done?" The man in the chair stretched out his arms with a long gesture of weariness, then abruptly leaped to his feet. "What am I thinking of, keeping you standing here? Sit down, Nick. Yes, I've done for the present. What a restless beggar you are. Why couldn't you lie still for a spell?" Nick grimaced. "It's an accomplishment I have never been able to acquire. Besides, there's no occasion for it now. If I were going to die, it would be a different thing, and even then I think I'd rather die standing. How are you getting on, my son? What mean these hieroglyphics?" He dropped into the empty chair and pored over the paper. "Oh, you wouldn't understand if I told you," the other answered. "You're not an engineer." "Not even a greaser of wheels," admitted Nick modestly. "But you needn't throw it in my teeth. I suppose you are going to make your fortune soon and retire, you and Daisy and the imp, to a respectable suburb. You're a very lucky chap, Will." "Think so?" said Will. He was bending a little over his work. His tone sounded either absent or dubious. Nick glanced at him and suddenly swept his free right hand across the table. "Put it away," he said. "You're overdoing it. Get the wretched stuff out of your head for a bit, and let's have a smoke before dinner. I'll bring her out to you next winter. See if I don't." Will turned towards him impulsively. "Oh, man, if you only could." "Only could," echoed Nick. "I tell you I will. 10 quid on it if you like. Is it done?" But Will shook his head with a queer, unsteady smile. "No, it isn't. But come along and smoke, or you will be having that infernal neuralgia again. It was confoundedly good of you to look me up like this when you weren't fit for it." Nick laughed aloud. "Man alive, you don't suppose I did it for your sake, do you? Don't you know I wanted to break the journey to the coast?" "Odd place to choose," commented Will. Nick arose in his own peculiarly abrupt fashion and thrust his hand through his friend's arm. "Perhaps I thought a couple of days of your society would cheer me up," he observed lightly. "I dare say that seems odd, too." Will laughed in spite of himself. "Well, you've seen me with my nose to the grindstone, anyhow. You can tell Daisy I'm working like a troop horse for her and the boy. Jove, what a knowing little beggar that youngster used to be. He isn't very strong, though, Daisy writes." "How often do you hear?" asked Nick. "Oh, the last letter came 3 weeks ago. They were all well then, but she didn't stop to say much because Grange was there. He is staying with them, you know." "You haven't heard since then?" There was just a hint of indignation in Nick's query. Will shook his head. No, she's a bad correspondent, always was. I write by every mail, and of course, if there were anything I ought to know, she would write too. But they are leading a fairly humdrum existence just now. She can't have much to tell me. Nick changed the subject. How long has Grange been there? I don't know. Some time, I think, but I really don't know. They are very old pals, you know, he and Daisy. There was a bit of a romance between them, I believe, years ago, when she was in her teens. Their people wouldn't hear of it because they were first cousins, so it fizzled out. But they are still great friends. A good sort of fellow, I always thought. Too soft for me, said Nick. He's like a well-built ship adrift without a rudder. He's all manners and no grit, the sort of chap who wants to be pushed before he can do anything. I often ached to kick him when we were boxed up at Warra. Will smiled. The only drawback to indulging in that kind of game is that you may get kicked back, and a kick from a giant like Grange would be no joke. Nick looked supremely contemptuous. Fellows like Grange don't kick. They don't know how. That's why I had to leave him alone. He turned into Will's sitting room and stretched himself out upon an ancient charpoy furnished with many ancient cushions that stood by the window. Will gave him a cigarette and lighted it. I wonder how many nights I have spent on that old shakedown, he remarked as he did it. Nick glanced upwards. Last year? Will nodded. It was like hell, he said with terrible simplicity. I came straight back here, you know, after Daisy left Simla. I suppose the contrast made it worse. Then, too, the sub was ill, and it meant double work. Well, with another sigh, we pulled through somehow, and I suppose we shall again. But, Nick, Daisy couldn't possibly stand this place more than 4 months out of 12. And as for the kiddie... Nick removed his cigarette to yawn. You won't be here all your life, my son, he said. You're a rising man, remember? There's no sense in grizzling anyhow, and you're getting round-shouldered. Why don't you do some gymnastics? You've got a swimming bath. Go and do a 1/4 mile breaststroke every day. Jupiter, what wouldn't I give to... He broke off abruptly. Well, I'm not going to cry for the moon either. There's the kit on the veranda. What does he want? Will went out to see. Nick, idly watching, saw the native hand him something on a salver, which Will took to the lamp by which he had been working. Dead silence ensued. From far away there came the haunting cry of a jackal, but near at hand there was no sound. A great stillness hung upon all things. To Nick, lying at full length upon the cushions, there presently came the faint sound of paper crackling, and a moment later his friend's voice, pitched very low, spoke to the waiting servant. He heard the man softly retire, and again an intense stillness reigned. He could not see Will from where he lay, and he smoked on placidly for nearly 5 minutes, in the belief that he was either answering some communication or looking over his work. Then at last, growing impatient of the prolonged silence, he lifted his voice without moving. "What in the world are you doing, you unsociable beggar? Can't you tear yourself away from that beastly work for one night even? Come in here and entertain me. You won't have the chance tomorrow." There was no reply. Only from far away there came again the weird yell of a jackal. For a few seconds more Nick lay frowning, then swiftly and quietly he arose and stepped to the window. There he stopped dead as if in sudden irresolution, for Will was sunk upon his knees by the table with his head upon his work and his arms flung out with clenched hands in an attitude of the most utter, the most anguished despair. He made no sound of any sort. Only as Nick watched, his bowed shoulders heaved once convulsively. It was only for a moment that Nick stood hesitating. The next, obeying an impulse that he never stopped to question, he moved straight forward to Will's side, and then saw, what he had not at first seen, a piece of paper crumpled and gripped in one of his hands. He bent over him and spoke rapidly, but without agitation. "Hello, old boy, what is it? Bad news, eh?" Will started and groaned, then sharply turned his face upwards. It was haggard and drawn and ghastly, but even then its boyishness remained. He spoke at once, replying to Nick in short staccato tones. "I've had a message just come through. It's the kiddie, our little chap. He died last night." Nick heard the news in silence. After a moment he stooped forward and took the paper out of Will's hand, thrusting it away without a glance into his own pocket. Then he took him by the arm and hoisted him up. "Come inside," he said briefly. Will went with him blindly, too stricken to direct his own movements. And so he presently found himself crouching forward in a chair, staring at Nick's steady hand, mixing whiskey and water in a glass at his elbow. As Nick held it towards him, he burst into sudden, wild speech. "I've lost her!" he exclaimed harshly. "I've lost her! It was only the kiddie that bound us together. She never cared a halfpenny about me. I always knew I should never hold her unless we had a child. And now... "Easy," said Nick. "Easy. Just drink this like a good chap. There's no sense in letting yourself go." Will drank submissively and covered his face. "Oh, man," he whispered brokenly. "You don't know what it is to be despised by the one being in the world you worship." Nick said nothing. His lips twitched a little, that was all. But when several miserable seconds had dragged away and Will had not moved, he bent suddenly down and put his arm round the huddled shoulders. "Keep a stiff upper lip, old chap," he urged gently. "Don't knock under. She'll be coming to you for comfort presently." "Not she," groaned Will. "I shall never get near her again. She'll never come back to me. I know. "Don't be a fool," said Nick, still gently. "You don't know. Of course she will come back to you. If you stick to her, she'll stick to you." Will made a choked sound of dissent. Nevertheless, after a moment, he raised his quivering face and gripped hard the hand that pressed his shoulder. "Thanks, dear fellow. You're awfully good. Forgive me for making an ass of myself. I was awfully fond of the little nipper, too. Poor Daisy. She'll be frightfully cut up." He broke off, biting his lips. "Do you know," he said presently in a strained whisper, "I've wanted her sometimes so horribly that I've even been fool enough to pray about it." He glanced up as he made this confidence, half expecting to read ridicule on the alert face above him, but the expression it wore surprised him. It was almost a fighting look, and wholly free from contempt. Nick seated himself on the edge of the table and smote him on the shoulder. "My dear chap," he said, with a sudden burst of energy, "you're only at the beginning of things. It isn't just praying now and then that does it. You've got to keep up the steam, never slack for an instant, whatever happens. The harder going it is, the more likely you are to win through if you stick to it. But directly you slack, you lose ground. If you've only got the grit to go on praying hard,
even against your own convictions. You'll get it sooner or later. You are bound to get it. They say God doesn't always grant prayer because the thing you want may not do you any good. That's gammon, futile gammon. If you want it hard enough and keep on clamoring for it, it becomes the very thing of all others you need, the great essential. And you'll get it for that very reason. It's sheer pluck that counts, nothing else. The pluck to go on fighting when you know perfectly well you're beaten. The pluck to hang on and worry, worry, worry till you get your heart's desire. He sprang up with a wide-flung gesture. I'm doing it myself, he said, and his voice rang with a certain grim elation. I'm doing it myself, and God knows I shan't give him any peace till I'm satisfied. I may be small, but if I were no bigger than a mosquito, I'd keep on buzzing. He walked to the end of the room, stood for a second, and came slowly back. Will was looking at him oddly, almost as if he had never seen him before. Do you know, he said, smiling faintly, I always thought you were a rotter. Most people do, said Nick. I believe it's my physiognomy that's at fault. What can anyone expect from a fellow with a face like an Egyptian mummy? Why, I've been mistaken for the devil himself before now. He spoke with a semi-whimsical ruefulness, and having spoken, he went to the window and stood there with his face to the darkness. Hear that jackal, Will? He suddenly said. The brute is hungry. You bet he won't go empty away. Jackals never do, said Will with his weary sigh. Nick turned round. It shows what faithless fools we are, he said. In the silence that followed, there came again to them, clear through the stillness and haunting in its persistence, the crying of the beast that sought its meat from God. End of chapter 24. Recording by M.J. Franck, Portland, Oregon.
Chapter 25 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 25. A Scented Letter. There is no exhaustion more complete or more compelling than the exhaustion of grief, and it is the most restless temperaments that usually suffer from it the most keenly. It is those who have watched constantly, tirelessly, selflessly for weeks or even months, for whom the final breakdown is the most utter and most heartrending. To Daisy, lying silent in her darkened room, the sudden ending of the prolonged strain, the cessation of the anxiety that had become a part of her very being, was more intolerable than the sense of desolation itself. It lay upon her like a physical, crushing weight, this absence of care, numbing all her faculties. She felt that the worst had happened to her, the ultimate blow had fallen, and she cared for naught besides. In those first days of her grief, she saw none but Muriel and the doctor. Jim Ratcliffe was more uneasy about her than he would admit. He knew, as no one else knew, what the strain had been upon the oversensitive nerves, and how terribly the shock had wrenched them. He also knew that her heart was still in a very unsatisfactory state, and for many hours he dreaded collapse. He was inclined to be uneasy upon Muriel's account as well, at first, but she took him completely by surprise. Without a question, without a word, simply as a matter of course, she assumed the position of nurse and constant companion to her friend. Her resolution and steady self-control astonished him, but he soon saw that these were qualities upon which he could firmly rely. She had put her own weakness behind her, and in face of Daisy's utter need, she had found strength. He suffered her to have her way, seeing how close was the bond of sympathy between them, and realizing that the very fact of supporting Daisy would be her own support. "You are as steady-going as a professional," he told her once. To which she answered with her sad smile, "I served my probation in the School of Sorrow last year. I am only able to help her because I know what it is to sit in ashes." He patted her shoulder and called her a good girl. He was growing very fond of her, and in his blunt, unflattering way, he let her know it. Certain it was that in those terrible days following her bereavement, Daisy clung to her as she had never before clung to anyone, scarcely speaking to her, but mutely leaning upon her steadfast strength. Muriel saw but little of Blake, though he was never far away. He wandered miserably about the house and garden, smoking endless cigarettes, and invariably asking her with a piteous, dog-like wistfulness, whenever they met, if there were nothing that he could do. There never was anything, but she had not the heart to tell him so, and she used to invent errands for him to make him happier. She herself did not go beyond the garden for many days. One evening about 3 weeks after her baby's death, Daisy heard his step on the gravel below her window and roused herself a little. "Who is taking care of Blake?" she asked. Muriel glanced down from where she sat at the great listless figure nearing the house. "I think he's taking care of himself," she said. "All alone?" said Daisy. "Yes, dear." Daisy uttered a sudden hard sigh. "You mustn't spend all your time with me any longer," she said. "I have been very selfish. I forgot. Go down to him, Muriel." Muriel looked up, struck by something incomprehensible in her tone. "You know I like to be with you," she said, "and of course he understands." But Daisy would not be satisfied. "That may be, but I want you to go to him. He is lonely, poor boy. I can hear it in his step. I always know." Wondering at her persistence and somewhat reluctant, Muriel rose to comply. As she was about to pass her, with a swift movement, Daisy caught her hand and drew her down. "I want you so to be happy, dearest," she whispered, a quick note of passion in her voice. "It's better for you to be together. I'm not going to monopolize you any longer. I will try to come down tomorrow, if Jim will let me. It's hockey day, isn't it? You must go and play as usual, you and he." She was quivering with agitation as she pressed her lips to the girl's cheek. Muriel would have embraced her, but she pushed her softly away. Go, dear," she insisted. "I wish it." And Muriel went, seeing that she would not otherwise be pacified. She found Blake depressed indeed, but genuinely pleased to see her, and she walked in the garden with him in the soft spring twilight till the dinner hour. Just as they were about to go in, the postman appeared with foreign letters for them both, which proved to be from Sir Reginald and Lady Bassett. The former had written briefly but very kindly to Grange, signifying his consent to his engagement to his ward, and congratulating him upon having won her. To Muriel he sent a fatherly message, telling her of his pleasure at hearing of her happiness, and adding that he hoped she would return to them in the following autumn to enable him to give her away. Grange put his arm round his young fiancée as he read this passage aloud, but she only stood motionless within it, not yielding to his touch. It even seemed to him that she stiffened slightly. He looked at her questioningly and saw that she was very pale. "What is it?" he asked gently. "Will that be too soon for you?" She met his eyes frankly, but with unmistakable distress. I didn't think it would be quite so soon, Blake," she faltered. "I don't want to be married at present. Can't we go on as we are for a little? Shall you mind?" Blake's face wore a puzzled look, but it was wholly free from resentment. He answered her immediately and reassuringly. "Of course not, dear. It shall be just what you like. Why should you be hurried?" She gave him a smile of relief and gratitude, and he stooped and kissed her forehead with a soothing tenderness that he might have bestowed upon a child. It was with some reluctance that she opened Lady Bassett's letter in his presence, but she felt that she owed him this small mark of confidence. There was a strong aroma of attar of roses as she drew it from the envelope, and she glanced at Grange with an expression of disgust. "What is the matter?" he asked. "Nothing wrong, I hope." "It's only the scent," she explained, concealing a faint sense of irritation. He smiled. "Don't you like it? I thought all women did." "My dear Blake," she said, and shuddered. The next minute she threw a sharp look over her shoulder, suddenly assailed by an uncanny feeling that Nick was standing grimacing at her elbow. She saw his features so clearly, for the moment, with his own peculiarly hideous grimace upon them, that she scarcely persuaded herself that her fancy had tricked her. But there was nothing but the twilight of the garden all around her, and Blake's huge bulk by her side, and she promptly dismissed the illusion, not without a sense of shame. With a gesture of impatience, she unfolded Lady Bassett's letter. It commenced, "Dearest Muriel," and proceeded at once in terms of flowing elegance to felicitate her upon her engagement to Blake Grange. "In according our consent," wrote Lady Bassett, "Sir Reginald and I have not the smallest scruple or hesitation. Only, dearest, for Blake Grange's sake, as well as for your own, make quite sure this time that your mind is fully made up and your choice final." When Muriel read this passage, a deep note of resentment crept into her voice, and she lifted a flushed face. "It may be very wicked," she said deliberately, "but I hate Lady Bassett." Grange looked astonished, even mildly shocked. But Muriel returned to the letter before he could reply. It went on to express regret that the writer could not herself return to England for the summer, to assist her in the purchase of her trousseau, and to chaperone her back to India in the autumn. But her sister, Mrs. Langdale, who lived in London, would, she was sure, be delighted to undertake the part of adviser in the first case, and in the second she would doubtless be able to find among her many friends who would be traveling east for the winter one who would take charge of her. No reference was made to Daisy till the end of the letter, when the formal hope was expressed that Mrs. Musgrave's health had benefited by the change. "She dares to disapprove of Daisy for some reason," Muriel said, closing the letter with a rapidity of exasperation. Grange did not ask why. He was engrossed in brushing a speck of mud from his sleeve, and she was not sure that he even heard her remark. I suppose, you are not going to bother about a trousseau yet, then?" he asked rather awkwardly. She shook her head with vehemence. No, of course not. Why should I hurry? Besides, I am in mourning." "Exactly as you like," said Grange gently. "My leave will be up in September, as you know, but I am not bound to stay in the army. I will send in my papers if you wish it." Muriel looked at him in amazement. "Send in your papers? Why, no, Blake. I wouldn't have you do it for the world. I never dreamed of such a thing." He smiled good-humoredly. "Well, of course, I should be sorry to give up polo, but there are plenty of other things I could take to. Personally, I like a quiet existence." Was there just a shade of scorn in Muriel's glance as it fell away from him? It would have been impossible for any bystander to say with certainty, but there was without doubt a touch of constraint in her voice as she made reply. "Yes, you are quite the most placid person I know. But please don't think of leaving the army for my sake. I am a soldier's daughter, remember, and I like soldiers." Her lip quivered as she turned to enter the house. Her heart at that moment was mourning over a soldier's unknown grave. But Grange did not know it, did not even see that she was moved. His eyes were raised to an upper window at which a dim figure stood looking out into the shadows, and he was thinking of other things. End of chapter 25. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 26 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 26. The Eternal Flame. Daisy maintained her resolution on the following day, and though she did not speak again of going downstairs, she insisted that Muriel should return to the hockey field and resume her place in Olga's team. It was the last match of the season, and she would not hear of her missing it. "You and Blake are both to go," she said. "I won't have either of you staying at home for me." But Blake, when Muriel conveyed this message to him, moodily shook his head. "I'm not going. I don't want to. You must, of course. It will do you good." "But I couldn't play if I went. I've strained my wrist." "Oh, have you?" Muriel said with concern. "What a nuisance! How did you manage it?" He reddened and looked slightly ashamed. "I vaulted the gate into the meadow this morning. Idiotic thing to do. But I shall be all right. Never mind about me. I shall smoke in the garden. I may go for a walk." Thus pressed on all sides, though decidedly against her own inclination, Muriel went. The day was showery with brilliant intervals. Grange saw her off at the field gate. "Plenty of mud," he remarked. "Yes, I shall be a spectacle when I come back. Goodbye. Take care of yourself." Muriel's hand rested for an instant on his arm, and then she was gone, a slim, short-skirted figure walking swiftly over the grass. He stood leaning on the gate, watching her till a clump of trees intervened between them. Then lazily he straightened himself and began to stroll back up the garden. He was not smoking. His face wore a heavy, almost a sullen look. He scarcely raised his eyes from the ground as he walked. Nearing the house, the sudden sound of a window being raised made him look up, and in an instant, swift as a passing cloud shadow, his moodiness was gone. Daisy was leaning on her window-sill, looking down upon him. Though she had not spoken to him for weeks, she gave him no greeting. Her voice even sounded a trifle sharp. "What are you loafing there for?" she demanded. "Why didn't you go with Muriel to the hockey?" He hesitated for a single instant. Then, for he never lied to Daisy, quite honestly he made reply. "I didn't want to." Her pale face frowned down at him, though the eyes had a soft light that was like a mother's indulgence for her wayward child. "How absurd you are! How can you be so lazy? I won't have it, Blake. Do you hear?" He moved forward a few steps till he was immediately below her, and there stood with uplifted face. "What do you want me to do?" "Do?" echoed Daisy. "Why, anything. Anything rather than nothing. There's the garden roller over there by the tool shed. Go and get it and roll the lawn." He went off obediently without another word, and presently the clatter of the roller testified to his submissive fulfillment of her command. He did not look up again. Simply with his coat off and shirt sleeves turned above his elbows, he tackled his arduous task, laboring up and down in the soft spring rain, patient and tireless as an ox. He had accomplished about half his job when again Daisy's voice broke imperiously in upon him. "Blake! Blake! Come in! You'll get wet to the skin." He stopped at once, straightening his great frame with a sigh of relief. Daisy was standing at the drawing-room window. He pulled on his coat and went to join her. She came to meet him with sharp reproach. "Why are you so foolish? I believe you would have gone on rolling if there had been an earthquake. You must be wet through and through." She ran her little thin hand over him. "Yes, I knew you were. You must go and change." But Grange's fingers closed with quiet intention upon her wrist. He was looking down at her with the faithful adoration of a dumb animal. "Not yet," he said gently. "Let me see you while I can." She made a quick movement as if his grasp hurt her, and in an instant she was free. "Yes, but let us be sensible," she said. "Don't let us talk about hard things. I'm very tired, you know, Blake. You must make it easy for me." There was a piteous note of appeal in her voice. She sat down with her back to the light. He could see that her hands were trembling, but because of her appeal he would not seem to see it. "Don't you think a change would be good for you?" he suggested. "I don't know," she answered. "Jim says so. He wants me to go to Brethaven. It's only 10 miles away, and he would motor over and look after me. But I don't think it much matters. I'm not particularly fond of the sea, and Muriel assures me she doesn't mind." "Isn't it at Brethaven that Nick Ratcliffe owns a place?" asked Grange. "Yes, Redlands is the name. I went there once with Will. It's a beautiful place on the cliff, quite thrown away on Nick, though unless he marries, which he never will now." Grange looked uncomfortable. "It's not my fault," he remarked bluntly. "No, I know," said Daisy, with a faint echo of her old light laugh. "Nothing ever was or could be your fault, dear old Blake. You're just unlucky sometimes, aren't you? That's all." Blake frowned a little. "I play a straight game, generally," he said. "Yes, sir, but you almost always drive into a bunker," Daisy insisted. "It's not your fault, as we said before. It's just your misfortune." She never flattered Blake. It was perhaps the secret of her charm for him. To other women he was something of a paladin. To Daisy he was no more than a man moreover of many weaknesses, each one of which she knew, each one of which was in a fashion dear to her. "We will have some tea, shall we?" she said, as he sat silently digesting her criticism. "I must try and write to Will presently. I haven't written to him since... She broke off short and began again. "I got Muriel to write for me once, but he keeps writing by every mail. I wish he wouldn't." Grange got up and walked softly to the window. "When do you think of going back?" he asked. "I don't know." There was a keen note of irritation in the reply. Daisy leaned suddenly forward, her fingers locked together. "You might as well ask me when I think of dying," she said, with abrupt and startling bitterness. Grange remained stationary, not looking at her. "Is it as indefinite as that?" he asked presently. "Yes, quite." She spoke recklessly, even defiantly. "Where would be the use of my going to a place I couldn't possibly live in for more than 4 months in the year? Besides, but again, as if checked by some potent inner influence, she broke off short. Her white face quivered suddenly, and she turned it aside. Her hands were convulsively clenched upon each other. Her cousin did not move. He seemed to be unaware of her agitation. Simply, with much patience, he waited for her end of the sentence. It came at last in a voice half strangled. She was making almost frantic efforts to control herself. Besides, I couldn't stand it yet. I'm not strong enough. And he wouldn't understand, poor boy. I honestly think I am better away from him for the present. Blake made no further inquiries. From Daisy's point of view, he seemed to be standing motionless, but in reality he was quite unconsciously, though very deliberately, pulling the tassel of the blind cord to shreds. The clouds had passed, and the sun blazed down upon him, throwing his splendid outline into high relief. Every detail of his massive frame was strongly revealed. There was about him a species of careless magnificence, wholly apart from arrogance, unfettered, superb. To Daisy, familiar as she was with every line of him, the sudden revelation of the sunlight acted like a charm. She had been hiding her eyes for many days from all light, veiling them in the darkness of her grief, and the splendor of the man fairly dazzled her. It rushed upon her, swift, overmastering, as a tidal wave, and before it even the memory of her sorrow grew dim. Blake, turning at last, met her eyes fixed full upon him, with that in their expression which no man can ignore. She had not expected him to turn. The movement disconcerted her. With a sharp jerk, she averted her face, seeking to cover that momentary slip, to persuade him even then, if it were possible, into the belief that he had not seen aright. But it was too late. That unguarded look of hers had betrayed her, rending asunder in an instant the veil with which for years she had successfully baffled him. In a second he was on his knees beside her, his arms about her, holding her with a close and passionate insistence. "Daisy," he whispered huskily, and again, "Daisy." And Daisy turned with a sudden deep sob, and hid her face upon his breast. End of chapter 26. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 27 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 27. The Eagle Caged. In spite of Olga's ecstatic welcome, Muriel took her place on the hockey field that afternoon with a heavy heart. Her long attendance upon Daisy had depressed her, but gradually, as the play proceeded, she began to forget herself and her troubles. The spring air exhilarated her, and when they returned to the field after a sharp shower, her spirits had risen. She became even childishly gay in the course of the hotly contested battle, and the sadness gradually died out of her eyes. She had grown less shy, less restrained than of old. Youth and health, and a dawning unconscious beauty, had sprung to life upon her face. She was no longer the frightened, bereft child of Simla days. She no longer hid a monstrous fear in her heart. She had put it all away from her wisely, resolutely, as a tale that is told. The wild wind had blown the hair all loose about her face by the time the last goal was won. Hatless, flushed, and laughing, she drew back from the fray. Olga, elated by victory, clinging to her arm. It was a moment of keen triumph, for the fight had been hard, and she enjoyed it to the full as she stood there with her face to the sudden scudding rain. The glow of exercise had braced every muscle. Every pulse was beating with warm, vigorous life. She laughed aloud in sheer exultation, a low, merry laugh, and turned with Olga to march in triumphant procession from the field. In that instant, from a gate a few yards away that led into the road, there sounded the short, imperious note of a motor horn, repeated many times in a succession of sharp blasts. Everyone stood to view the intruder with startled curiosity for perhaps 5 seconds. Then there came a sudden squeal of rapture from Olga, and in a moment she had torn her arm free and was gone, darting like a swallow over the turf. Muriel stood looking after her, but she was as one turned to stone. She was no longer aware of the children grouped around her. She no longer saw the fleeting sunshine or felt the drift of rain in her face. Something immense and suffocating had closed about her heart. Her racing pulses had ceased to beat. A figure familiar to her, a man's figure, unimposing in height, unremarkable in build, but straight as his own sword blade, had bounded from the car and scaled the intervening gate with monkey-like agility. He met the child's wild rush with one arm extended. The other, Muriel frowned sharply, peering with eyes half closed, then uttered a queer, choked sound that had the semblance of a laugh. In place of the other arm there was an empty sleeve. Through the rush of the wind she heard his voice. "Hello, Kitty, hello. Hope I don't intrude. I come over on purpose to pay my respects." Olga's answer did not reach her. She was hanging round her hero's neck, and her head was down upon Nick's shoulder. It seemed to Muriel that she was crying, but if so, she received scant sympathy from the object of her solicitude. His cracked, gay laugh rang out across the field. "What?" "Why, yesterday, to be sure. Spent the night in town." "No, I know." "I didn't. Never meant to. Wanted to steal a march on you all. Why not?" "I say, is that Muriel?" For the first time he seemed to perceive her, and instantly, with a dexterous movement, he had disengaged himself from Olga's clinging arms and was briskly approaching her. 2 of the doctor's boys sprang to greet him, but he waved them airily aside. "All right, you chaps, in a minute. Where's Dr. Jim? Go and tell him I'm here." And then in a couple of seconds more they were face to face. Muriel stared at him speechlessly. She felt cold from head to foot. She had known that he was coming. She had been steeling herself for weeks to meet him in an armor of conventional reserve. But all her efforts had come to this. Swift as the wind over wheat, his coming swept across her newborn confidence. It wavered and bent its head. "Does your Excellency deign to remember the least and humblest of her servants?" queried Nick, with a deep salaam. The laugh in his tone brought her sharply back to the demand of circumstance. Before the watching crowd of children, she forced her white lips to smile in answer, and in a moment she had recovered her self-possession. She remembered with a quick sense of relief that this man's power over her belonged to the past alone, to the tale that was told. The hand she held out to him was almost steady. "Yes, I remember you, Nick," she said with chilly courtesy. "I'm sorry you have been ill. Are you better?" He made a queer grimace at her words, and for the second that her hand lay in his, she knew that he looked at her closely, piercingly. "Thanks awfully," he said. As you may have noticed, there is a little less of me than there used to be. I hope you think it's an improvement." She felt as if he had flung back her conventional sympathy in her face, and she stiffened instinctively. "I'm sorry to see it," she returned icily. Nick laughed enigmatically. "I thought you would be." "Well, Olga, my child, what do you mean by growing up like this in my absence? You used to be just the right size for a kid, and now you are taller than I am." "I'm not, Nick," the child declared with warmth, "and I never will be. There." She slid her arm round his neck. Her eyes were full of tears. Nick turned swiftly and bestowed a kiss upon the face which, though the face of a child, was so remarkably like his own. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?" he said. "There's no need," said Olga, hugging him closer. "They all know Captain Radcliffe of Wara. Why haven't you got the V.C., Nick, like Captain Grange?" "Didn't qualify for it," returned Nick. "You see, I only distinguished myself by running away. Hullo, it's raining. Just run and tell the chauffeur to drive round to the house. You can go with him, and take your friends, too. It'll carry you all. I'm going the garden way with Muriel." Muriel realized the impossibility of frustrating this plan, though the last thing in the world that she desired was to be alone with him. But the distance to the house was not great. As the children scampered away to the waiting motor car, she moved briskly to leave the field. Nick walked beside her with his free, elastic swagger. In a few moments he reached out and took her hockey stick from her. "Jove," he said, "it did me good to see you shoot that goal." "I had no idea you were watching," she returned stiffly. He grinned. "No, I saw that. Fun, wasn't it? Like to know what I said to myself?" She made no answer, and his grin became a laugh. "I'm sure you would. So I'll tell you. I said, 'Prayer number 1 is granted,' and I ticked it off the list, and duly acknowledged the same." Muriel was plainly mystified. He was in the mood that most baffled her. "I don't know what you mean," she said at last. Nick swung the hockey stick idly. His yellow face, for all its wrinkles, looked peculiarly complacent. "Let me explain," he said coolly. "I wanted to see you young again, and my want has been satisfied, that's all." Muriel looked sharply away from him, the vivid color rushing all over her face. She remembered, and the memory seemed to stab her. A day, long, long ago, when she had lain in this man's arms, in the extremity of helpless suffering, and had heard him praying above her head, brokenly, passionately, for something far different, something from which she had come to shrink with a nameless, overmastering dread. She quickened her pace in the silence that followed. The rain was coming down sharply. Reaching the door that led into the doctor's walled garden, she stretched out her hand with impetuous haste to push it open. Instantly, with disconcerting suddenness, Nick dropped the hockey stick and swooped upon it like a bird of prey. "Who gave you that?" he demanded. He had spied a hoop of diamonds upon her third finger. She could not see his eyes under the flickering lids, but he held her wrist forcibly, and it seemed to her that there was a note of savagery in his voice. Her heart beat fast for a few seconds, so fast that she could not find her voice. Then, almost under her breath, "Blake gave it to me," she said. "Blake Grange." "Yes?" said Nick. "Yes?" Suddenly he looked straight at her, and his eyes were alight, fierce, glowing. But she felt a curious sense of scared relief, as if he were behind bars, an eagle caged, of which she need have no fear. "We are engaged to be married," she said quietly. There fell a momentary silence, and a voice cried out in her soul that she had stabbed him through the bars. Then in a second Nick dropped her hands and stooped to pick up the hockey stick. His face as he stood up again flashed back to his old, baffling gaiety. "What ho!" he said lightly. "Then I'm in time to dance at the wedding. Pray accept my heartiest congratulations." Muriel murmured her thanks with her face averted. She was no longer afraid merely, but strangely, inexplicably ashamed. End of Chapter 27. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 28 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 28. The Lion's Skin. The news of Nick's return spread like wildfire through the doctor's house, and the whole establishment assembled to greet him. Jim himself came striding out into the rain to shake his hand and escort him in. His hello, you scapegrace, had in it little of sentiment, but there was nothing wanting in his welcome in the opinion of the recipient thereof. Nick's rejoinder of "Hello, you old buffer," was equally free from any gloss of eloquence, but he hooked his hand in the doctor's arm as he made it, and kept it there. Jim gave him one straight, keen look that took in every detail, but he made no verbal comment of any sort. His heavy brows drew together for an instant, that was all. It was an exceedingly clamorous homecoming. The children, having arrived in the motor, swarmed all over the returned hero, who was more than equal to the occasion, and obviously enjoyed his boisterous reception to the uttermost. There never had been any shyness about Nick. Muriel, standing watching in the background with a queer, unaccountable pain at her heart, assured herself that the news of her engagement had meant nothing to him whatever. He had managed to deceive her as usual. She realized it with burning cheeks, and ardently wished that she had borne herself more proudly. Well, she was not wanted here. Even Olga, her faithful and loving admirer, had eyes only for Nick just then. As for Dr. Jim, he had not even noticed her. Quietly she stole away from the merry, chattering group. The hall door stood open, and she saw that it was raining heavily. But she did not hesitate. With a haste that was urged from within by something that was passionate, she ran out, hatless, into the storm. The cracked, careless laugh she knew so well pursued her as she went, and once she fancied that someone called her by name. But she did not slacken speed to listen. She only dashed on a little faster than before. Drenched and breathless, she reached home at length, to be met upon the threshold by Blake. In her exhaustion, she almost fell into his arms. "Hello," he said, steadying her. "You shouldn't run like that. I never dreamed you would come back in this, or I would have come across with an umbrella to fetch you." She sank into a chair in the hall, speechless and gasping, her hair hanging about her neck in wildest disorder. Blake stood beside her. He was wearing his worried, moody look. "You shouldn't," he said again. "It's horribly bad for you." "Ah, I'm better," she gasped back. "I had to run all the way because of the rain." "But why didn't you wait?" said Blake. "What were they thinking of to let you come in this downpour?" "They couldn't help it." Muriel raised herself with a great sobbing sigh. "It was nobody's fault but my own. I wanted to get away. Oh, Blake, do you know Nick is here?" Blake started. What? Already? Do you mean he's actually in the place? She nodded. He came up in a motor while we were playing. I suppose he's staying at Redlands, but I don't know. And Blake, he has lost his left arm. Makes him look so queer. She gave a sudden, uncontrollable shudder. The old dumb horror looked out of her eyes. I thought I shouldn't mind, she said under her breath. Perhaps if you had been there, it would have been different. As it was, she broke off, rising impetuously to her feet and laying trembling hands upon his arms. Oh, Blake, she whispered like a scared child, I feel so helpless. But you promised you would never let me go. Yes, he had promised her that. He had sworn it, and sick at heart, he remembered that, in her eyes at least, he was a man of honor. It had been in his mind to tell her the simple truth, just so far as he himself was concerned, and thereafter to place himself at her disposal to act exactly as she should desire. But suddenly this was an impossibility to him. He realized it with desperate self-loathing. She trusted him. She looked to him for protection. She leaned upon his strength. She needed him. He could not, it almost seemed as if in common chivalry he could not, reveal to her the contemptible weakness which lay like a withering blight upon his whole nature. To own himself the slave of a married woman, and that woman her closest friend, would be to throw her utterly upon her own resources at a time when she most needed the support and guidance of a helping hand. Moreover, the episode was over, so at least both he and Daisy resolutely persuaded themselves. There had been a lapse, a vain and futile lapse, into the long-cherished idyll of their romance. It must never recur. It never should recur. It must be covered over and forgotten as speedily as might be. They had come to their senses again. They were ready not only to thrust away the evil that had dominated them, but to ignore it utterly as though it had never been. So rapidly the man reasoned with himself, with the girl's hands clasping his arm in earnest entreaty, and her eyes of innocence raised to his. His answer, when it came, was slow and soft and womanly, but in her ears at least there was nothing wanting in it. She never dreamed that he was reviling himself for a blackguard even as he uttered it. My dear little girl, there is nothing whatever for you to be afraid of. You're a bit overstrung, aren't you? The man isn't living who could take you from me. He patted her shoulder very kindly, soothing her with a patient, almost fatherly tenderness, and gradually her panic of fear passed. She leaned against him with a comforting sense of security. I can't think how it is I'm so foolish, she told him. You are good to me, Blake. I feel so safe when I'm with you. His heart smote him, yet he bent and kissed her. You're not quite strong yet, dear, he said. It takes a long time to get over all that you had to bear last year. Yes, she agreed with a sigh. And do you know, I thought I was so much stronger than I am. I actually thought that I shouldn't mind much when he came. And yet I did mind. Horribly. I told him about our engagement, Blake. Yes, dear, said Blake. Yes, I told him. And he laughed and offered his congratulations. I don't think he cared, said Muriel, again with that curious, inexplicable sensation of pain at her heart. Why should he? Said Blake. She looked at him with momentary irresolution. You know, Blake, I never told you, but I was I was engaged to him for about a fortnight that dreadful time at Simla." To her relief, she marked no change in Blake's courteously attentive face. "You need not have told me that, dear," he said quietly. "No, I know," she answered, pressing his arm. "It wouldn't make any difference to you. You are too great. And it was always a little bit against my will. But the breaking with him was terrible, terrible. He was so angry. I almost thought he would have killed me." "My dear," Blake said, "you shouldn't dwell on these things. They are better forgotten." I know," she answered. "But they are just the very hardest of all things to forget. You must help me, Blake. Will you?" "I will help you," he answered steadily. And the resolution with which he spoke was an unspeakable comfort to her. Once more there darted across her mind the wonder at her father's choice for her. How was it that he had passed over this man and chosen Nick? Blake's own explanation of the mystery seemed to her suddenly weak and inadequate. She simply could not bring herself to believe that in a supreme moment he could be found wanting. It was unthinkable that the giant frame and mighty sinews could belong to a personality that was lacking in a corresponding greatness. So she clung to her illusion, finding comfort therein, wholly blind to those failings in her protector, which to the woman who had loved him from her earliest girlhood were as obvious and well nigh as precious as his virtues. End of chapter 28. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 29 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 29. Old Friends Meet. "I must be getting back," said Nick. He was sprawling at ease on the sofa in Jim's study, blinking comfortably at the ceiling as he made this remark. Jim himself had just entered the room. He drew up a chair to Nick's side. "You'll be doing nothing of the sort tonight," he returned, with a certain grimness. "The motor has gone back to Redlands for your things. I saw to that an hour ago." "The deuce you did," said Nick. He turned slightly to send a shifting glance over his brother. "That was very officious of you, Jimmy," he remarked. "Very likely," conceded the doctor. "I have to be officious occasionally. And if you think that I mean to let you out of my sight in your present state of health, you make a big mistake. No, lie still, I tell you. You're like a monkey on wires. Lie still. Do you hear me, Nick?" Nick's feet were already on the ground, but he did not rise. He sat motionless, as if weighing some matter in his mind. "I can't stay with you, Jimmy," he said at last. "I'll stay tonight, of course, with all the pleasure in the world. But I'm going back to Redlands tomorrow. I have a fancy for sleeping in my own crib just now. Come over and see me as often as you feel inclined. The oftener the better. And if you care to bring your science to bear upon all that is left of this infernally troublesome member of mine, I shall be charmed to let you. You may vivisect me to your heart's content, but don't ask me to be an inpatient, for it can't be done. There are reasons." Jim frowned at him. "Do you know what will happen if you don't take care of yourself?" he said brusquely. "You'll die." Nick burst into a laugh and lay back on the cushions. "I was driven out of India by that threat," he said. "It's getting a bit stale. You needn't be afraid. I'm not going to die at present. I'll take reasonable precautions to prevent it, but I won't stay here, that's flat. I tell you, man, I can't." He glanced again at Jim, and, finding the latter closely watching him, abruptly shut his eyes. "I'm going to open Redlands," he said, "and I will have Olga to come and keep house for me. It'll be good practice for her. I'll take her back with me tomorrow, if you have no objection." "Fine mischief you'll get up to, the pair of you," grumbled Jim. "Very likely," said Nick cheerily, "but we shan't come to any harm, either of us. To begin with, I shall make her wait on me hand and foot. She'll like that, and so shall I." "Yes, you'll spoil her thoroughly," said Jim, "and I shall have the pleasure of breaking her in afterwards." Nick laughed again. "What an old tyrant you are! But you needn't be afraid of that. I'll make her do as she's told. I'm particularly good at that. Ask Muriel Roscoe." Jim's frown deepened. "You know of that girl's engagement to Grange, I suppose?" Nick did not trouble to open his eyes. "Oh, rather. She took care that I should. I gave her my blessing." "Well, I don't like it," said Jim plainly. "What's the matter with him?" questioned Nick. "Nothing that I know of, but she isn't in love with him." Nick's eyelids parted a little, showing a glint between. "You funny old ass," he murmured affectionately. Jim leaned forward and looked at him hard. "Quite so," said Nick in answer, closing his eyes again. "But you don't by any chance imagine she's in love with me, do you? You know how a woman looks at a worm she has chopped in half by mistake? That's how Muriel Roscoe looked at me today when she expressed her regret for my mishap." "She wouldn't do that for nothing," observed Jim with a hint of sternness. "She wouldn't," Nick conceded placidly. "Then why the devil did you ever give her reason?" Jim spoke with unusual warmth. Muriel was a favorite of his, but he obtained scant satisfaction notwithstanding. "Ask the devil," said Nick flippantly. "I never was good at definitions." It was a tacit refusal to discuss the matter, and as such Jim accepted it. He turned from the subject with a grunt of discontent. "Well, if I am to undertake your case, you had better let me look at you. But we'll have a clean understanding first, mind, that you obey my orders. I won't be responsible otherwise." Nick opened his eyes with a chuckle. "I'll do anything under the sun to please you, Jimmy," he said generously. "When did you ever find me hard to manage?" "You've given me plenty of trouble at one time or another," Jim said bluntly. "And shall again before I die," laughed Nick, as he submitted to his brother's professional handling. "There's plenty of kick left in me. By the way, tell me what you think about Daisy. I must call on her tomorrow before I leave." This intention, however, was not fulfilled, for Daisy herself came early to the doctor's house to visit him. Far from well though she was, she made the effort as a matter of course. Nick was too near a friend to neglect. Blake did not accompany her. He was riding with Muriel. She found Nick stretched out in luxurious idleness on a couch in the sunshine. He made a movement to spring to meet her, but checked himself with a laugh. "This is awfully good of you, Daisy. I was coming to see you later, but I'm nailed to this confounded sofa for the next 2 hours, having solemnly sworn to Jim that nothing short of battle, murder, or sudden death should induce me to move. I'm afraid I can't reasonably describe your coming as any of these, so I must remain a fixture. It's Jimmy's rest cure." He reached out his hand to Daisy, who took it in both her own. "My poor dear Nick," she said, and stooping impulsively, kissed him on the forehead. "Bless you," said Nick. "I'm 10 times better for that. Sit down here, won't you? Pull up close. I've got a lot to say." Of sympathy for her recent bereavement, however, he said no word whatever. He only held her hand. "There's poor old Will," he said. "I spent the night with him on my way down. He's beastly homesick. Sent all sorts of messages to you. You'll be going out in the winter." "It depends," said Daisy. "He's breaking his heart for you, like a silly ass," said Nick. "How long has Muriel been engaged to Grange?" Daisy started at the sudden question. "It's all right," Nick assured her. "I'm not a bit savage. It'll be a little experience for her. When did it begin?" Daisy hesitated. Some weeks ago now. Nick nodded. Exactly. As soon as she heard I was coming. Funny of her. And what of Grange? Is he smitten? Daisy flushed painfully and tried to laugh. Don't be so cold-hearted, Nick. Of course he's fond of her. Oh, he's fond of her, is he? Said Nick. He looked at her suddenly and laughed with clenched teeth. I'm infernally rude, I know. But why put it in that way? Should you say I was fond of her? Daisy met his darting, elusive glance with a distinct effort. I shouldn't say you were fond of anyone, Nick. The term doesn't apply where you're concerned. There never were two men more totally different than you and Blake. Well, he isn't despicable for all that. He's a child compared to you, but he's a good child. He would never do wrong, unless someone tempted him. That's so with a good many of us, remarked Nick, sneering faintly. Let us hope that when the account comes to be totted up, allowance will be made. Daisy's hand upon his banished the sneer. Be fair, Nick, she urged. We are not all made with wills of iron. I know you're bitter because you think he isn't good enough for her. But would you think any man good enough? Don't think I wanted this. I was on your side. But I was busy at the time with other things, and I didn't see it coming. Nick's face softened. He said nothing. She bent towards him. I would have given anything to have stopped it when I knew. But it was too late. Will you forgive me, Nick? He patted her hand lightly. Of course, of course. Don't fret on my account. But I do, she whispered vehemently. I do, I know. How horribly it hurts. Nick's fingers closed suddenly upon hers. His eyes went beyond her. Mrs. Musgrave, he said, I am gifted with a superhuman intelligence, remember. I know some cards by their backs. Daisy withdrew her hand swiftly. His tone had been one of warning. She threw him a look of sharp uneasiness. She did not ask him what he meant. Tell me some more about Will, she said. I was thinking of writing to him today. And Nick forthwith plunged into a graphic account of the man who was slaving night and day in the burning plains of the East for the woman of his heart. End of chapter 29. Recording by John Brandon. Chapter 30 of The Way of an Eagle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Way of an Eagle by Ethel M. Dell. Chapter 30. An Offer of Friendship. It was an unspeakable relief that Muriel learned of Nick's departure. That he had elected to take Olga with him surprised her considerably and caused her some regret. Grange had discovered some urgent business that demanded his presence in town, and she missed the child in consequence more than she would otherwise have done. Daisy was growing stronger and was beginning to contemplate a change, moved at last by Jim Ratcliffe's persistent urging. There was a cottage at Brethaven, which he declared would suit her exactly. Muriel raised no objection to the plan. She knew it would be for Daisy's benefit, but her heart sank whenever she thought of it. She was glad when early in June Blake came back to them for a few days before starting on a round of visits. He approved of the Brethaven plan warmly, and he and Muriel rode over one morning to the little seaside village to make arrangements. Muriel said no more to him upon the subject of Nick. On this one point she had come to know that it was vain to look for sympathy. He had promised to help her indeed, but he simply did not understand her nervous shrinking from the man. Moreover, Nick had made it so abundantly evident that he had no intention of thrusting himself upon her, that there could be no ground for fear on that score. Besides, was not her engagement her safeguard? As for Blake, her silence upon the matter made him hope that she was getting over her almost childish panic. With all the good will in the world, he could not see that his presence as watchdog was required. Yet as they turned from the cottage on the shore, with their errand accomplished, he did say, after some hesitation, "Of course, if for any reason you should want me when I'm away, you must let me know. I would come at once." She thanked him with a heightened color, and he had a feeling that his allusion had been unwelcome. They rowed up from the beach in silence. Turning a sharp corner towards the village where they proposed to lunch, they came suddenly upon a motor stationary by the roadside. A whoop of cheery recognition greeted them before either of them realized that it was occupied, and they discovered Nick seated on the step, working with his one hand at the footbrake. Olga was with him, endeavoring to assist. Nick's face grinned welcome impartially to the newcomers. "Hello! This is luck. Delighted to see you. Grange, my boy, here's a little job, exactly suited to your Herculean strength. Climb down like a good fellow and lend a hand." Grange glanced at Muriel, and with a slight shrug handed her his bridle. "I'm not much good at this sort of thing," he remarked as he dismounted. "Never thought you were for a moment," responded Nick. "But I suppose you can do as you're told at a pinch. This filthy thing has got jammed. It's too tough a job for a single-handed pygmy like me." He glanced quizzically up at Muriel with the last remark, but she quickly averted her eyes, bending to speak to Olga at the same instant. Olga was living in the seventh heaven just then, and her radiant face proclaimed it. "I'm learning to drive," she told Muriel. "It's the greatest fun. You would just love it. I know you would." She stood fondling the horses and chattering while the two men wrestled with the motor's internal arrangements, and Muriel longed desperately to give her animal the rein and flee away from the mocking sprite that jibed at her from Nick's eyes. Whence came it, this feeling of insecurity, this perpetual sense of fighting against the inevitable? She had fancied that Blake's presence would be her safeguard, but now she bitterly realized that it made no difference to her. He stood, as it were, outside the ropes, and was powerless to intervene. Suddenly she saw them stand up. The business was done. They stood for a second, side by side, Blake gigantic, well-proportioned, splendidly strong. Nick meager, maimed, almost shrunken, it seemed. But in that second she knew with unerring conviction that the greater fighter of the two was the man against whom she had pitted a quivering woman's strength. She knew at a single glance that for all his bodily weakness, Nick possessed the power to dominate even so mighty a giant as Blake. What she had said to herself many a time before she said again. He was abnormal, superhuman even. More, where he chose to exert himself, he was irresistible. The realization went through her, sharp and piercing, horribly distinct. She had sought shelter like a frightened rabbit in the densest cover she could find, but crouching low she heard the rush of the remorseless wings above her. She knew that at any moment he could rend her refuge to pieces and hold her at his mercy. Abruptly he left Blake and came to her side. "I want you and Grange to come to Redlands for luncheon," he said. "Olga is hostess there. Don't refuse." "Oh, do come," urged Olga, dancing eagerly upon one leg. "You've never been to Redlands, have you? It's such a lovely place. Say you'll come, Muriel." Muriel scarcely heard her. She was looking down into Nick's face, seeking for the 100th time to read that baffling mask. "Don't refuse," he said again. "You'll get nothing but underdone chops at the inn here, and I can't imagine that to be a weakness of yours." She gave up her fruitless search. "I will come," she said. "It's exactly as you like, Muriel," Grange put it awkwardly. She understood the precise meaning of Nick's laugh. She even, for a moment, wanted to laugh herself. "Thank you. I should like to," she said. Nick nodded and turned aside. "Olga, stop capering," he ordered, "and drive me home." Olga obeyed him promptly, with the gaiety of a squirrel. As Nick seated himself by her side, Muriel saw her turn impulsively and rub her cheek against his shoulder. It gave her a queer little tingling shock to see the child's perfect confidence in him. But then, Olga had never looked on horror, had never seen the devil leap out in naked fury upon her hero's face. They waited to let the car go first, Olga proudly grasping the wheel, then trotting briskly followed in its wake. Muriel had an uneasy feeling that Blake wanted to apologize, and she determined that he should not have the opportunity. Each time that he gave any sign of wishing to draw nearer to her, she touched her horse's flank. Something in the nature of a revelation had come to her during that brief halt by the roadside. For the first time she had caught a glimpse, plain and unvarnished, of the actual man that inhabited the giant's frame, and it had given her an odd, disturbing suspicion that the strength upon which she leaned was in simple fact scarcely equal to her own. The way to Redlands lay through leafy woodlands, through which here and there the summer sea gleamed blue. Turning in at the open gates, Muriel uttered an exclamation of delight. She seemed to have suddenly entered fairyland. The house, long, low, rambling, roofed with thatch, stood at the end of a winding drive that was bordered on both sides by a blaze of rhododendron flowers. Down below her on the left was a miniature glen, from which arose the tinkle of running water. On her right the trees grew thickly, completely shutting out the road. "Oh, Blake!" she exclaimed. "What a perfect paradise!" "Like it?" said Nick, and with a start she saw him coolly step out from a shadowy path behind them and close the great iron gate. Impulsively she pulled up and slipped to the ground. "Take my horse, Blake," she said. "I must run down to that stream." He obeyed her, not very willingly, and Nick, with a chuckle, turned and plunged after her down the narrow path. "Go straight ahead," he called back. "Olga is waiting for you at the house." He came up with Muriel on the edge of the fairy stream. Her face was flushed and her eyes nervous, but she met him bravely. She had known in her heart that he would follow. As he stopped beside her, she turned with a little desperate laugh and held out her hand. "Is it peace?" she said rather breathlessly. She felt his fingers, tense as wire, close about her own. "Seems like it," he said. "What are you afraid of? Me?" She could not meet his look, but the necessity for some species of understanding pressed upon her. She wanted unspeakably to conciliate him. "I want to be friends with you, Nick," she said, "if you will let me." "What for?" said Nick sharply. She was silent. She could not tell him that her sure defense had crumbled at a touch. Somehow she was convinced that he knew it already. "You never wanted such a thing before," he said. "You certainly weren't hankering after it the last time we met." Her cheeks burned at the memory. Again she felt ashamed. With a great effort, she forced herself to speak with a certain frankness. "I am afraid," she said. "I have thought since that I was rather heartless that day. The fact was, I was taken by surprise. But I am sorry now, Nick. I am very sorry." Her tone was unconsciously piteous. Surely he must see that if they were to meet often, as inevitably they must, some sort of agreement between them was imperative. She must feel stable ground beneath her feet. Their intercourse could not be one perpetual passage of arms. Flesh and blood could not endure it. But Nick did not apparently view the matter in the same light. "Pray don't be sorry," he airily begged her. "I quite understand. I never take offense where none is intended, and not always where it is. So dismiss the matter from your mind with all speed. There is not the smallest occasion to regret." He meant to elude her, she saw, and she turned from him without another word. There was to be no understanding then, no friendly feeling, no peace of mind. She had trusted to his generosity, and it was quite clear that he had no intention of being generous. As they walked by a mossy pathway towards the house, they talked upon indifferent things, but the girl's heart was very bitter within her. She would have given almost anything to have flung back his hospitality in his grinning, triumphant face, and have departed with her outraged pride to the farthest corner of the earth. End of chapter 30. Recording by John Brandon.